So here's a question that keeps a lot of leaders up at night. Why do these massive, super expensive corporate transformations fail so often? Well, today, we're going to get right into the heart of that. Welcome to the Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program. This is our big 48-chapter journey designed to equip you as a leader to drive change with total confidence and clarity. And, it makes sense to start right at the beginning. So here we are, Chapter 1, tackling the most fundamental question of all. Why do so many of these huge change initiatives just fall flat? All right, let's dive in. Okay, let's kick things off with a number that, well, it's pretty sobering, and it really sets the stage for our entire conversation. Globally, a staggering 70%. Think about that. 7 out of 10 major transformations fail to deliver what they promised. And hey, this isn't just a problem in one region. We see this exact same pattern again and again, whether we're looking at the US, the EU, or India. So here's how we're going to tackle this chapter. We'll start by looking at the symptom, what I call the billion-dollar failure pattern. Then we'll get into the myth of rationality, basically the common misdiagnosis. After that, we'll dig into the 7 root causes of failure, explore why even smart leaders fail, and then we'll pivot to the solution, the executive's new role and a little leadership self-diagnosis you can do yourself. All right, let's get into it. The billion-dollar failure pattern. Now, when these massive, expensive projects go off the rails, it's usually not because the strategy was wrong, or because they ran out of money, or the tech wasn't good enough. No. The real problem, the thing that brings it all down, is a breakdown in the human system. And this is so important to get. Executives don't fail because they picked the wrong transformation. They fail because they completely underestimate the human side of things, the people system that has to actually make it work. See, successful change is way less about the what and almost entirely about the who and the how. It's all about getting people on board, dealing with their real emotions, and navigating all those tricky social dynamics. So you've got to be asking, why do leaders get this wrong so often? Well, it really boils down to a common misdiagnosis, a deeply flawed assumption that a lot of very successful leaders make. And it's this: they believe their organization runs like a perfectly logical machine. Right? We operate under this belief. If the strategy is correct and the business case is strong, people will align. We really think a solid business case, a great PowerPoint deck, that should be enough to get everyone on the same page. But that belief, it's just plain wrong. And it leads to these massive predictable mistakes. Because, let's be honest, our organizations are emotional, political ecosystems. They are not just rational entities. And look at this comparison. It just lays the gap bare, doesn't it? On one hand, we have what leaders tend to overestimate. Logical arguments, financial bonuses, new tech, and org chart changes. But then you look at what we underestimate, and it's all the powerful human stuff. The fear of losing something, the hit to someone's status, a lack of trust, and just plain old change fatigue. We're focusing on the wrong levers. Okay, so this misdiagnosis leads to some very specific problems. Let's get into the real diagnosis now and look at the 7 root causes of failure. These are the patterns that pop up over and over again. So here they are, treating it like a project, confusing it with communication, ignoring middle management, underestimating identity loss, ignoring culture, misdiagnosing fatigue, and failing to model the change. Now, we could spend a whole day on each of these, but for now, let's zoom in on 3 of the absolute biggest ones, the mistakes you have to avoid. First up, reason number 1. This is probably the most common trap. Change is treated as a project, not a leadership responsibility. What does that look like? The executive team kicks it off, and then they hand it over to the PMO or to HR, or maybe some external consultants to manage. They see it as something to be delegated, not something to be personally, visibly led every single day.
Let me give you a classic example from a US Fortune 500 company. They were rolling out a huge $400 million ERP transformation. The CEO made a big announcement and then pretty much disappeared, delegating the whole execution. Now, the crazy part is the technology worked. It was a success on paper, but leadership failed. Because leadership wasn't visibly championing it, system usage plummeted to below 50%. People just created workarounds. That's a $400 million message from employees saying, if you don't care, we don't either.
Okay, reason number 3, we ignore or undermine middle management. This happens all the time. The big strategy is cooked up in the C-suite, and then it's handed down to middle managers with the expectation that they'll just go sell it to their teams. We treat them like messengers for a decision they had zero input on. Listen, let me be perfectly clear about this. If your middle management is not aligned, the change dies right there in the execution layer. It's a non-negotiable truth. These folks are the ones who translate your grand strategy into day-to-day reality. They're the biggest influence on their team's behavior. If they're not bought in, your transformation is dead in the water. Full stop.
Here's another great case study from an IT services firm in India. A major restructuring into these new global pods. Sounds great, right? Except the middle managers were the last to be told, and they had no idea what their new role would be. So what do you think happened? To protect their teams and keep things stable for clients, they quietly and effectively resisted. They protected the old structures. You see, when you don't make these leaders co-creators of the change, they often become its most powerful resistors. And that brings us to reason number 7, which is maybe the most fatal error of all, when leaders fail to model the change. It's hypocrisy, plain and simple. It's that classic, do as I say, not as I do. You ask the organization to be more collaborative, more agile, more transparent, but your own behavior doesn't change. Believe me, your people see that contradiction instantly, and any credibility you had just evaporates.
So this begs the question, right? Why do smart, successful, experienced leaders keep making these same fundamental mistakes? I mean, it's not a matter of intelligence or competence. The real issue is the pathology of leadership itself, the blind spots that success can create.
Think about it. The very fact that you're a senior leader creates these blind spots. You're overconfident because your past approach has worked. You're distant from the front line, so information gets filtered and sanitized before it ever reaches you. You're politically insulated from the really raw, unfiltered feedback. And you're under immense pressure to deliver results fast, which makes it so tempting to just skip the messy human stuff. Your success can become your biggest liability during change.
Okay, so if that's the pathology, what's the prescription? How do you counteract these blind spots? Well, you have to fundamentally reframe your role as an executive. During a transformation, your job description literally changes. Your primary job is no longer just about making the big decisions. Your value shifts. It becomes about sense-making, helping everyone understand the why. It's about alignment building, getting people onto the same page. It's about creating trust and psychological safety. And maybe most importantly, it's about behavioral modeling. You have to be the change you want to see. It's less about having the answers and more about creating the environment where others can find them and commit. So how do we make this practical for you right now? Let's wrap this up by turning all this theory into a simple action plan, a leadership self-diagnosis. As you think about your own change initiatives, just keep these takeaways in mind. First, change fails because of leadership, not bad strategy. Second, resistance isn't something to crush. It's valuable information. Third, you've heard it before, but culture really does eat transformation for breakfast. Fourth, what you do matters infinitely more than what you say. And finally, never forget, your middle managers will make or break your success. Look, if you remember only one thing from our entire discussion today, let it be this question. And I want you to ask this of yourself honestly and often. What behaviors am I asking for but not demonstrating myself. Hold yourself accountable to that because I guarantee you your team already is. So that sets the stage perfectly for what's coming up next. In Chapter 2, we're going to build on this foundation. We'll move from why change fails to what effective change leadership actually looks like day to day. We'll get into the specifics. I'll see you there.
Welcome to this session from Durga Analytics. We're not here today to talk about some abstract theory of change. We're here to get really practical about your specific role in driving it. In today's world, let's be honest, effective change leadership isn't just a nice-to-have skill. It's a core competency that the enterprise demands from you for its very survival.
So let's start with the single most important mental shift you need to make. The skills that got you to this point in your career, things like creating control, predictability, efficiency, those are not the skills that are going to make you successful now. As a senior leader, your value isn't in keeping the ship steady. Your real mandate is to generate movement, especially when the path forward is anything but certain.
Just to give you a sense of where we are in our broader 48-chapter program, we are right here in Chapter 2. Now, in Chapter 1, we took a hard look at why transformations so often fail. Today, we're building on that by focusing on the solution, really defining what effective leadership looks like in the trenches, when the stakes are at their highest.
So here's our game plan for this session. We'll kick things off by defining that crucial transition from being a manager to becoming a true change leader. Then, we'll dive into a really practical framework. The 3 essential roles you have to play. We'll also get into the often overlooked human and emotional side of things, and we'll wrap up with a really clear mandate of what's expected of you starting, right after this session ends.
All right, let's jump into our first topic, that transition from manager to change leader. Understanding this is so critical because what you're being evaluated on at this level is fundamentally different. And this is a career-defining distinction.
Let's be really explicit about this. As a manager, you're rewarded for creating stability. As an executive, you're rewarded for guiding the organization through instability. The core question your board and your stakeholders are asking is no longer, hey, did you hit your quarterly targets? It's, can you lead people from a comfortable present to a necessary but very uncomfortable future? Your ability to answer that question with action, that defines your value now.
And let me just double down on this point because the data here is absolutely unequivocal. The success of your transformation will have more to do with your personal behavior than with the quality of your strategy. Now, why is that? It's because your team isn't watching the strategy deck, they're watching you. You're the one modeling what's acceptable, you signal what's important, you determine what gets rewarded. No framework, no consultant can make up for a leader who isn't visibly, personally committed. So, if your behavior is the key ingredient, what specific roles do you need to play? It's not about having one particular style, it's about mastering 3 distinct functions. These are the 3 roles: sense-maker, mobilizer, and anchor. The most effective leaders, they perform all 3 of these at the same time. The most common failure we see? It's an overemphasis on one at the expense of the others. All mobilization with no sense-making just creates confusion. All anchoring with no movement, that leads to stagnation. Let's dig into how you balance them.
So let's actually put this framework into practice. We're going to break down each role with some really concrete examples to show you how this moves from being a theory to an actionable toolkit you can use.
Your first role is sense-maker, and it all starts by answering the one question everyone in your organization is asking: what does this change mean for me? If you don't provide a clear, consistent answer, your people will create their own. And in a vacuum of information, you can bet that narrative will almost always be negative. You absolutely have to own the story.
A really powerful example of this is the European auto industry's massive shift to electric vehicles. The leaders who succeeded were not the ones with the slickest PowerPoint decks. They were the ones who stood in front of their unions and their engineers, acknowledged the fear of job loss, and connected the change directly to market survival. That's sense-making in action. It's not corporate spin, it's disciplined truth-telling that respects your people enough to explain the why behind the what.
Next up, mobilization. And this is not about a single, rousing speech. It's about the systematic and, frankly, often unglamorous use of the levers you already control. I mean, look at this table. Are you putting your best talent on the change, or are you assigning your B team? Have you actually updated your KPIs and incentives to reward the new behaviors? Remember, your organization pays attention to what you pay attention to. Your calendar is a far more powerful communication tool than any memo.
This brings us to the third role, the anchor, and really the central paradox of change leadership. The organization needs disruption to survive, but your people need stability to perform. You are the bridge between those two realities. As the anchor, your job is to be that source of stability, and you do this by being predictable in your communication, consistent in your values, and calm in your demeanor, even when everything else is in chaos.
This leads us directly to the human experience of change, and this is an area where even the most brilliant strategists often fail. We're comfortable with plans and roadmaps, but we have to accept that for our people, significant change is fundamentally an emotional journey. And here's the disconnect we see all the time. As leaders, we're focused on the logic, the new operating model, the technology roadmap, but your employees are experiencing something entirely different: fear of the unknown, a sense of loss for the old way of doing things, confusion, even anger. If you're only communicating the logic, you're basically broadcasting on a frequency no one is listening to. You are missing the real conversation. Your duty, then, is to legitimize these emotional responses. You have to create an environment where it's safe for people to express their concerns. This means acknowledging the difficulty, normalizing the reaction, and critically equipping your frontline managers to have these tough conversations. If you don't, that emotional energy doesn't just disappear. It goes underground, and it resurfaces as passive resistance, cynicism, and ultimately a talent drain.
Okay, let's shift gears from the what to the how. How does your role actually evolve during the execution of the change? Because your visibility can't just end after the big kickoff meeting.
Your focus has to adapt across the phases of the initiative. But please be aware of a very common and fatal error: disappearing leadership. This is the tendency for executives to announce a major change with a lot of fanfare and then retreat to their offices and delegate the messy, difficult transition phase to a project management office. You cannot delegate visibility. Your presence is most critical precisely when things get hard. And who is on the front lines of that messy middle? Your middle managers. They are the absolute linchpin of any transformation. They're the ones who have to translate your high-level strategy into daily work while also absorbing all the anxiety and frustration from their teams. Your number one execution priority has to be supporting them. Change succeeds or fails based on one simple question: do your middle managers feel empowered, or do they feel abandoned? So let's bring all this together into a clear mandate for you as a change leader. Think of this not as a wish list, but as the job description.
These behaviors are really the difference between just administering a plan and truly leading a change. It means acting before you have perfect information. It means staying engaged when the conversations get uncomfortable. It means treating resistance not as an obstacle, but as valuable data about what isn't working. And above all, it means understanding that your calendar is the ultimate arbiter of your priorities. It sends a much more powerful message than any email ever will.
So I want to leave you with these questions to reflect on. And this isn't for a report or a performance review. This is for you. Are my incentives actually aligned with the new reality? How do I react when I'm challenged on this? What are people seeing me do day in and day out? Be honest with your answers. They'll reveal exactly where you need to focus your energy to become a more effective leader of change. Let's end with this critical distinction. Strategy provides the direction, but it's your leadership that determines the movement. You can have the most brilliant strategy in the world, but it's completely worthless without the human energy to execute it. Your primary job is not to perfect the plan, but to lead people through an imperfect and often difficult reality. That is the essence of your mandate. In Chapter 3, we're going to build directly on this foundation. Now that we've established the behaviors required of you, we're going to turn inward to explore the personal mindset shifts that are necessary to sustain that leadership. Because ultimately, before you can transform an organization, you have to be willing and able to transform yourself.
Hello and welcome back. I'm your Durkee Analytics trainer, and we're jumping right back into our Corporate Transformation Master Program.
All right, we are now in Chapter 3, and this is a big one. We're going to move past the external plans and processes of change and look inward at what I like to call your leadership internal operating system. We're really going to unpack the core beliefs that, honestly, matter more than any strategy doc you'll ever write.
So let's start with a question that probably feels a little too familiar for many of you. You've got sharp, proven leaders at the helm, the best in the business. But when a major transformation kicks off, it just fizzles out. Why does that happen? Why do great leaders sometimes fail at leading great change?
And here's the answer. It's almost never about a lack of skill or brain power. I mean, come on, at the executive level, that's table stakes. Where it falls apart is at the level of mindset. It's all about how we think, how we see the world, and especially how we react when things get tough and uncertain.
Okay, so here's our game plan for this chapter. We'll start with why mindset is the true differentiator. Then we'll look at the shift from an operational to a transformational mindset. We'll get super practical with 5 key mindset shifts you need to make, talk about the absolute foundation for all of this, which is psychological safety, touch on the leader's inner work, and then wrap up with a readiness checklist for you.
Right, so to be crystal clear, we're not questioning anyone's skills here. We're talking about that internal OS, that invisible programming running in the background. It's the collection of assumptions and beliefs that shapes every single decision you make, whether you're aware of it or not.
And here is the paradox of successful leadership. The very mindset that got you here, the operational mindset, built on control, efficiency, and having all the answers, that can actually become your biggest liability during a transformation. The game changes. You have to shift from managing a predictable machine to leading an expedition into the unknown, which requires enabling others, learning constantly, and being deeply curious. This really gets to the core of the problem, doesn't it? As leaders, we get attached to the things we helped build. Our identity gets tied up in them. You know, a perfect example is what happened with U.S. legacy media companies. Leaders were so psychologically attached to the world of print that they just couldn't fully embrace a digital-first world. That attachment, that ego, cost them dearly. It's proof that sometimes we are the biggest obstacle in our own way.
So, okay, how do we get practical about this? Well, we can actually break this evolution down into 5 very specific, very actionable shifts. This isn't just theory. Think of this as a guide to literally rewiring your leadership brain for change. So here's the playbook for your internal OS upgrade. We're going to talk about shifting from having answers to asking questions, from control to trust, from avoiding failure to actively designing for learning, from short-term wins to long-term value, and from assuming people will follow to creating an environment where they choose to. Let's dig into each one.
The first shift is huge. It's about redefining your value as a leader. Your job is no longer to be the chief problem solver, but to become the chief question asker. In a stable environment, having the answer is power. But during a transformation, the right question is worth 1,000 answers because it's what reveals the dangerous blind spots.
Second, we have to let go of the illusion of control. You simply cannot micromanage your way through a complex transformation. It's impossible. Your real job is to set the direction, the guardrails, and then empower your teams with your trust. You have to trust them to navigate the messy details. In this new world, trust is actually a more powerful and scalable leadership tool than control ever was.
Now, this third one, this requires a radical change in how we view failure. It's not about just tolerating failure. Lots of leaders say they do, but their actions scream the opposite. The goal is to proactively design for learning. This means setting up small, safe-to-fail experiments where the primary goal isn't success, but gathering valuable data quickly and cheaply. It's about making intelligent bets.
Okay, shift number 4 is often where the rubber meets the road, and it can be really tough. Transformation costs time and money, and it can ding short-term results. Your most important job here is to protect the future from the tyranny of the present. You have to be the one constantly championing that long-term vision, especially when the quarterly numbers are screaming for you to go back to the old way of doing things. And finally, the 5th shift. You have to move from a mindset of compliance to one of commitment. You can't just issue a memo and expect people to change. Real transformation requires their hearts and minds, their discretionary effort. And you only get that when people feel like they have a voice, when they feel like they are choosing to be a part of this journey, not being dragged along. Now, these 5 shifts are the pillars, right? They're what hold up a transformational leader. But these pillars will crumble into dust if they aren't built on one single, non-negotiable foundation.
And that foundation is psychological safety. Let's be really clear what this is and what it isn't. This is not about being nice or avoiding tough conversations. It is a strategic imperative. Without it, you will not hear the truth. Bad news will get buried until it becomes a catastrophe. Your teams won't take the smart risks you need them to take. You'll be flying blind.
And don't kid yourself, as the leader, you are the chief architect of this environment. Your actions speak way louder than your words. What's your face look like when someone brings you bad news? Do you just tolerate dissent, or do you actively invite it? Do you admit when you're wrong? Your team is watching your every move to see if it's really, truly safe to speak up.
So this brings us to the toughest part of leadership, the part we don't talk about enough. The inner work. Because before you can ever hope to manage the chaos and uncertainty out there in your organization, you first have to learn to manage the chaos and uncertainty in here, inside yourself.
And in this case study just shows it perfectly. Look at this. We've got 2 leaders, same company, same strategy. Leader A projected certainty and hated bad news. The result? Resistance, delays, friction. Leader B, on the other hand, was open about not having all the answers and embraced learning. The result? Much faster adoption and way more trust. Same strategy, different mindset, totally different outcomes. Okay, so let's bring all this home and make it personal. I want to give you a few questions for a little honest self-reflection. No one's grading you on this, it's just for you. So be real with yourself. First question. Am I more attached to being right or to learning what's right? Is my ego tied up in defending what I already know, or am I genuinely open to finding the best path, even if it means admitting I was wrong? Second, and be brutally honest here, think about your behavior, not what you wish you did. When a plan fails or someone gives you bad news, what is your gut reaction? What do people actually see? Do they see a leader who gets curious or one who gets frustrated and looks for who to blame? And finally, here's the toughest one. It's the real gut check. Are you truly leading this change for the good of the organization's future? Or is there a part of you that's subconsciously trying to protect your own legacy, your own comfort within the system as it exists today? Because this is the bottom line for this entire chapter. The very mindset that helped create the success of today is by definition not the one that can create the reality of tomorrow. You, as a leader, have to evolve first. Your transformation must precede the organization's.
In Chapter 4, we're going to build directly on this idea. We're going to take all of this internal mindset work and translate it into external behaviors by looking at the critical differences between traditional and adaptive leadership. It's all about giving you the tools to put this new mindset into action. Thanks for your focus, and I'll see you in the next chapter.
Welcome, leaders, to this explainer from Durga Analytics. I'm really glad you're here as we dive into our Corporate Transformation Master Program.
All right, before we dive deep, let's just quickly orient ourselves. We're currently in Module 1, which is all about leadership in a changing world. And today, we're hitting a really critical topic in Chapter 4, adaptive versus traditional leadership.
And really, this quote gets to the absolute heart of our session today. It's not about how smart a leader is or how good their intentions are. It all comes down to their diagnosis. Getting this distinction right, well, that's what separates a successful transformation from a very costly and frustrating failure. So, let's dig into the two fundamental leadership models that you have in your toolkit. We're going to look at exactly where they shine and where they completely break down. Okay, look at these two worlds. On the left, you've got the environment that traditional leadership was literally built for. It's stable, it's predictable, things are clear. It's all about optimization. But on the right, that's the world of transformation. It's what we call a VUCA environment. Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. You just can't use the same map for these two very different territories. It's a recipe for disaster. So now, let's get tactical. Let's break down the two playbooks that every single leader needs to master. And listen, this isn't about choosing one over the other. It's about becoming fluent in both and knowing exactly when to pull each one out. First up, the traditional playbook. You know this one. Think of it as your precision tool. It's all about planning, control, and efficiency. It is perfect for well-defined problems, things like a regulatory rollout or a cost optimization program, where you have a known solution and you just need to execute it flawlessly. But then, you have the adaptive playbook. And this is a whole different beast. This is the leadership you need for true transformation. Things like a major culture change or a complex digital integration. These are the challenges where the answer isn't known up front. The solution has to be discovered, and that requires learning, behavior change, and mobilizing your people through a whole lot of ambiguity. Okay, this table is where the rubber really meets the road. Just look at the fundamental shift across every single dimension. With traditional leadership, the problem is technical. The leader is the expert, and people are there to comply. But flip over to adaptive, now the problem itself is adaptive. The leader's role shifts from expert to facilitator. And your people, they move from complying to co-creating. Even how you measure success changes, from just getting it done to genuine learning and adoption. It's a completely different game. You know, a really powerful way to think about this is the surgeon versus the expedition guide. The surgeon is your classic traditional leader. They are the expert, they perform a precise known procedure, and they solve the problem for the patient. The expedition guide, on the other hand, is the adaptive leader. They don't have a perfect map. Their job is to equip the team, help them navigate the unknown, and build the team's own capacity to solve whatever challenges come their way. So this is the million-dollar question, right? Why do so many smart, experienced leaders get this wrong? Well, it's totally understandable, actually. They default to the traditional playbook because, frankly, it's what got them there. It feels decisive, it reinforces their authority, but here's the catch. As a U.S. insurance company found out the hard way, that instinct becomes a massive liability during transformation. They built the tech perfectly, but the project failed because nobody adopted it. They treated an adaptive people problem like a technical one.
So, what do adaptive leaders actually do that's so different? It's not some magic charisma they're born with. It's about discipline. Let's break down 4 concrete, learnable practices that drive real, sustainable change.
Here they are. 1. Diagnose before you act. 2. Create productive discomfort. 3. Push the work back to the organization. And 4. Protect the voices of dissent. Notice these are all action words. They're deliberate actions, not personality traits. Any leader can learn to do these things.
First things first, before they do anything, they put on their diagnostic hat. They ask, okay, what part of this challenge is technical, something an expert can solve, and what part is adaptive, something that requires a real shift in people's behavior and beliefs? A European bank did this brilliantly. They separated the Agile tooling, which was technical, from the Agile mindset, which was adaptive. That simple act reduced resistance and focused their energy where it mattered most. Next, they act like a thermostat for the organization's anxiety. See, if there's too little discomfort, nobody changes. But if there's too much, people panic and shut down. An adaptive leader turns up the heat just enough to create urgency, to get people to start questioning the status quo, but not so much that it leads to chaos. It is a very delicate balancing act.
Now, this one can sound a bit harsh, push work back, but it's actually one of the most empowering things a leader can do. See, traditional leaders feel this immense pressure to have all the answers, but an adaptive leader knows their job isn't to be the chief problem solver. It's to build the organization's capacity to solve its own problems. They provide guardrails, not blueprints, fostering real ownership from the ground up.
And finally, we get to what is maybe the most challenging practice for many leaders. They actively protect the people who disagree, the ones who bring up the inconvenient truths. They know that when you're navigating the unknown, you need your lookouts. Constructive challenge isn't a threat. It's an early warning system. It's what leads to smarter, more resilient decisions.
Okay, so we know the core practices, but now let's talk about the pitfalls. There's one trap in particular that undermines even the most well-intentioned leaders. It's subtle, but it is incredibly destructive.
And this is it, the say-do gap. The leader says all the right things. We need to be agile. I want you to be empowered. Failure is okay. But then their actions tell a completely different story. They demand rigid plans, they centralize every key decision, and they punish teams when experiments don't work out. Let me tell you, your people can spot this hypocrisy from a mile away, and it absolutely kills trust and any hope for transformation. So, the big question is, how do you avoid that trap? How do you actually start building this adaptive leadership muscle? Well, it doesn't happen overnight. It starts with some really rigorous, honest self-reflection.
Start with this question, and be honest with yourself. When someone on your team brings you bad news or challenges one of your core beliefs, what is your gut reaction? Do you get defensive or do you get curious? Your genuine answer right there reveals a lot about your readiness to lead adaptively.
And here's the reality check on that dangerous say-do gap we just talked about. Don't just ask yourself. Ask your team. Say, when I talk about empowerment, what do my actual behaviors and decisions communicate to you? You might be very surprised by what you hear.
And these are the deliberate, practical disciplines you can start practicing tomorrow. Instead of just asking, "Are we on track?" in your reviews, ask, "What have we learned this week?" Instead of a massive Big Bang rollout, run small pilots to learn and adapt. And when you make a mistake, which you will, talk about it publicly. Model the vulnerability you want to see in your organization.
Okay, let's bring this all together and wrap up with the most crucial points from our explainer on adaptive leadership.
This really sums it all up, doesn't it? Great leadership in today's world is not about having all the answers. It's about having the wisdom to know when to provide a decisive answer and when the most powerful thing you can do is step back and create the space for your people to learn their own way forward.
And that's a perfect segue into our next session. We're going to build directly on this foundation as we move into Chapter 5, Leading Through Uncertainty. We'll get into the practical tools you can use to provide direction and confidence, especially when the path forward is anything but clear.
Welcome back to Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program. Today, we are tackling one of the most critical leadership capabilities there is. How do you lead and lead well when you simply don't know what's coming next?
All right, just as a quick reminder, we're on this big 48-chapter journey to master enterprise transformation. And right now, we're in Chapter 5, where we're handing you the real, practical playbook for navigating today's, let's face it, incredibly volatile business world, and leading your teams with genuine confidence.
Okay, let's get right into it. Our agenda today is designed to do one thing: get you from just understanding why uncertainty is the new normal to knowing exactly how you can lead through it. We're going to build a practical playbook piece by piece.
So first things first, we have to get real about this new operating condition. The entire landscape for leaders has fundamentally changed, which means all those old assumptions we used to rely on, they just don't apply anymore.
You know, for decades, leadership models were built on a foundation of, well, relative stability and predictable linear planning. That world, it's gone. We've traded nice, incremental change for constant disruption and market shocks. But here's the real insight. This isn't some storm we just need to weather. No, it's a fundamental shift in the entire climate of leadership.
So the crucial point is this. We have to completely reframe how we think about uncertainty. It's not some temporary crisis we have to solve so we can get back to normal. It is the new normal. This is our permanent operating context, and truly accepting that is the first and honestly the most critical step to leading effectively within it.
And this new operating condition, it creates a core conflict for every single leader, something we call the executive's paradox. Think about it. Your teams are looking to you for stability, they want answers, but the reality is you often don't have them. Now, the biggest trap you can fall into here is pretending you do, because let's be absolutely clear, when that false certainty inevitably falls apart, it destroys trust faster and way more deeply than honest uncertainty ever could. And this case study just brilliantly illustrates the real-world cost of getting that wrong. The leadership at this retail chain was all over the place. One minute, it's pedal-to-the-metal expansion. The next, it's sudden, jarring cost-cutting. The real problem wasn't the pandemic's uncertainty. It was the whiplash from their inconsistent leadership that created total chaos, burned out their best people, and just completely shredded their credibility. So if faking it is off the table, then what is the answer? When the future is basically a dense fog, what do your people actually need from you? Well, let's get into the playbook. The 5 core responsibilities of a leader in exactly these moments. Look, your teams don't expect you to be a fortune teller. They really don't. They don't need some perfect, minutely detailed map of the future. What they do need is a leader who consistently shows up with these 5 behaviors. This is the absolute bedrock of effective leadership when everything feels like it's in flux.
Now, what's so interesting here is seeing how these responsibilities come to life. So this energy firm set a really clear North Star, decarbonization. But they were totally honest that the exact path wasn't mapped out yet. That gives you both direction and flexibility. Meanwhile, the IT leader, they acted as an emotional regulator. By simply staying calm and being transparent, they kept people focused and preserved trust right when it mattered most.
And this slide shows 2 more huge shifts. The hospital system didn't centralize control during the crisis. They actually did the opposite. They pushed decisions out to the front lines, guided by clear principles, which let them move with incredible speed and learn as they went. And the bank? They got it. They understood that in an information vacuum, people will fill that void with fear. By communicating consistently, even when the news was just, hey, no new news, they controlled the narrative and completely shut down the rumor mill.
And this final responsibility, this one might be the toughest. The pressure for short-term reactive cuts during a downturn is just immense. But this conglomerate, they resisted that pressure by choosing to redeploy and reskill their people instead of just resorting to layoffs. They protected their long-term capabilities and their culture. And the result? A much faster, much stronger recovery.
So, how does all this stuff translate into your day-to-day decisions? Let's look at how this playbook builds a fundamentally different operating model. One that's designed for making the call when you just can't wait for all the facts to roll in.
As a leader, your job is to shift the entire organization's mindset away from that old predict and control model. It just doesn't work in a volatile world. Instead, we have to adopt an iterative sense and respond loop. We sense a change, we run a small experiment, we learn from it super fast, and then we adapt. The key is that you have to legitimize experimentation and learning, not just demand flawless execution of what might be a totally flawed plan.
Now, this leadership model of honest uncertainty, it isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. You have to be really smart about tailoring your approach for different stakeholders, both inside and outside the company walls. The crucial takeaway here is that while your core principles, like honesty, have to be rock solid and consistent, your messaging needs to be tuned to what each group needs to hear. Your board, they want to see preparedness and realism. Your senior team needs to be in lockstep. And please, never forget your middle managers. They are your force multipliers for either calm or chaos, so they need your absolute support and clarity more than anyone.
Okay, for our final section, let's get intensely practical. We're going to turn this entire playbook into an immediate action plan that you can start using the second this session is over.
First, let's be crystal clear on what you need to stop doing right now. These 5 behaviors are the absolute fastest way to lose the credibility you've worked so hard to build. Pretending you have all the answers, going radio silent, or flip-flopping without any context, those are trust destroyers. And on the flip side, here are the proactive practices to start doing immediately. Think of these as the actual mechanisms that build real confidence without creating false hope. Scenario planning makes you prepared. Decision journals help you learn from your own choices, and those open forums build trust through raw, unfiltered transparency.
Now let's turn inward for a second. I want you to take a moment and ask yourself, with brutal honesty, what is your default behavior when you genuinely don't have the answer? Do you tend to shut down, or do you open up with transparency?
And reflect on this one. When the pressure is really on, are you a source of calm, or do you become a source of anxiety for your team? When things get tough, do you truly empower your people, or does your own fear make you centralize control and become the bottleneck? Your answer to this really defines your leadership in these times.
Ultimately, everything we've talked about today boils down to the single, powerful idea. In this new era, your leadership isn't defined by having the best predictions. It's defined by the depth of trust you build through your consistent, your honest, and your steady behavior. And that focus on behavior is the perfect bridge to our next chapter. In Chapter 6, we're going to get even more tactical with decision-making in ambiguous situations. We'll explore the frameworks you can use to make those high-stakes calls when the data is incomplete and the path forward is anything but clear. I'll see you there.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're still deep in Module 1 of the Corporate Transformation Master Program, building that essential leadership mindset. And this next chapter, well, it's a big one, a real cornerstone for everything else we're going to build on.
Today, we're jumping into Chapter 6, Decision-Making in Ambiguous Situations. And let me be clear, this isn't just another skill to add to your toolkit. For senior leaders, this is the entire game. This is where you really earn your stripes, where your value is truly tested and proven.
So here's our game plan. We'll start with what I call the leader's true test. Then we'll dig into why the old, comfortable models for decision-making just don't work anymore. From there, we'll cover the essential mindset shift you have to make, and I'll give you 5 really practical principles to put it into action. We'll also tackle the tricky stuff, the hidden forces of bias in politics. And finally, we'll map out your path to mastering all of this. Okay, let's dive right in. So why do we call this the definitive test for an executive? It's simple, really. Because mastering ambiguity is precisely what separates true leadership from simple management. First things first, we've got to be crystal clear on our terms. Uncertainty and ambiguity are not the same thing, not even close. Uncertainty is when you don't know the future outcome. Think of it like a coin toss.
You know the possibilities are heads or tails, you just don't know which one it'll be. But ambiguity? That's a whole different level. Ambiguity is when you're not even sure what the problem is in the first place. The signals are fuzzy, incomplete, and often pointing in totally different directions. And that's why this quote is so powerful. Think about it. Management is all about optimizing within known rules and constraints. It's about making the existing system run better. But leadership? Leadership is what's required when the map is blank, when the rules are changing. It's about stepping into that fog and choosing a direction anyway. So, if we're facing a completely different kind of problem, it stands to reason that our old tools aren't going to work, right? Let's take a hard look at why those traditional textbook decision-making models that most of us grew up with, well, why they completely break down under these conditions. We all know this process, don't we? It feels so logical, so comforting. Gather all the data, analyze your options, pick the best one, and then execute. It feels scientific and safe because it promises a sense of control. And hey, when the problem is clear and the data is reliable, it works perfectly. But ambiguity just shatters every one of these assumptions. What do you do when the problem isn't clearly defined? When the data is a mess? When you can't possibly predict the outcomes? If you try to force this old model, you just get stuck. You get analysis paralysis. I mean, take the case of that US bank trying to create an AI strategy. The leadership just waited, hoping for consensus to emerge between legal, IT, and business. But in ambiguity, consensus rarely just arrives. And here's the kicker. Waiting for clarity was a decision in itself. And it was a decision that cost them talent and market position. So if the old model is broken, we need a totally new way of thinking. And I'm not talking about a new four-step process. This is a much deeper, more fundamental shift in how you see your role as a decision maker. This is it. This is the absolute core of the shift. You have to stop searching for the one single perfect right answer, because in ambiguity, it doesn't exist. Your goal is to figure out the most intelligent next move you can make with the information you have right now. This changes everything. It transforms decisions from being these final scary verdicts into being hypotheses, experiments that you can test and learn from. Okay, with that new mindset as our foundation, let's get practical. How do we actually do this? We're going to explore 5 concrete, actionable principles that will become your toolkit for navigating these murky waters with confidence. These 5 principles give you a disciplined process. They guide you all the way from how you look at the information to how you actually execute your choice. Let's break each one down. First up, you have to deconstruct your inputs. Ambiguity loves to blur everything together into one big confusing mess. So you have to be disciplined. You have to explicitly ask, what here is a verified fact? What are we just assuming is true? And what is simply a personal opinion or preference? Just by doing this, you clean up the debate immensely. The EU manufacturing example showed this perfectly. Once they separated these things out, the politics died down, and they found a path forward much faster. Principle 2 might sound a bit radical. Stop hunting for consensus. Seriously. In ambiguous situations, chasing consensus usually gets you the safest, most watered-down decision. Your goal isn't agreement. It's a high-quality outcome. And that comes from constructive conflict. It comes from valuing dissent. A US tech CEO I know actively uses red team/blue team debates to pressure test every big idea. The goal isn't for one side to win, it's to make the final decision stronger. Principle 3 is all about leverage. As an executive, your time and your decision-making capital are finite. So you have to ask yourself, what are the decisions that only I can make? These are the big ones, the ones that are irreversible or affect the entire enterprise. Focus your energy there. Everything else, push it down to your teams, but give them clear guardrails and principles to operate within. The India PSU case is a masterclass in this. Top leaders set the overarching principles for a massive shift, but they empowered regional leaders to figure out the execution. That creates both speed and real ownership. And our last two principles are all about disciplined execution. Principle 4 is treating your decision like an experiment. That means you define what success looks like ahead of time, and you identify the signals you'll watch to see if you're on track. Then, Principle 5 is all about communication. Once the decision is made, the leadership team must commit to it publicly. This builds confidence in the organization. You can and should review progress and debate adjustments behind closed doors, but to the outside world, you present a unified front. Okay, so a logical process is essential, but it's not enough. We're not robots making decisions in a vacuum. Decisions are always shaped by hidden forces, things like our own biases, organizational politics, and culture. We have to learn to see them and navigate them. You know, ambiguity is like pouring fuel on the fire of our own cognitive biases. When we're uncertain, our brains latch onto shortcuts. We fall into traps like confirmation bias, where we only see data that supports what we already believe. Or authority bias, where we give way too much weight to the most senior person in the room. The best leaders don't pretend they're immune to this. Instead, they proactively build checks and balances right into their process, like formally assigning a devil's advocate to counter these very predictable human tendencies. And of course, context matters. The way you make a decision has to be adapted to the cultural environment. In many European contexts, a consultative, consensus-building style is expected. In the US, there's often a greater emphasis on speed and decisive action. In India, showing respect for authority and maintaining relationships is paramount. The key is to adapt your style without compromising the core principles we've been talking about. And let's just be direct about this last one. Any significant decision made under ambiguity is going to redistribute resources, influence, and relevance. It will create winners and losers. That means politics aren't some annoying distraction from the real work. They are a fundamental part of the decision landscape you have to navigate. Anticipating those agendas and understanding the political currents is a required executive skill, period. So, we've covered the mindset, the principles, and the hidden forces. Let's wrap up by turning the focus back to you and your own personal journey to mastering this critical leadership capability. I want you to do a quick self-assessment right now. Be honest. How truly comfortable are you with making a call when not everyone agrees? In a tense meeting, do you consciously separate facts from assumptions? And when a decision doesn't pan out, do you see it as a failure to be hidden or a learning opportunity to be embraced? Your answers to these questions will tell you a lot about your readiness to lead through ambiguity. Because ultimately, this is what it all comes down to. The goal isn't perfection. It's not about having a crystal ball. Leadership in these moments is about having the courage to choose responsibly with what you know, the humility to learn fast from the results, and the wisdom to adjust your course as the landscape inevitably shifts. The way you make these tough calls, especially when the path isn't clear, directly shapes how your people see you. It forges your reputation. And that's actually the perfect bridge to our next chapter, where we'll explore how these decisions impact your most valuable asset, your ethics, trust, and credibility as a leader. I'll see you there.
Welcome back to our Corporate Transformation Master Program. Today we are tackling Chapter 7, and folks, this is a big one. We're going to dive deep into the assets that, while they might be invisible on a balance sheet, literally make or break any transformation: ethics, trust, and credibility. And let's be really clear from the get-go. These are not soft skills. They are hard-edged, strategic imperatives that create real, tangible value.
So just to remind everyone where we are, we're still in Module 1, which is all about forging that essential leadership mindset for navigating change. And I want to be crystal clear here. This chapter is the absolute cornerstone of that entire mindset. Every single framework, every strategy we talk about later on, it's all going to stand or fall based on the foundation we build right here today.
You know, this quote just gets to the very heart of what we're talking about. As leaders, sure, our position gives us authority, but transformation doesn't run on authority. It runs on the choice that people make every single day to follow you into what is often a very uncertain future. And that choice, it isn't commanded, it's earned.
And this slide just illustrates that difference perfectly. Authority, at best, gets you compliance. People will check the boxes, they'll do the bare minimum. But trust is what unlocks deep commitment. It's what gets you that discretionary effort, that innovation, that resilience when things get tough. One is fragile, needs constant watching. The other is robust and actually sustains itself.
All right, so here's our game plan for this explainer. We're going to start by reframing trust as the real currency of change. Then we'll dissect it. What is it actually made of? From there, we'll put these ideas under pressure in some real-world situations, give you a practical playbook, and then wrap up by helping you calibrate your own ethical compass. Let's get into it.
So, first things first, we have to completely rethink how we view leadership assets. It's not about the power your title gives you. It's about the trust your behavior earns. That trust, that is the currency you spend to get anything meaningful done during a transformation.
And when that currency runs out, believe me, the results are catastrophic. Just look at this case from a major U.S. bank during a restructuring. Their decisions seemed to come out of nowhere. Leaders were dodging all the tough questions, and nobody understood the criteria for layoffs. The result? A complete trust vacuum. And in that vacuum, your best talent leaves, information gets hidden, and the whole initiative just crumbles. It's a perfect example of how positional power might let you move boxes on an org chart, but it will utterly fail to transform a business.
So if trust is so incredibly critical, what's it actually made of? Well, it's not some vague, fuzzy feeling. It can actually be broken down into 3 distinct, measurable, and, most importantly, actionable components.
Now, what's so powerful about this slide is that it gives us a diagnostic tool. Your people, whether they realize it or not, are constantly asking these 3 questions about you. First, competence. Can you actually do this? Do you have the skills to lead us through this? Second, integrity. Are your words and actions aligned? Will you do what you say you'll do? And finally, benevolence. Do you genuinely care about us, or is this all about you? A failure in just one of these completely shatters the entire structure.
Leaders almost never set out to destroy trust. It's more like death by 1,000 cuts. It gets eroded by these small, everyday actions. Take this IT firm, for example. The leadership team promised no layoffs, but then a series of silent exits started happening. That one gap between their words and reality created a massive credibility problem. How could anyone possibly trust their promises on the next big initiative? It's these small fractures that can end up shattering the foundation for all future change.
And ultimately, all these dimensions of trust, they build or they break your credibility. And credibility isn't about being perfect. It's not about always having the right answer. It's about being consistent, being honest about what you don't know, and taking responsibility when things go sideways.
Change creates a crucible. The high stakes, the pressure, the competing interests. This is where a leader's character is truly tested and revealed. So let's look at some of the tough ethical calls that leaders will inevitably have to make.
Okay, here's a classic one. Every single leader faces this during a transformation. If you share too little, I guarantee you that information vacuum will be filled with fear and rumors. But if you share too much, too soon, you risk causing widespread panic. So, when the pressure's on, where do you draw that ethical line?
The ethical path here isn't about total silence or just dumping all the information out there. It's a disciplined commitment. It's about sharing what people need to know to do their jobs and understand the big picture, avoiding speculation, and, this is the key part, committing to a regular rhythm of updates, even if that update is, hey, we don't have any new information just yet.
Now, it's so important to get this. While the principles of trust are universal, how they're applied can be very different depending on the culture. In many parts of Europe, for instance, with their strong social contracts and works councils, the fairness of the process can be even more important than the outcome itself. Engaging early isn't just a nice thing to do, It's a fundamental requirement for maintaining credibility.
In the U.S. context, on the other hand, you often see a much stronger focus on performance, shareholder value, and clear individual accountability. So ethical leadership here demands incredibly consistent messaging and transparent governance structures that can really hold up under a microscope.
And if we look at a context like India, trust is often more personal, more relationship-based, tied directly to the leader. Hierarchical respect is high, which means the visible integrity and fairness of that leader are absolutely critical. Even a hint of favoritism can be devastating to their credibility. Okay, so understanding the theory is one thing, but applying it when the pressure's on, that's another thing entirely. So let's move from the what to the how, with a practical playbook for building and, when necessary, repairing trust.
Look, let's be real. In any major transformation, trust is going to get damaged at some point. It's almost inevitable. What defines your leadership is how you respond. This 5-step process shows that rebuilding happens through consistent action over time. An apology is just the price of admission. The real work starts right after.
Building trust proactively isn't about big, grand gestures. It's all about disciplined, consistent practices. Things like keeping a log of key decisions and why you made them, holding truly open Q&A sessions where you don't dodge the hard questions, and visibly taking the hit when things go wrong. These are the small actions that compound into massive trust over time.
All right, we've covered the strategy, the anatomy, and the playbook for trust. Now we get to the most important part of all, calibrating your own ethical compass. This is where all the theory meets your personal leadership practice.
I genuinely want to encourage you to pause after this and really think about these questions. Your honest answers, just for yourself, are probably the single best predictor of your transformation's success. And pay close attention to that last one. Do people feel safe enough to tell you the truth, or have you accidentally taught them to only tell you what you want to hear?
So let's boil all this down to the core strategic insights. Ethical leadership is not a compliance issue. It's not a nice to have. It is a performance accelerator. It literally reduces friction, it increases the speed of change, and it dramatically improves the quality of your outcomes.
And if you only take one single thing away from our time today, let it be this. Your people are resilient, they can handle bad news, they can handle tough decisions. What they cannot and will not handle is being lied to or being treated with disrespect. That right there is the bedrock of it all.
In our next chapter, we're going to take every single concept we've talked about today and apply it to a real-world case study of a failed transformation. We're going to dissect exactly how a collapse in ethics and trust led directly to strategic failure. I'll see you there.
Welcome back to Durga Analytics Leadership and Change Management Master Program. We're about to wrap up Module 1, Leadership in a Changing World, with what might be the most important chapter yet. This is Chapter 8, and we're doing a full post-mortem on a transformation that failed spectacularly. Now, this isn't just a scary story. Think of it as a flight simulator for leadership. We're going to study the crash so you can recognize the warning signs and avoid them in your own organization. Let's dive in.
1.4 billion euros. Let that number sink in for a second. That's the amount of money that was poured into a massive transformation called Aquila Next. We're talking about a huge strategic bet designed to completely future-proof a global company. This isn't just a budget line item. It's a massive vote of confidence from the board, from shareholders, a declaration of trust and a vision for the future. The stakes honestly don't get much higher. And right here, this is the core puzzle of this whole story. You've got all the money you could ever need. The strategy documents, flawless. The vision, inspiring. Seriously, you could have put this plan in a textbook as a perfect example of how to launch a transformation. And yet, it completely, totally, catastrophically failed. It just imploded. So that's the billion-euro question, isn't it?
How does a perfectly planned, incredibly well-funded project, led by smart, experienced executives, go so completely off the rails? I'll give you a hint. The answers we're going to uncover have very little to do with the technology or the market or the budget. Nope. The answers are almost always found in what the leaders did, and, more importantly, what they failed to do. All right, so let's set the scene. The company, the Aquila Group, was a titan in its industry, a real global powerhouse, super successful. But to stay on top, they launched Aquila Next. This wasn't some small project. It was a game-changing plan to go digital, build a whole new platform business model, and create this amazing culture of innovation. The vision was sharp, the strategy was solid, the blueprint looked absolutely perfect. I mean, just look at this checklist. It's a work of art. They got the board's official blessing, they had clear money targets, they held these big, splashy global town halls with slick presentations, they even brought in the best of the best consulting firms. From the C-suite's point of view, they had checked every single box. But here's the kicker. That very perfection was a trap. It created this dangerous illusion that everything was going great, hiding the huge problems that were already starting to bubble up right under the surface. And that brings us to the first major crack in the foundation, this illusion of alignment. This is where it all started to go wrong, but the crazy part is, the leadership team had no idea. They were completely misreading the signals coming from their own organization, right from day one. Get this. This is a direct quote from an executive memo during those early days. "We have alignment. The organization understands the urgency. They actually believed this. Their confidence was through the roof. But it was a confidence built on a complete misunderstanding of what was really happening on the ground. It was built on wishful thinking." This chart just lays the disconnect bare. Leadership heard silence in meetings and thought, great, everyone's on board. But the reality? It was a silence driven by fear. They saw head nods and thought, excellent, they get the plan. In reality, people were whispering in the hallways, full of skepticism. They saw a lack of questions as agreement. What was really happening was a wait-and-see game. The key lesson here, and it's a huge one, is that silence is not alignment. It's often a giant red flag that people don't feel safe enough to speak up. How many of us have fallen into that same trap? So, because they completely misread the room, they walked right into their next fatal error. They started to delegate the change. They treated this massive company-altering transformation like it was just another project to be managed by someone else, instead of the core of their job as leaders. You know, it's a common move when leaders get uncomfortable with how messy and unpredictable real change is. This creates something we call the ownership illusion. They set up a special transformation office, they hired project managers, and then the senior leaders went back to their day jobs. The transformation became someone else's job. It's like the captain of a ship pointing the vessel toward a storm, handing the wheel to a junior officer, and then going back to his cabin for a nap. When you delegate the work of change, you're giving away ownership of your company's future. You just can't do that. And this delegation led to a huge mismatch. The problem they were facing was adaptive. It was all about changing culture, shifting mindsets, dealing with ambiguity, messy human stuff. You can't solve that with a simple blueprint. But their response was purely technical. They issued top-down orders, set rigid timelines, and made all the decisions from a central command post. They were trying to solve a complex psychological problem like it was a simple engineering one. Wrong tool for the job. And the consequences? They were as devastating as they were predictable. Sure, they got people to go through the motions, compliance, but there was zero real commitment. A whole shadow organization popped up, with people creating their own secret workarounds just to get things done. In their offices in India and the US, a kind of quiet non-compliance took hold, because the rigid plan from headquarters just didn't work in their world. And the absolute worst part? The high performers, the innovators, they started leaving in droves.
Innovation just ground to a halt. We've now reached the point of no return, the moment where all the damage became irreversible. This is the story of how leadership credibility completely collapsed. Their actions didn't just cause a bit of confusion. They systematically tore down the trust that you absolutely have to have for any change to succeed. So, how did they torch all that trust? It happened in 3 stages. First, they totally mishandled uncertainty. The market was getting shaky, but their message was all everything is awesome, full steam ahead. It just didn't feel real to people. Second, they got hit with decision paralysis. A super important platform decision was delayed for 14 months. All the momentum just died. And third, they took an ethical shortcut. They told everyone, don't worry, no major disruptions, when they knew perfectly well that big, painful impacts were coming. It was a flat-out deception. And this quote, this one from an employee, says it all. They knew before they told us, we were managed, not respected. Just think about that. That feeling of being managed, manipulated, instead of being led and respected. It's a punch to the gut. Once your people feel that way, it's over. Trust is gone, psychological safety is gone, the transformation was officially dead in the water. So, after the whole thing inevitably fell apart, the board brought in investigators to figure out what happened. The final verdict was crystal clear, and it holds a lesson for every single one of us in this program. So, let's be really clear about what didn't cause this disaster. It wasn't the technology failing, it wasn't a lack of money, they had plenty. It wasn't because they didn't have talented people, and you can't just blame it on the market. These are the easy excuses, the scapegoats leaders love to use. But in this case, they just weren't the real reasons. So what was it? The investigation pinpointed 7 specific connected leadership failures. 1. Leaders went missing in action when everything's gotten comfortable. 2. Their mindset was rigid, they couldn't adapt. 3. They used the wrong leadership style, command and control for a problem that needed collaboration. 4. They handled uncertainty poorly. 5. Their decision-making was weak. 6. They took ethical shortcuts. And 7. The end result of all of that? A total and complete erosion of trust. And that all leads to this final, brutal conclusion. The organization itself didn't fail. The people were capable. They were ready. The real failure was the leadership team. They demanded that everyone else in the company transform, but they were unable or maybe unwilling to transform themselves. And that, my friends, is a recipe for disaster every single time. Okay, so we've torn this case study apart. Now let's turn the camera around. Let's make this about you and your organization. The point here isn't to make anyone feel bad. It's to build our pattern recognition skills so we can spot these traps before we fall into them. So let's take a minute for some really honest reflection. First question for you to think about. Right now, in your organization, where is silence being mistaken for agreement? Think about that last big all-hands meeting or project kickoff. When the room went quiet, did you assume, great, everyone's on board? Or did you have the guts to ask the hard questions and find out what people were really thinking? All right, question number 2. Who really owns change on your teams? Is it front and center on your agenda every single day, or has it been handed off to a program office? Be brutally honest with yourself here. Is it your problem, or has it become someone else's job? And finally, the big one. What trust debt is your organization carrying from the past? Think of trust like a bank account. Every broken promise, every bit of bad communication is a withdrawal. Is your organization's trust account overdrawn right now? Because if it is, that debt is going to make your next big move almost impossible. I'm going to leave you with this final thought. Look, failure is going to happen sometimes, especially with complex change. That's almost a given. But learning from that failure, that's a choice. Every single failure is a priceless case study, but only if leaders have the courage to actually open it up, look at the ugly parts, and learn the lessons. This case has been a masterclass in why leadership is the absolute #1 factor in any transformation. So now that we've seen what failure looks like up close, it's time to pivot from the why to the how. We're moving into Module 2, and we're going to translate these tough lessons into a practical, structured toolkit. So join us for Chapter 9, where we'll kick things off by defining what exactly is change management. The real work starts now. I'll see you there.
All right, welcome back to the Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program. We've just wrapped up Module 1, Leadership in a Changing World, which really set the stage. Now we're diving into Module 2, Foundations of Change Management. And we are kicking things off with a big one, a topic that is so often misunderstood but is absolutely vital. Chapter 9, What is Change Management?
So let's just start right there. I want to ask you a direct question. As a leader, what do you think change management really is? Because honestly, your answer to that, your gut level belief, it shapes everything. It's going to dictate your actions, where you put your money, and frankly, whether your biggest projects succeed or just fizzle out.
You know, most leaders I talk to tend to see it through one of these lenses. They'll say, oh yeah, that's comms and training, or that's something HR or the project management office takes care of. Some see it as this kind of soft, fluffy thing you sprinkle on top of the real work. But here's the thing. These aren't just simple mistakes. They are strategically dangerous assumptions. And today, we're going to tear these ideas down, because if you treat change management as anything less than a core leadership discipline, you're setting yourself up for failure.
Okay, so let's get a new definition on the table, an executive-level definition. Change management is not about just writing emails or scheduling training sessions. It is a disciplined approach, and I mean disciplined, that is laser-focused on one thing: making sure your people actually adopt the new behaviors, the new ways of working, the new mindsets that you need to get the business results you're after. See, the value isn't in the activity. It's all about the adoption.
And this brings up a distinction that trips up so many companies. You've got project management, right? Their job is to deliver the outputs, the new software, the new org chart, on time, on budget. That's their focus. But change management, our job is to drive the outcomes. We do that by making sure people actually use the things the project team built.
And this quote just says it all, doesn't it? This is the core of the problem. You know, I saw this play out perfectly at a company doing a massive ERP implementation. The project team was brilliant. They delivered a flawless system, on time, even under budget. Everybody was high-fiving. Success, right? Well, 6 months later, you know what people were using? Their old, familiar spreadsheets. The project was a success, but the transformation was a total expensive failure. Why? Because the people didn't change.
So, how do we stop this from happening? How do we build the business case to do this right? Well, it all starts with a mindset shift. We have to stop thinking of change management as some line item cost we have to bear. We need to see it for what it is, a strategic investment. It's a force multiplier that amplifies the value of your entire transformation.
Let's look at a real-world example. There was a major European bank going through a huge core modernization project, a really big deal. They made a conscious, strategic call to invest about 12%, not 1 or 2, but 12% of their total budget specifically on the discipline of managing the human side of this shift. So what did they get for that 12%? The results were just staggering. Over 80% adoption of the new systems, their union relations were stable, there was minimal chaos after the launch. Now, let's compare that to their competitors, who kind of treated change as an afterthought, tossing maybe 3% of the budget at it. Those banks were just hammered by delays, employee resistance, and incredibly costly rework. The return on investment here isn't just clear, it's a slam dunk. This really proves that ignoring the people side isn't a soft problem. It creates hard, measurable business risk. When you have low adoption, you just threw your ROI at the window. People create workarounds, which introduces all kinds of operational risk. Productivity tanks, Your best people get fed up and leave, and your own reputation as a leader who can deliver, that takes a major hit. Make no mistake, people risk is business risk. Think about a massive public sector digitization project in India. They had a formal change management discipline in place, and it acted like an early warning system. It picked up on intense resistance from frontline workers way before it became a crisis. And instead of just pushing forward, leadership treated that resistance like critical data. They were able to adjust their training, tweak the rollout plan, and they protected service to the public. They avoided what would have been an absolute catastrophe.
And this leads us to a really common trap for strong leaders. They think that their personal energy and their vision is enough to make change happen. It's not. Look, as a leader, you provide the spark, the energy, the direction, the why. You build the trust. But change management, that provides the leverage. It's the engine, the structure, the tools, the measurement that takes your spark and turns it into a fire that can spread across the whole company.
So, what's your job in all this? What's your mandate? It is not to sit down and write the communication plan. Your job is to be the accountable executive who drives this. That means you have to actively and visibly sponsor it. You have to make user adoption a non-negotiable, top-tier priority. You've got to fund it properly. You have to make sure your reward systems actually reinforce the new way of working. And maybe most importantly, you have to role model the new behaviors yourself.
If there is one single thing I want you to walk away with today, it is this. The finish line is not the day this system goes live. That's just the starting pistol. You only begin to see the real value, the real return on your massive investment on the day that your people start working differently every single day, and it becomes the new normal. So, I'm going to leave you with a very direct question to take back to your teams. I want you to look at your biggest, most strategic projects and go beyond just the tech budget. Ask yourselves, how much are we really investing in the discipline of making sure our people actually change? Because your answer to that question will tell you your true odds of success. In our next session, we're going to build right on top of this foundation. In Chapter 10, we're going to break down the different types of organizational change you'll face. Everything from small, incremental tweaks to massive, full-scale transformations. And we'll talk about how you, as a leader, have to adapt your approach for each one. I'll see you then.
Welcome. In this explainer, we're going to master a critical leadership capability, correctly diagnosing the type of organizational change you're about to lead. And let me tell you, this isn't just theory. Getting this right is the absolute difference between success and a very predictable failure. So welcome back to the Corporate Transformation Master Program. Just to get our bearings, we are in Module 2, Foundations of Change Management. This is Chapter 10, and it's a real cornerstone concept. It builds on everything we've talked about and really sets the stage for all the execution frameworks to come. So let's dive in. You know, I hear this all the time from executives, this idea that change is change. It sounds pragmatic, right? But I'm telling you, it is one of the most dangerous and costly mindsets in business today. Treating a simple process update the same way you treat a massive digital transformation, that is a guaranteed recipe for failure.
Okay, so here's our game plan. First, we're going to unpack why this diagnosis is so high stakes. Then I'll give you a really clear diagnostic framework to use. We'll look at how to match your leadership style to each type of change, tackle the messy reality of overlap, and finally, I'll give you a practical executive playbook you can start using right away.
First things first, let's be crystal clear about the stakes here. This is not some academic exercise. Getting this diagnosis wrong has real, tangible, and very negative consequences for your business, for your people, and for your own credibility as a leader. See, when you misdiagnose, you inevitably apply the wrong tools. It's not simple. You might over-engineer a simple change and just burn everyone out, or you might completely undermanage a complex one, leading to total chaos. Risk is completely misjudged, resources get wasted, and honestly, you lose credibility. Your team sees you trying to use a hammer to fix a software bug, and they lose faith.
So, to avoid all that pain, you need a robust diagnostic toolkit. And this framework is exactly that. It's a clear, executive-level classification that helps you move from just guessing to a structured, defensible approach. So this is it. This is the central question for any leader standing at the beginning of a new initiative. What kind of change are you actually leading? You have to answer that before you decide how to lead it. And the answer lies in understanding 5 very distinct categories. And here they are: incremental, transitional, transformational, turnaround, and evolutionary. Now please, don't just see these as labels on a slide. Each one is dramatically different in its scope, its impact on your people, the risk involved, and most importantly, the level of leadership intensity and change management rigor it demands from you. Okay, now let's get really practical. The real skill here isn't just knowing these types exist, it's about matching your leadership style and your change management approach to the specific type you're dealing with. So, let's break each one down. First up is incremental change. Think Six Sigma projects, small quality improvements, maybe minor policy updates. These are small, continuous adjustments. They're predictable, they have low disruption. Your leadership here is much more managerial. You set clear targets and you manage performance. The key is don't overdo the change management because it'll just create unnecessary fatigue. Next, we have transitional change. This is all about moving from a known point A to another also known point B. Think about implementing a new ERP system, restructuring a department, or maybe relocating an office. It has a clear start and a very clear end. Yes, it's disruptive, but that future state is well defined. But here is the classic mistake leaders make. They manage the technical project perfectly, but they just assume people will adapt once the switch is flipped. That is a huge mistake. Transitional change absolutely requires structured communication, targeted training, and active management to get people from A to B successfully. Then we have the big one, transformational change. This is not about moving from A to B. This is about fundamentally reinventing what A and B even mean. We're talking about a true digital transformation, a major culture shift, or adopting an entirely new business model. The endpoint isn't clear from the beginning. Ambiguity is incredibly high, and it really strikes at the core identity of the organization. And this right here is the crucial leadership insight. You cannot command and control a transformation like it's a transitional project. It just doesn't work. It demands adaptive leadership. Your role shifts from being a project manager to being a chief navigator. You have to create the conditions for a journey of discovery, not dictate every single step. Turnaround or crisis change is a different beast altogether. This is when the organization's actual survival is on the line. We're talking financial distress, a massive regulatory threat, a true existential risk. Here, the urgency is extreme, and leadership has to be decisive, authoritative, and crystal clear. This is the one time for command and control. But, and this is a big but, it has an expiration date. And finally, there's evolutionary change. The absolute key here is that this isn't driven by an internal strategic choice. This is the outside world. New regulations like GDPR, disruptive technologies, major market shifts, forcing you to adapt. This isn't a one-off project. It's a permanent state of strategic adaptation. And this table brings it all together beautifully. This is your diagnostic cheat sheet. You can see right here how the required leadership mode shifts dramatically from managerial for those small incremental changes all the way to highly adaptive for the transformational ones. The best leaders aren't locked into one style. They deliberately flex their approach based on the context. Now, of course, in a large enterprise, things are rarely so neat and tidy. The reality is, you're almost never managing just one type of change at a time.
You're managing a complex portfolio where all these different types overlap, and that creates a whole new set of challenges. And this leads to a critical danger: change saturation. This is what happens when the sheer volume and complexity of all these initiatives just exceeds your organization's capacity to absorb it. When leaders try to apply a one-size-fits-all approach and ignore the cumulative fatigue on their people, failure isn't a risk, it's an inevitability. So let's bring all this home. Let's put it into a concrete, actionable playbook you can use with your leadership team to diagnose not just one project, but your entire change portfolio. Seriously, get your leadership team in a room and ask these questions. 1, what types of change are we actually running right now? Force the debate. Is this really transformational or is it just transitional? 2, hold up a mirror. Are we applying the right leadership style for each, or are we just defaulting to our command and control comfort zone? And 3, look for the evidence. What are the real signals of change fatigue in our organization, and are we actually listening to them? So if you take anything away from this chapter, let it be these points. All change is not the same. Your first and most important job is to diagnose it, because that diagnosis dictates your entire leadership approach. Remember, you're managing a portfolio, not just a series of projects. And the most important insight of all: diagnosis must come before action. Always. Okay, now that you have this powerful diagnostic framework, our next chapter is going to pressure test it on the 2 most commonly confused categories: change versus transformation. As you are about to see in Chapter 11, confusing these 2 is one of the single most expensive leadership mistakes you can possibly make. I'll see you there. Welcome back. We're continuing our 48-chapter journey through the Corporate Transformation Master Program. Today, we're in Module 2, digging into a really crucial topic from Chapter 11, the difference between change and transformation. Now, this might sound simple, but getting it wrong is one of the most expensive mistakes a leader can make. How many times have you heard this? Oh yeah, we're running a big change program. We say it all the time. It sounds completely harmless, right? But what I'm going to show you today is how that one simple, seemingly innocent sentence can actually set your entire initiative up for failure and do some real damage to your credibility as a leader. Look, this isn't just about semantics or, being a stickler for words. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of what you're actually asking your organization to do. It leads to a cascade of bad decisions that almost always ends in predictable and sometimes catastrophic failure. Okay, let's dive in and break down exactly why this happens. So here's our roadmap for this explainer. We'll start with the high cost of getting this wrong. Then we'll get super clear on the core difference. We'll look at the deeper dimensions, talk about the human cost, and finally, give you a practical litmus test you can use as a leader. Let's get to it. All right, first up, the high cost of confusion. Let's establish the stakes here. Because when a leader calls a massive transformation just another change initiative, the fallout isn't just theoretical, it's very, very real. See, when you put the wrong label on it, a whole chain reaction starts. You underinvest your own time because you think you can delegate it. You completely underestimate the shock waves it's going to send through your culture. You try to manage it with a simple project plan, which is like trying to navigate a hurricane with a rowboat. And the end result? Resistance goes through the roof, and your team's trust in you goes right out the window. The whole thing is set up to fail before you've even really begun. Okay, so how do we avoid that disaster? It all starts with being incredibly precise in our definitions. We need clear executive-level language to guide not just our words, but our actions and our investments. So let's start with change. Think of it like this. You've got a car. Change is about tuning up the engine, getting better tires, improving the gas mileage. You're optimizing the car you already have. You're making it better, faster, more efficient, but it is still fundamentally the same car. Now, transformation, that is a whole different beast. This is not about tuning up the car. This is about realizing you don't need a car anymore, you need a rocket ship. It means you're fundamentally redesigning the entire vehicle.
how it's powered, and maybe even where it's going. You're redefining who you are and what you do. Now this right here, this is the key. If you remember only one thing from this whole chapter, make it this sentence. Change is about doing things better. Transformation is about becoming something different. Seriously, burn this into your brain. It is the absolute foundation for every single strategic decision that has to follow.
Okay, so with that core distinction crystal clear, let's unpack this a bit more. How does this difference actually play out in the trenches across different parts of the business? This is the question that takes us from theory into a practical diagnostic tool, something you can start using with your own team the minute this explainer is done. This table really tells the story. Just look at the differences. Change is usually localized, right? In one department. Transformation, on the other hand, is enterprise-wide. The end state for change? You know where you're headed. For transformation, it's often emergent. The destination becomes clearer as you travel. And here's a big one, reversibility. You can usually walk back a change. Transformation? That's a one-way street, folks. It's mostly irreversible. And that difference has a massive impact on how you govern the work. For change, your standard project management playbook works fine. Milestones, budgets, deliverables. But for transformation, that's not nearly enough. You have to track the soft stuff, which is actually the hard stuff. Are people's behaviors actually changing? What are the cultural signals? Is leadership truly aligned? Is trust going up or down? I saw a large IT services firm in India nail all their financial metrics for transformation, but completely ignore the cultural signals, and they ended up with a catastrophic spike in attrition among their top talent. Now, let's focus on the human side of this, because it is by far the most overlooked and, frankly, the most dangerous aspect of a transformation. We're talking about its profound personal impact on your people. See, change might be stressful, but transformation feels like a fundamental threat to who you are at work. People's expertise, the thing they built their career on, suddenly feels worthless. Their status, their position in the social structure, it disappears. They literally don't know the rules of the game anymore. This is why resistance to transformation is so personal, so deep, and so emotional. It's not about being difficult, it's about a sense of loss. I think of a US bank that framed a massive transformation as a simple technology upgrade. Sounds pretty benign, right? But what it really meant was that people's skills were about to become obsolete, and their jobs were on the line. Once employees figured that out, the result wasn't just resistance. It was a catastrophic and lasting collapse of trust that poisoned the culture for years to come.
So the crucial question is, how do you, as the leader in the room, avoid these disasters? Well, it all boils down to one thing: your personal accountability. With a change initiative, you can often delegate it to a project management office or a functional leader. They can follow the plan. But transformation? Absolutely not. It cannot be delegated. It demands your visible, personal, and daily ownership. Your team is not watching the project plan. They are watching you. Your behavior is the primary tool for making this happen. So here is your diagnostic. Think about that big initiative on your plate right now. Does it alter your company's core identity? Will leaders, including you, have to behave differently for it to work? Are your old KPIs becoming useless? Is the resistance you're feeling more emotional than logical? And if you tried to reverse it, would it be almost impossible? If you're answering yes to most of these, you aren't leading a change program. You are leading a transformation, and you need to start acting like it today. And this right here is the ultimate litmus test. The final truth. Transformation is not something you do to your organization. It's something that must happen through you. If you as a senior leader are not personally changed by this initiative, if your mindset and behaviors are the same at the end, then I guarantee you it was not a transformation. So let's wrap this up. Understanding this distinction isn't some academic exercise. It is a core, non-negotiable leadership competency. Change improves what is. Transformation creates what will be. It's all about identity. And remember, if you manage a transformation like a simple change, all you're going to get is disruption and chaos, without any of the renewal on the other side. In our next chapter, we're going to build directly on this. We'll explore the popular change frameworks you've all heard of, like Kotter and ADKAR, and we'll critically examine how to apply them effectively, so they become powerful tools for your transformation, not just a simplistic checklist. See you then. Welcome to this session from Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program. Today, we're going to tackle a topic that is just a constant source of debate in boardrooms everywhere. And frankly, it's a critical tool for any leader who's trying to navigate significant change. We're talking about frameworks, and specifically, the two giants in the room, Kotter and ADKAR. So just to get our bearings, we are in Chapter 12. That puts us right in the heart of our second module, all about the foundations of change management. This is really where we start moving from the high-level theory into practical application. And trust me, understanding these tools is a huge piece of the puzzle if you want to execute change effectively. So let's dive right in. You know, this is the question I get all the time. Which one should we pick, Kotter or ADKAR? And on the surface, it seems like a perfectly logical question, right? You want to pick the best tool for the job. But I'm here to tell you it's actually the wrong question to be asking. It completely misses the point of what these frameworks are truly for. And this right here is the crucial point. A framework, it's an accelerator, it's a guide, it can be a fantastic diagnostic tool, but it is never, ever a substitute for your leadership. The success or failure of your transformation won't be decided by which framework you picked, but by how you, as a leader, actually show up and use it. So over the next few minutes, we're going to completely reframe this entire debate. We'll start by deconstructing why frameworks so often fail. Then we'll dive into the specific strengths of Kotter for that big systemic change and ADKAR for individual adoption. And then, this is the important part, we'll explore how to combine them with real strategic intent, all while remembering that your judgment is and always will be the ultimate framework. All right, let's start with the most common failure mode I see in big companies. It's this tendency to treat transformation not as this profound, necessary shift in behavior, but more like a compliance exercise. Just take a look at this list for a second. Does any of this feel a little too familiar? These are the classic traps. Leaders fall into them all the time. They treat it like a checklist. They delegate all the people stuff over to HR or the PMO, and then they stand back and wonder why nothing fundamentally changes. And this isn't just a theory. Let me give you a powerful example. I know a Fortune 500 firm that mandated Kotter's 8 steps for their enterprise-wide Agile transformation. The teams got really good, I mean experts, at creating artifacts and PowerPoint decks for every single step. They ticked every box. And yet, the underlying behaviors, the way decisions were made, the culture, it all stayed the same. The transformation failed, and it proved this equation with brutal, expensive honesty. So with that cautionary tale in mind, let's turn to Kotter. To use it right, we have to first understand what it was meant to do. You see, John Kotter wasn't trying to design a project plan. He was describing the necessary conditions you need for a large-scale, systemic movement to even be possible. This is the essential reframing you have to make. Think of Kotter's model as describing the physics of transformation. It's not a step-by-step instruction manual. It's a guide to creating the environment in which change can actually happen. It's all about the what and the why that absolutely must be in place. Now, we see the first 6 steps here, and yeah, they look sequential, but in reality, they're deeply interconnected. They overlap, they're iterative, but most importantly, look at those first 3, creating urgency, building a guiding coalition, and forming a strategic vision. These are non-negotiable, non-delegable leadership responsibilities. This is your job.
And this slide just perfectly illustrates the core failure mode. You cannot outsource the heart of leadership. When senior leaders expect middle managers to go sell a vision they had no part in creating, or to build a coalition without any real executive authority, well, the whole effort is doomed before it even starts. Kotter demands your presence, not just your signature on a project charter.
Okay, now let's shift our lens completely. If Kotter is about mobilizing the entire organization, the macro view, then ADKAR is about what's happening inside the mind of a single employee. We're going from the system to the individual, from the macro to the micro.
Its real power, its secret sauce, is as a diagnostic tool. When a change isn't being adopted by a specific person or a specific team, ADKAR gives you this incredible framework to understand why. It helps you pinpoint the exact barrier that's holding things up. Let's use a classic example. You're rolling out a new CRM system. Adoption is terrible. The knee-jerk reaction is always, we need more training. But if you use ADKAR, you might discover the problem isn't a lack of knowledge at all. The team knows how to use it. The problem is a lack of desire, maybe because the new system isn't aligned with their sales commissions. See? ADKAR helps you solve the right problem.
But, and this is a really important but, ADKAR has its limits. It is not an enterprise transformation tool on its own. It's absolutely brilliant at the individual and team level, but it can't solve those big, hairy, systemic problems of power, organizational politics, or deep-seated cultural norms that are fighting against the change.
And this brings us right to the key takeaway for this whole session. The most effective leaders, the ones who really succeed, don't see Kotter and ADKAR as an either-or choice. They see it as an and. They use them together, deliberately, to create a powerful 1-2 punch for driving change.
This table just lays it out so clearly, doesn't it? You've got Kotter for the big picture, the organizational level transformation, wrestling with the politics, shifting the culture. And then you have ADKAR for the individual, helping actual people adopt new ways of working. They are two sides of the same coin, answering two very different but equally vital questions.
So here's that strategy in action. I worked with a major European energy firm that used Kotter's principles to drive a massive strategic shift toward renewables. That got the executive team aligned and mobilized the whole organization. But at the same time, they used ADKAR with their frontline engineers and their plant operators to diagnose and solve the specific barriers to adopting new safety processes. The result? They achieved both strategic coherence at the top and real adoption on the ground. And all of this brings us to the final, and frankly, the most important point of all. No model, no fancy framework, no certification can ever replace your seasoned judgment as a leader. These are tools to guide your thinking, not algorithms to make your choices for you. So think of these as your personal rules of engagement for using any framework. This is what keeps you in the driver's seat. It ensures that you're focused on what actually matters, changing behaviors, not just creating a deck of slides that shows compliance. So let's make this personal for a second. I really want you to take a moment and reflect on this question inside your own organization. Are your change frameworks being used to empower thoughtful leadership, or are they being used as a crutch, a way to avoid the hard, messy human work of actually leading people through change? Seriously, ask yourself, do your leaders truly own creating urgency and building coalitions? Or is that stuff just outsourced? When you look at the reality on the ground, are people actually behaving differently? Or are they just using new templates for their PowerPoint slides? Your honest answer to that reveals your true change maturity, more than any certificate ever could. Let this be the thought I leave you with. The power is not in the tool itself. The power is in the leader who wields that tool with intent, with wisdom, and with courage. Your job as a leader is to create leverage, not more bureaucracy.
In our next chapter, we're going to build directly on this foundation. Now that you know how to think about the mechanisms of change, we're going to dive into the critical skill of stakeholder impact analysis. This is where we learn to really map out the political landscape of who's affected by a change and how. I will see you there.
Welcome. You ever wonder why so many big corporate changes fail, even when they have a really solid strategy? Well, it almost always comes down to one thing: people. In this explainer, we're diving deep into Chapter 13 of our Corporate Transformation Master Program to really get a handle on stakeholder impact analysis. Now, this isn't just some abstract concept. It's an absolutely critical executive skill, and we're going to break down exactly how to master it.
So just as a quick reminder, you're in our 48-chapter program, which is designed from the ground up to help you lead enterprise-wide transformation with clarity and, maybe most importantly, with real confidence.
We're currently in the thick of Module 2, building out those foundational skills you need for effective change leadership. And I want to be crystal clear. What we cover here in Chapter 13 is an absolute cornerstone of this entire foundation. So, let's get into it. All right, so here's our game plan. We'll kick things off by looking at why leaders so often get the people side of change wrong. Then, we're going to redefine what stakeholder impact actually means, introduce a really powerful 5-dimension framework, and then we'll turn all of that into a practical matrix you can use for strategy and action.
So let's start with the big question. Why do so many transformations just fizzle out? You know, it so often comes down to misjudging the human element. And believe me, this isn't some soft skill. In the world of transformation, this is a hard-nosed strategic imperative. This right here, this gets to the absolute heart of the matter. Failure, more often than not, it doesn't come from a bad strategy or some faulty tech. It comes from fundamentally underestimating the human reaction to change. This is the truth we have to get our heads around, and it's the one most leaders unfortunately miss. You know, we see this disconnect all the time. Leaders think, hey, we've been perfectly clear, we've been logical, but on the ground, resistance is just brewing. And why is that? Well, because resistance is never random. It is a direct and frankly a predictable response to a perceived loss, a loss that leadership either underestimated or, even worse, just ignored.
And these are the classic traps. Leaders look at the org chart and assume that's where all the influence lies. They assume that a logical business case is going to win everybody over, and they mistake a mass email for real engagement. And what's the result? They completely miss the most dangerous stakeholders, those quiet influencers and the overlooked middle managers who can silently but effectively derail the entire thing.
So, here's the pivot we have to make. We need to elevate this from being a simple checkbox exercise on some project plan to a core executive leadership skill. This is all about strategic insight, not just project management. Let's take a look at how. This definition is absolutely critical. We are shifting our focus from just mapping who the stakeholders are to deeply understanding the impact of the change on them. I mean, think about those key words: power, identity, workload, risk, incentives. This is about what the change actually does to people's professional lives, not just what they happen to think about it.
This slide just captures that mindset shift perfectly, doesn't it? It's not about their job titles. It's about getting inside their world and asking the real questions. What does this change mean for their influence, for their team's sense of self, for their personal risk? That's the strategic conversation we need to be having.
Okay, so now let's get really practical. We're going to break down this idea of impact into 5 distinct, measurable dimensions. This is the framework you can literally take back to your office and use right away to make sense of the human dynamics in your own organization. First up, power impact. People will fight to keep their influence. It's just a fact. I once saw a team of middle managers in the EU resist an agile transformation. Now, Agile is all about empowering teams, right? But these managers resisted, not because they didn't get it, but because it decentralized decision-making and literally took away their formal approval authority. Their resistance was a direct, totally predictable response to a loss of power.
Second, and this one is just as powerful, is identity impact. I mean, people build their entire careers on their expertise. So when a change comes along that feels like it's undermining all that hard-won experience, they're going to fight back. Think about those senior technicians in India. They weren't against technology itself. They resisted the AI because it threatened their very identity as the go-to experts, the people who had all the answers.
Third, workload impact. And please don't forget this one. You can have people who absolutely love the idea of a change, but if the implementation just buries them in extra work, their support is going to quickly turn into burnout and resentment. You see, support in theory is completely useless if people can't actually handle the reality of the workload.
Fourth on our list is risk impact. You've really got to put yourself in their shoes here. For a lot of people, it's not about the company's potential upside. It's all about their own personal potential downside. Think about those compliance managers at the bank. For them, supporting some risky innovation that might fail, well, that wasn't a bold move. It was a potential career killer. And, not surprisingly, they acted accordingly.
And finally, we have incentive impact. This is where so many great change initiatives go to die a slow, quiet death. You can talk about collaboration and teamwork all day long, but if you're still rewarding old, individualistic behaviors in your performance reviews, I guarantee you nothing is going to change. Just remember this: what gets rewarded gets done. Period. Okay, so we've got our 5 dimensions. Now, let's turn this analysis into a powerful tool that's going to help you focus your most precious resource, your leadership attention, exactly where it matters most.
Think of this matrix as your strategic roadmap. Look at the top right: high impact, high influence. These are your VIPs. They get your direct personal attention, no exceptions. But, and this is so important, don't forget the top left, the folks who are highly impacted but have low influence. These people are emotionally vulnerable. They need your protection and reassurance to prevent morale from completely collapsing. This matrix tells you precisely where to invest your time and your energy.
At the end of the day, analysis without action is just pointless documentation. So let's connect this matrix directly to a tailored leadership strategy, because when it comes to people, one size definitely does not fit all. Your strategy has to be surgical. That high-power stakeholder who's facing a big loss of status or identity, yeah, they need your personal, one-on-one attention, not some generic email blast. And that low-power group that's feeling the pain of extra workload, they need to see you protecting them, showing them that you've got their back. And for the blockers, don't just fight their behavior. Use your analysis to figure out what's really driving their resistance and go address that root cause.
So let's make this real for you. Right now, I want you to think about your current transformation. Who really truly stands to lose power or influence? And don't just think of a department. Name the individuals. If you can, say their names out loud.
Okay, now think about your experts, your veterans, the people who built their entire careers on the old way of doing things. Whose hard-won experience and professional identity are you unintentionally devaluing with this change? And really think, what will that cost you in the long run? And finally, trust your gut. Which person or group is it that keeps you up at night? Don't ignore that feeling. That's your intuition flagging a risk. So now, dig deeper. Use the 5 dimensions we've just discussed to really figure out why you're feeling that friction, and then go do something about it.
So, here's the bottom line from today's chapter. It's time to stop broadcasting generic messages to your people and start strategically engaging with them. You have to understand the specific impact your change is having on their world and then tailor your approach accordingly. Now, in Chapter 14, we're going to build on this foundation and look at how to assess your organization's genuine readiness for change. I'll see you there.
Welcome to this session of our Corporate Transformation Master Program. Today we are tackling a subject that is absolutely fundamental, a diagnostic step that can literally make or break any major initiative you launch, the Change Readiness Assessment. All right, welcome back. So we're in Module 2, really laying the groundwork for effective change management. This is Chapter 14, and it's a critical pivot point for us. We're shifting from the what of the change strategy to the who and how of its execution. This is where the brilliant ideas on a PowerPoint slide meet the messy, complex reality of an organization. And honestly, this is where most transformations either take flight or completely fall apart. So let's picture the scene. You're in a boardroom, a major transformation is on the table, and this is the question that everyone's focused on, right? Is this the right strategy? Have we pressure tested the business case? It feels like the most important, the most responsible question to be asking.
But here's the thing. It's not the most decisive question. The real game changer, the question that truly predicts whether you'll succeed or fail, is this one. Is our organization actually ready to absorb this change right now? You have to think about it. An average strategy launched into a highly ready organization will beat a brilliant strategy launched into an unprepared one almost every single time. Readiness isn't just a nice to have. It dictates your timing, and in change, timing is everything. So when we talk about readiness, what do we really mean? Look, it's not about how excited people are or getting a high score on an engagement survey. The real executive definition is all about capacity. It's the organization's current ability to take on new things, emotionally, culturally, operationally, and from a leadership standpoint, without, completely breaking down. It's about being able to absorb the impact, not just agreeing that it's a good idea. Okay, so if we're going to measure this capacity, we need a solid diagnostic tool. So we're going to use a framework that breaks readiness down into 5 absolutely critical dimensions. Think of these as the vital signs you'd check on a patient before they go into major surgery. You wouldn't skip them, right? First up, and without a doubt the most important, is leadership readiness. This is ground zero. And we're not just asking if they all nod their heads in the meeting. We're asking, are they genuinely aligned, even when no one's watching? Are they ready to walk the talk and visibly model the new behaviors? And maybe most importantly, do they have the emotional toughness to handle the pushback that is absolutely going to come? The case point here is just perfect. At a big European bank, the leadership team put on a great show of unity in public, but behind the scenes, they were in total conflict. And guess what? The organization felt those mixed signals instantly. Adoption just stalled. Bottom line, if your leaders aren't ready, you might as well pack it up. Next, let's talk about cultural readiness. You can think of your culture as the soil. Your change initiative is the seed. And if the soil isn't fertile, it doesn't matter how great the seed is. It's just not going to grow. So ask yourself, does our culture actually encourage people to try new things? What happens when somebody fails? Is it treated as a learning opportunity, or is it a black mark on their career? And can people tell the truth to power without fear? Take this digital innovation program in India. The vision was fantastic, but the culture had a zero-tolerance policy for mistakes. The result? Total paralysis. No one was willing to take a risk, so innovation died on the vine. Now, before we hit the next dimension, I want you to just pause and really let this quote sink in. This is such a profound shift in mindset for any leader. It's not that people resist change itself, it's that they resist being overloaded. More often than not, what looks like resistance is actually just a symptom of pure exhaustion. And that flows perfectly into our third dimension, capacity and fatigue. Seriously? Take a look around. How many other initiatives are already running? Are people just plain tired? And here's the killer question, the one most leaders avoid. What are you stopping to make room for this new thing? The U.S. healthcare example is a classic case study in this.
They piled a massive digital transformation on top of new compliance regulations and a cost-cutting program. The result wasn't synergy, it was burnout, a huge spike in medical errors, and an organization that was completely saturated with change. Fourth on our list is capability readiness, and this is all about skills, not just having the right tools. It's so easy to go out and buy a shiny new piece of technology. It's much, much harder to build the skills your people need to actually use it well. Do your people have the know-how? And just as important, are your managers ready to coach their teams through that learning curve? This European manufacturer learned this lesson the hard way. They bought a state-of-the-art system, so their tech readiness was high, but they completely underinvested in training, so their skill readiness was low. And the result? Tons of rework, massive frustration, and huge delays. And finally, our fifth dimension is trust and credibility. This is like the emotional bank account of your organization. Do people actually believe that leadership has their best interests at heart? What has recent history taught them about the promises leaders make? At this IT firm in India, a really smart, strategically sound initiative was basically dead on arrival. Why? Because the memory of past broken promises had built up this wall of skepticism that was just impossible to break through. The key takeaway here is this. Trust is a prerequisite for change, not a byproduct you hope to get at the end. Okay, so we know the 5 dimensions, but how in the world do you actually measure them? Let's shift gears from the what to the how. Let's look at the practical ways you can read the vital signs of readiness inside your organization. You've really got 2 types of signals to look for. Over on the left, you have the quantitative ones. These are the numbers you see on your HR dashboards, turnover rates, engagement scores, things like that. They tell you what is happening. But on the right, you've got the qualitative signals. This is the stuff that's harder to measure, but you can absolutely feel it. It's the cynicism you hear in the hallways. It's that passive arms-crossed compliance in meetings. It's a general culture of risk avoidance. Relying only on your dashboards is like trying to fly a 747 by only looking at the altitude gauge. You're missing all the crucial human data. So, how do you get that rich, qualitative data without creating a ton of bureaucracy? Well, here are 5 high-impact, low-effort tools. First, hold real alignment sessions designed to surface disagreement, not just to click through a presentation. Second, go on listening tours with your middle managers. I promise you, they know what's really going on. Third, create a visual change load map so everyone can see just how much is on people's plates. And number 4 is huge. Hold pulse interviews, not just anonymous surveys. A 15-minute conversation will tell you more than a 50-question survey ever will. A U.S. tech CEO did exactly this, held about 30 of these interviews, and it helped him spot fatigue so early he was able to resequence the rollout and avoid a massive backlash. All right, now we come to the toughest leadership scenario imaginable. What do you do when the business case is screaming, we need to change and we need to do it now? But your assessment shows that the organization is just not ready. This is where real change leadership is earned. This is your playbook. You don't just put your foot on the gas and push harder. You get smarter. You narrow the scope to the absolute non-negotiable essentials. You phase the rollout, maybe starting with a pilot group where readiness is highest. You, as a leader, have to become dramatically more visible. You have to find the courage to pause other, less important initiatives to free up some bandwidth. And you actively invest time and energy into repairing trust. See, these aren't delays. They're sophisticated maneuvers that help you succeed when the odds are stacked against you. Now, let's be absolutely crystal clear about what's at stake here. Understanding readiness isn't some academic exercise. Getting it wrong, misdiagnosing it, or even worse, just ignoring it, has severe and incredibly predictable consequences. When you push ahead into an unready organization, you're not accelerating change. You're pretty much guaranteeing these outcomes. Resistance will go from quiet whispers to outright sabotage. Productivity will take a nosedive. Your best people, the ones who have other options, they'll be the first ones out the door. Your personal credibility as a leader will be shot. And you'll create this deep, lingering change fatigue that makes the next transformation you try to lead even harder. Ignoring readiness is the very definition of going slow by trying to go fast.
So, to make all of this intensely practical, I want to leave you with an actionable tool, a simple checklist that you can run through before you give the green light to any significant change. Here they are, 5 questions you need to answer with brutal honesty. 1, are my leaders truly on the same page, not just giving lip service? 2, what are we stopping? If the answer is nothing, you've got a massive red flag. 3, where's the fatigue concentrated? Because it's never spread out evenly. 4, do my middle managers actually have the time and the skill to lead their people through this? And 5, right now, is our reservoir of trust getting deeper or shallower? These are the absolute non-negotiables. And that really brings us to the core insight of this entire chapter, all wrapped up in this one powerful quote. The mindset has to shift from asking for permission, can we start, to conducting a proactive risk assessment. What is going to break if we do this now? That is the question of a truly readiness-aware leader. Understanding readiness is the first essential step. The next is to actively build the leadership engine that will drive the change forward. And that is exactly where we're headed in Chapter 15, where we'll explore sponsorship and leadership alignment, and how you move from passive approval to the active, visible, and credible leadership that is required to see any transformation all the way through to the finish line. I look forward to seeing you there.
You know, when we look at any major corporate transformation, there's one single factor that, more than anything else, predicts if it's going to succeed or fail. And it's probably not what you think. It isn't your brilliant strategy, and it isn't your budget. It's all about sponsorship and leadership alignment. So let's break down what that really means, because this is the absolute engine of any successful change.
All right, welcome back to this deep dive from Durga Analytics. For everyone following along in our full 48-chapter corporate transformation program, we're deep into Module 2, really laying the foundations of change management. And today, in Chapter 15, we are hitting the one topic that honestly can make or completely break everything else that you're trying to do.
So let's just get right to the heart of it. You can have the most brilliant strategy, a massive budget, the best tech in the world. Forget all that for a second. Because all the research, all the real-world experience, it all points to one thing. The single greatest predictor of success is active, visible, and deeply aligned executive sponsorship. Everything, and I mean everything, is built on this foundation. And without it, the whole thing is going to crumble.
Okay, so let's dig into why we call this an imperative, and not just some corporate nice-to-have. The data is just, well, it's stark. The presence or absence of strong sponsorship literally creates 2 completely different realities, 2 different worlds, for any organization trying to change. Just look at this. It's like a tale of 2 companies, isn't it? With strong sponsorship on the left, things just work better. Adoption is higher, you get less pushback, and when you inevitably hit a rough patch, you recover way faster, and leadership's credibility actually goes up. But without it, well, you get the story we've all seen before. The project just kind of fizzles out. Execution gets messy. Then everyone throws their hands up and blames the culture. And of course, a year later, you're relaunching the exact same idea with a new fancy name. Sound familiar to anyone? So this leads us to a really critical disconnect, something I call the executive blind spot. It's this huge gap between what leaders think they're doing to sponsor a change and how their actions are actually being read by the rest of the organization. See, so many executives treat sponsorship like a checklist. Did I approve the funding? Check. Did I give the big kickoff speech? Check. Did I hand it off to the PMO? Check. But that's not it, not even close. True sponsorship is a behavior. It's a deep personal commitment. It's about being the one who actually pushes the change through the inevitable resistance. It's what you do, not what your title is.
And this slide, this just nails the disconnect. An executive is sitting there thinking, hey, I'm doing my part. I believe in this. I go to the meetings. I told everyone it's important. But your people, they're judging you by a completely different standard. They're watching to see what you do when things get tough. Do you show up when there's conflict? Do you actually get your hands dirty and remove obstacles for them? Do you change your own behavior first? In the end, your good intentions mean absolutely nothing. Your actions are everything.
Okay, so if it's all about behavior, you're probably asking, well, which behaviors matter most? That brings us to the three, and let me stress this, the three non-negotiable jobs of any effective sponsor.
Here they are: direction setter, obstacle remover, and role model. And let's be crystal clear, you can't delegate these, and it's not a buffet where you get to pick one. Real sponsorship means you are doing all three of these all the time consistently.
Let's look at role 1, direction setter. This is all about giving people clarity on the hard trade-offs. Take this example from a European ESG transformation. The CEO stood up and said, look, these ESG targets are happening, period. Even if it means our margins take a hit in the short term. And poof, that one decision just eliminated months of potential debate and waffling. That's what real direction looks like.
Now, role 2, obstacle remover. Your job here is to spend your political capital. In this U.S. Agile transformation, things were grinding to a halt because a powerful senior leader was just blocking everything. The CEO didn't send an email or delegate to HR. He stepped in directly and personally to clear the path. See, if sponsors don't remove obstacles, they're not strategic drivers. They're just symbolic figureheads.
And finally, role 3, role model. This one might be the most potent of all because your actions send the loudest message. At this digital bank in India, the CEO could have given a dozen town hall speeches, but you know what the most powerful message he sent was? He simply stopped asking his team for the old manual reports and started using the new digital dashboards himself. That single behavior change screamed, "This is real. This is how we work now."
Okay, now let's shift gears. Because even if you have one fantastic sponsor, the whole thing can still fall apart if their leadership team isn't truly aligned. And alignment, wow, it is so much more fragile than most leaders realize. So let me ask you a direct question. Think about your last big strategy offsite. Everybody in the leadership team nodded their heads, right? They all said, yes, we're on board. So you're aligned, right? The answer is almost always no. Agreement in a conference room is not the same thing as consistent, aligned behavior out in the real world. So, what are the warning signs? How do you spot this hidden misalignment? Well, start looking for these little fractures. Are different leaders using slightly different language to talk about the change? Are they sending mixed signals to their teams? What about that passive resistance, where a senior leader just doesn't enforce the new rules? Each one of these is a crack in the foundation, and enough cracks, the whole transformation will break.
This brings us to a really critical structural idea. Sponsorship can't just be one person at the top trying to hold up the weight of the world. For change to really take root, you have to build what we call a sponsorship spine.
Think of it in layers, just like a real spine. At the very top, you have the executive sponsor, providing that enterprise-wide authority. Then you need business sponsors, VPs, directors, who make it relevant for their specific departments. And then, so critically, you need local sponsors, the frontline managers and respected leaders who give the change credibility on the ground. And I can tell you, the most common point of failure is a gap right in the middle of that spine.
And this is exactly why it matters so much. Your middle managers are constantly running a seriousness test. They're trying to figure out, is this for real or is this just the flavor of the month? And they don't find the answer in a corporate email. They find it by watching you. They watch how you handle conflict. They watch who gets promoted. And if they sense even the slightest bit of misalignment at the top, they're going to hedge their bets, play it safe, and your change will stall right there.
Okay, we've gone through the theory. Now it's time to make this personal.
Let's turn the lens directly onto you. It's time for an honest, no-fluff sponsorship reality check.
So I want you to ask yourself these 5 questions and be brutally honest. 1. How much of my personal time is actually spent on this? 2. Have I, me personally, removed a major obstacle in the last 30 days? 3. What's one behavior I've publicly changed? 4. Where have I stepped into a conflict directly? And here's the ultimate acid test. If you went on a 6-week vacation, completely unplugged, would this change initiative survive? If the answer to that is an loud, immediate yes, then your sponsorship isn't strong enough yet.
So, if you take away only one thing, let it be this. It is so easy, so tempting to blame failed transformations on employee resistance or on our difficult culture. But that's a misdiagnosis. That's the easy way out. The truth is, transformation doesn't fail because people resist. It fails because leaders do not sponsor it with the sustained, visible, and decisive behavior it needs to succeed.
In our next chapter, we're going to take all of these principles, sponsorship, alignment, the 3 roles, and we're going to see how they work in the wild. We'll break down a real-world change management case study and see exactly how a leadership team used these very techniques to pull a high-risk project back from the brink and turn it into a huge success. You won't want to miss it. I'll see you there.
Welcome back to the Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program. We're now in Chapter 16, and let me tell you, this is where the rubber really meets the road. We are officially moving past the frameworks and the theories and diving headfirst into the real, messy world of executive decision-making with a fantastic case study.
So, just so we all know where we are, we're wrapping up Module 2, Foundations of Change Management. And you should really think of this case study as the final exam for this module. It's designed to pull everything together that we've talked about so far, diagnosing change, assessing readiness, and show you how it all clicks into place in a real high-stakes situation. And because of that, we're making a big shift here. We're moving from the what and the why to the how. We're going to tackle the one question that every single leader I've ever worked with eventually asks: what does good change management actually look like in the real world? From that initial launch all the way to the finish line, where those new behaviors become the new normal.
Okay, let's jump in. We are going to deconstruct the Orion Services Group, which is a composite case built from the lessons of several successful large-scale transformations. And I want to be crystal clear here. Our focus isn't going to be on the project plans or the Gantt charts. Nope. We're zeroing in on the specific leadership behaviors and the key strategic decisions that made all the difference.
First things first, we need to set the stage. To really get why Orion's story is so powerful, you have to understand the incredible pressure they were under. It's a scenario that I'm guessing many of you will find pretty uncomfortably familiar.
So Orion is this massive global company. We're talking about 60,000 employees, 18 billion euro in revenue. But their size had become a huge problem. They were bleeding profit from margin pressure, their operations were this tangled mess of different regional silos, and making even a simple decision just took forever. The goal was clear but absolutely massive: create one single globally integrated operating model. This wasn't just another project. It was a total rewiring of the entire company's DNA.
And here we have the first absolutely critical insight. Orion's leadership team got this right from day one. They understood they weren't dealing with a simple change, like a system update or a small process tweak. No, this was a transformation, and that meant power structures were going to shift, people's roles were going to be completely redesigned, and the very culture of the company had to change. Getting this distinction right at the beginning, well, that's step one in separating success from failure.
So what was the secret sauce here? Why did this succeed when so many other transformations just fizzle out and fail? Well, it all started with a fundamental shift in the leadership mindset. This was the fulcrum, the pivot point for the entire initiative.
Honestly, this slide right here might just be the most important one in this whole case study. Before a single action was taken,
The executive team sat down and had a brutally honest conversation that led to these 4 acknowledgments. First, they admitted it out loud. There will be winners and losers, no sugarcoating. Second, they decided that success wasn't a technical go live, it was genuine human adoption. Third, they looked in the mirror and said, our own behavior is the single biggest factor here. And fourth, and this is huge, they elevated change management from just a support function to a core strategic capability. That mental shift, right there, changed absolutely everything that came next.
Okay, so with that new mindset locked in, let's see how they put it into action. They started by diagnosing the real human risks and building a sponsorship structure that was just unbreakable. This became their blueprint for success.
So instead of just guessing, they did a really rigorous stakeholder impact analysis. And what did they find? They saw that power was going to shift away from local leaders. They knew that their longtime experts were going to feel a loss of identity, and they could see massive workload spikes coming down the road. But the most critical insight of all was pinpointing their highest risk group, middle managers in Europe and India. By naming that group, they could design targeted support right from the start, instead of just reacting to problems later on.
Next up, they did an honest-to-goodness change readiness assessment, and the results were really eye-opening. Now, the good news was that trust in leadership was high, and that's a huge asset to have. But alignment on the details, only so-so. But the real alarm bell, the thing that was flashing red, was capacity. It was dangerously low. That meant their people were already stretched to the limit, creating a perfect storm for burnout and ultimately failure.
And here's the crucial part. What did they do with that data? It didn't just sit in a report on a shelf. It led to an immediate, decisive executive action. They stopped 2 other low-value initiatives, and they pushed back some non-critical upgrades. They intentionally created breathing room before launching the big transformation. Think about that. They prevented overload-related failure before it even had a chance to start.
And this is what we mean by an active sponsorship spine. It was not just a name on an org chart. The group CEO was the visible, top-level sponsor who personally chaired the steering committee. The business unit heads, they were held accountable as local sponsors. And managers, they were given a new explicit role, to be change translators for their teams. This created a clear, unbroken chain of command and accountability all the way from the top to the front line.
Okay, so they've got the right diagnosis and this rock-solid sponsorship in place. So how did they actually execute? Well, Orion integrated their change management work across 5 deliberate parallel streams to really drive adoption on the ground.
Let's start with communication. They completely moved away from those generic, corporate-wide broadcast emails. Instead, every single piece of communication was tailored to a specific audience, and it always answered the one question that every employee really cares about. What does this mean for me, and what help am I going to get?
Next, they were obsessed with measuring what actually mattered. They threw out the vanity metrics, like how many people logged into the new system. That's useless. Instead, they focused on real business outcomes. Was decision cycle time actually getting shorter? Was the quality of how people use the system improving? Were people actually following the new processes? And, most importantly, were they seeing managers' behavior change in observable ways? These weren't fluffy HR metrics. These were core KPIs that the executive team reviewed. And this right here, this beautifully sums up their philosophy on pushback. When resistance popped up, which it always does, they didn't punish it, they didn't label people as difficult, they treated it as valuable diagnostic data. It was a signal for them to dig deeper, to get curious, and to understand the root cause, whether it was fear, a loss of control, or just misaligned incentives.
So, after all of this deliberate, disciplined, and very human-focused work, what was the payoff? Let's take a look at the results and see how this strategic approach created real, tangible business value that actually stuck.
First, the hard numbers that always get everyone's attention. A €220 million reduction in annual operating costs.
This was a direct bottom-line impact that delivered a massive return on their investment in doing this right.
Second, their adoption metrics proved that the change was truly taking hold, a process adoption rate of over 80%. Now that is the proof that the new ways of working weren't just being talked about in meetings, they were being lived out by people on the front lines every single day. And third, a 35% decrease in decision cycle time across the whole company. Remember, one of their biggest problems was being too slow. This metric proved that the organization had fundamentally become faster, more agile, and, at the end of the day, a lot more competitive.
This table just perfectly sums up the difference between success and failure, doesn't it? Failed projects treat change as someone else's problem. It gets delegated, the human impact is ignored, and resistance is treated like a problem to be squashed. Orion succeeded because leadership took absolute, total ownership. They embraced the human side of it, they were active and visible, and they treated resistance as valuable intelligence. That right there, that's the leadership delta.
So as we wrap up this case, I want you to bring this back to your own world and ask yourself this one really tough question. If your key executive sponsor walked out the door tomorrow, would your transformation keep going or would it just completely collapse? The honest answer to that question will tell you how deeply this change is really embedded in the DNA of your organization. In our next explainer, we're going to build directly on what we've learned from Orion. We saw how they treated resistance as data. Well, now we're going to dive deep into the psychology of that data. We'll explore the emotional and social drivers behind why people push back against change, giving you the tools you need to interpret those signals and respond effectively as a leader. All right, leaders, welcome back to the Corporate Transformation Master Program. Today, we are tackling one of the biggest, most misunderstood topics you will ever face. Chapter 17, Why People Resist Change. And let me be clear, this isn't some academic theory. This is about what's really happening on the ground during any major initiative. Getting this wrong is probably the #1 reason why transformations just completely fall apart. So just as a quick reminder of where we are on our journey together, we are right here. We're deep into Module 3, which is all about people dynamics. We've built the foundations, and now we're really getting to the heart of it all, understanding the human response to the massive changes we're trying to lead. Honestly, this chapter is a cornerstone for everything that comes next. So what's our game plan for today? Well, first, we're going to completely debunk a common myth about resistance that you hear in every boardroom. Then, we're going to reframe it, not as a problem, but as a critical signal you cannot afford to ignore. From there, we'll do a deep dive into the 4 primary sources of that signal, learn how to spot the clues, and then we'll land on the most important part: how your response as a leader is what truly defines the entire outcome. Okay, let's jump right in with a diagnosis that gets it wrong, right from the very beginning. It's a simple and, frankly, a convenient explanation for why projects stall, but it's a belief that almost guarantees failure before you've even really started. You've heard this a million times, right? It's the go-to line when things start to hit a wall. You hear it in executive meetings. You hear it in frustrated conversations in the hallway. But here's the thing. That statement isn't a diagnosis. It's an excuse. And it masks a much deeper, way more important reality. And here it is. This is the fundamental shift in thinking that you have to make. Resistance isn't some irrational defiance of progress. It is a deeply rational, predictable human response. People are not anti-change. They are anti-loss, they are anti-uncertainty, and they are fiercely, fiercely anti-unfairness. Getting this distinction is the first real step, the only first step toward leading change effectively. So, if resistance isn't just a character flaw in your employees, what is it? I want you to start thinking of it as data. It's valuable real-time feedback on the health and the viability of your change initiative. Your job isn't to crush resistance, it's to decode it. Look at this slide. It really lays out the 2 paths a leader can take.
If you see resistance as defiance, you'll try to escalate control, you'll break trust, and I can all but guarantee you will fail. But if you see it as information, as a gift, you can find the hidden flaws in your plan, you'll build credibility, and you will dramatically increase your chances of success. It's that simple. The choice of which path to take is entirely yours.
Now here's a truth that might sound a little counterintuitive at first. In a really large-scale transformation, the absence of resistance should worry you way more than its presence. You know what silence often means? It means people are either too scared to speak up or they've already checked out. Healthy resistance, when it's brought out into the open, tells you something vital. It's telling you your plan has a flaw, that you've overlooked a key fear, or maybe that your sponsors aren't really doing their job.
Okay, so if our job is to decode resistance, we're going to need a framework. So let's break it down into the 4 fundamental sources that drive pretty much all the resistance you will ever encounter in your organization.
The first and by far the most powerful driver is loss. Every single change, no matter how positive it is for the company as a whole, creates a personal sense of loss for someone. It could be a loss of status, loss of control over their work, or even the loss of identity that's tied to being an expert in the old way of doing things. The question running through everyone's head is, what am I losing here?
Let me make this real for you. I was involved in an Agile transformation in the EU. Leadership kept talking about speed and customer value. Sounds great, right? But the middle managers, they weren't hearing that. What they were experiencing was a direct loss of their authority and a totally unclear career path. Their resistance had nothing to do with agility. It was a completely rational response to a perceived threat to their professional standing, a loss that leadership never even bothered to acknowledge.
The second source is fear of the unknown. As leaders, we tend to live in the future state. We see the vision clearly. But for our teams, that same change just creates a thick fog of uncertainty. They're wondering, how is my performance going to be measured now? Who do I even report to anymore? Am I going to be any good at this new job? This ambiguity creates a ton of anxiety, and that anxiety drives defensive behaviors.
Here's a perfect case study. In a massive digital banking rollout in India, the frontline staff were constantly raising system issues and pointing out training gaps. But when the leaders finally dug a little deeper, they realized the technical objections were just a mask. The real driver was a deep-seated fear that their skills were about to become obsolete and a terror of making embarrassing mistakes with a new system right in front of customers.
Now, our third source is an emotional powder keg. Perceived injustice. Here's a rule of thumb. People will endure incredible difficulty if they feel the process is fair and that sacrifices are being shared. But the second they perceive that big decisions were made in secret or that the leaders are somehow exempt from the pain, well, that's when compliance turns into moral outrage.
Just look at this case from a U.S. company. They were going through a really difficult cost transformation. And believe it or not, the employees were on board with the necessary cuts. They got it. But that buy-in completely evaporated almost overnight when the company announced executive bonuses. The message was loud and clear. We sacrifice, you profit. The result wasn't just resistance, it was active sabotage-level disengagement, all fueled by this profound sense of unfairness.
And finally, the fourth source is sometimes the simplest. It's just fatigue and overload. Sometimes resistance has nothing to do with your specific project. It's a distress signal from an organization that has just hit its limit. When people are already exhausted, any new initiative, no matter how valuable, feels like an impossible burden. Their tank is just empty.
A great example of this comes from the EU healthcare sector. A hospital tried to roll out some new digital tools to improve efficiency. The clinicians resisted, and they resisted fiercely. Now, was it because they were anti-technology? Of course not. It was because they were completely burned out from the pandemic, from staffing shortages, from constant regulatory changes. Their resistance wasn't opposition. It was a cry of pure exhaustion.
Okay, so now we have a really good grasp on the why behind resistance. Let's shift gears to the what. How do you actually spot it in the wild?
Because let me tell you, it rarely walks into your office and announces, "Hello, I am resistance." It's usually a lot more subtle.
As you can see here, resistance is a bit of a chameleon. It can be passive, that dreaded silence in meetings where everyone nods along but then nothing happens. That's compliance without commitment. It can be disguised as technical objections, the system isn't ready, or an endless barrage of questions. It can also show up as cynicism and sarcasm, or as people just quietly going back to their old comfortable workflows.
And where does all of this tension and resistance often concentrate? Right at the epicenter, your middle managers. Think about it. They are in the absolute toughest position. They're getting pressure from executives above to deliver the change, and they're getting pressure from their teams below who are feeling all that loss and fear. 9 times out of 10, their resistance is a symptom of being neglected by leadership, not a sign of a bad attitude.
So, we've diagnosed the sources and we've learned how to spot the symptoms. Now we come to the most critical part of all of this. The outcome isn't determined by the resistance itself. It's determined by how you, the leader, respond to it. This is the moment where you either make or break the entire transformation. You basically have 2 choices. You can go down the path on the left, dismiss their concerns, just keep hammering on about the benefits, and maybe even threaten consequences. All that does is drive resistance underground where it gets even more toxic. Or you can choose the path on the right. You can explicitly acknowledge what people are losing. You can bring the so-called resistors into the process early, and above all, you protect their dignity. That is how you convert resistance into real, authentic engagement. All right, let's wrap this up with the key things you absolutely have to remember from this chapter. First, resistance is a predictable and, from the employee's point of view, a rational response. Second, loss is almost always the number one driver. Third, your unique company culture is what will shape how that resistance shows up. And finally, and this is the most critical part, your interpretation and your response are what will ultimately determine the success or failure of your change. So I'll leave you with this question to take back to your teams. Where in your organization right now are you just applying a label, saying, oh, they're just resistant, instead of doing the hard work of truly understanding the loss, the fear, or the injustice that's really driving that behavior? Answering that question honestly is your first real step toward leading change more effectively. And it sets us up perfectly for our next chapter, where we're going to explore the emotional curve of change to really understand the psychological journey your people go through, stage by stage. Welcome, leaders. Have you ever launched a change initiative that was perfectly logical, perfectly planned, and it just completely stalled? Well, the reason it failed probably had very little to do with your strategy and everything to do with something we often misread, the predictable, emotional roller coaster our teams go on. Today, we're going to unpack a really powerful tool to help you navigate it, the emotional curve of change. All right, we're currently in Module 3 of our Corporate Transformation Program, which is all about managing resistance and people dynamics. In today's session, Chapter 18 is absolutely central to that. This isn't just theory, this is a critical diagnostic tool. It's all about seeing the human side of change not as an obstacle, but as a predictable journey that you as a leader can guide with real precision and empathy. You know, this quote right here really gets to the heart of it. So many good strategies fail for this exact reason. Leaders misread the emotional journey. It's not about building a better PowerPoint deck with more logic. It's about developing better empathy and better foresight. And that's exactly the challenge we're going to tackle today. So let's talk about the decisive variable. In any big change, the single most decisive and, honestly, the most overlooked variable is emotion. We're all trained to manage strategy, operations, capital, but mastering this emotional landscape, that's what really separates the successful transformations from the ones that crash and burn. Think about it like this. The logic, your business case, that explains why a change is happening, it gets people to nod their heads. But it's their emotional response that determines if they'll actually commit, if they'll do the hard work. See, logic gets you intellectual buy-in, but it's emotion that drives behavioral change. One gets you to the starting line, the other gets you across the finish line.
So, how do we map this journey? How do we make something that feels messy and unpredictable predictable? How do we stop being reactive and start being proactive? Well, we use a powerful diagnostic tool called the emotional curve of change.
And let's be really clear here. This isn't a map of irrationality or weakness. It's a map of a very normal, very predictable human response to disruption. Your job as a leader isn't to try and prevent this journey. You can't. Your job is to learn how to read the map and guide your team through it effectively.
Now, this is crucial. Understanding what this curve is and what it is not helps you avoid so many common leadership mistakes. It is not a sign of weakness. It is a diagnostic tool. Misunderstanding this is why leaders often mislabel valid concerns as resistance or try to push for speed when their team is crying out for stability. This curve isn't the problem to be solved. It's the leadership tool you need to use. Okay, let's break it down. We're going to walk through the 5 distinct stages of this curve. And for each one, we'll look at what your employees are experiencing, we'll pinpoint the common leadership mistake that just makes things worse, and then we'll outline the effective response that you need to take to move everyone forward.
So the journey kind of looks like a V shape. It starts with a dip into shock and denial, goes down through resistance and anxiety at the bottom, and then climbs back up through exploration and finally to commitment. Your leadership is absolutely critical at every single point on this curve. So let's start at the very beginning. You make the big announcement, and you're met with silence, a weird calm. People might seem detached, or you hear whispers like, "Oh, we've seen this before, this will blow over." This is not acceptance. This is denial. Think of it as the calm before the emotional storm.
The absolute biggest mistake you can make here is assuming that silence means everyone's on board. They're not. Your job right now is to over-communicate with total clarity. Focus on the why, and maybe more importantly, the why now. This is what helps your team move past denial and start to actually engage with the reality of what's happening.
Okay, so as that denial starts to fade, reality kicks in. And often, it's met with anger. But you have to understand, this anger is almost always a mask for fear. Fear of losing their status, their competence, their security. You're going to see frustration, blame, maybe even challenges to your decisions. It's not just about the change. It's about what people feel they're losing.
Look, your first instinct is probably going to be to get defensive or just shut it down. You have to resist that urge. The most effective response is to listen without getting defensive and to explicitly acknowledge what people feel they're losing. Anger is just energy. Your job isn't to squash it, it's to redirect that energy away from resistance and toward productive engagement. And this brings us to the very bottom of the curve. This is the most dangerous phase, anxiety and confusion. This is where you see performance plummet. And it's not out of defiance, it's from sheer cognitive overload. Your team is uncertain, they're doubting themselves, they fear failure, and they are basically paralyzed trying to do their old job while learning a brand new one.
The classic mistake here is to push for more speed or to dump even more information on them. That just pours gasoline on the anxiety fire. Your job is to be the signal in all the noise. Clarify a tiny handful of critical priorities, provide structure, and be relentlessly visible. Your calm, steady presence provides the psychological safety they need to start moving forward. As you provide that stability, you'll see your team start to climb out of that trough. This is the exploration stage. The questions start to shift from, "Why are we doing this?" to, "How could we do this?" You'll see people cautiously experimenting, trying on new behaviors and new processes. It's a fragile but hopeful stage. Now, the momentum here is incredibly fragile. The worst thing you can do is declare victory too early and pull back your support. You have to do the opposite. Double down. Encourage experimentation. Make it safe to fail.
publicly celebrate every small win and highlight the people who are figuring it out. Your job is to reinforce these new behaviors until they become second nature.
And finally, you get to commitment. This is it. This is when the new way becomes the way. You know you're there when your team starts defending the new system to others or teaching it to new hires. They haven't just adopted a new process, they've actually formed a new identity around it.
But even here, your work is not done. The common mistake is to just move on to the next thing. This change is only permanent when you hardwire it into your culture, into your performance reviews, your promotion criteria, the stories you tell. The ultimate test is this: will this change survive after you're gone?
Okay, so let's zoom out for a critical insight. Why do so many smart, well-intentioned leaders get their timing so wrong? Why do they push when they should be patient? Well, it often comes down to a concept called the leader's empathy gap.
You have to remember this. As a leader, you are also on this curve, but you are miles ahead of your team. You processed the shock months ago in closed-door meetings. You're already focused on the benefits. Your team, on the other hand, is just hearing about it for the first time, and their first experience is one of loss and uncertainty. That gap right there is a breeding ground for friction and mistrust.
So your primary role becomes bridging that empathy gap. And the way you do that is by shifting your whole perspective. You have to stop seeing emotional responses as noise to be suppressed. Instead, you need to see them as mission-critical data. They are your earliest warning signals.
This table here shows you how to translate those signals. See, silence isn't agreement. It's often fear or denial. Cynicism isn't just a bad attitude. It's a sign that a sense of loss hasn't been acknowledged. A spike in errors isn't incompetence. It's a symptom of cognitive overload. You have to learn to read these emotional leading indicators because I promise you, they will always show up before your project KPIs turn red.
All right, so let's distill all of this down into your leadership playbook. What are the key things you can take away from this framework and put into practice tomorrow?
First, you have to accept the change as fundamentally an emotional journey, not just a logical one. Second, treat that journey as predictable and as a source of valuable data. Third, pay extra close attention to that valley of anxiety. That is your point of highest risk. And finally, and this is a big one, recognize that your ability to lead others through this curve depends entirely on managing your own position on it.
So, I'll leave you with this question to reflect on. Use this curve as a diagnostic tool. Right now, where is your organization emotionally? And, just as importantly, where are you on that curve? Because closing that gap between you and your team is the single most critical step you can take toward leading change effectively.
Understanding this curve gives you the map. So the next logical step, which we'll cover in Chapter 19, is learning how to turn these emotional signals into a practical early warning system. This will allow you to intervene proactively long before things go off the rails. Thanks for your time and attention.
Welcome back, leaders, to the Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program. It's great to have you with us as we dive into another crucial part of our journey together. All right, just a quick reminder of where we are. We're in a 48-chapter program spread across 6 modules. Right now, we are deep in Module 3, which is all about managing resistance and people dynamics. And today's focus? Chapter 19, Identifying Resistance Early. Honestly, this is one of those skills that really separates the leaders who succeed from the ones who get blindsided. I love this quote because it just flips the script, doesn't it? Resistance isn't the problem. It's going to happen. It's a given. The real win, the strategic edge, comes from building up your skills to spot those first faint signals and then, responding smartly, not just reacting. So here's our game plan for this chapter. We're going to start by talking about the real cost of silence. Then we'll map out 4 specific zones where you can find those early warning signs. We'll dig into why we as leaders so often miss them, give you a practical toolkit for listening, and then wrap it all up with how to intervene in just the right way. First up, let's just tear down one of the most dangerous ideas in leadership, this myth that no news is good news. When you're driving a big transformation, believing that silence means everyone's on board, well, that can be a fatal mistake. Let me give you a real-world example. There was a huge IT project in India. In all the big town hall meetings, leadership heard crickets, no objections. They figured, great, everyone's aligned. But what was really happening? Middle managers were terrified about their jobs and quietly slowing everything down. The problem only blew up when deadlines started getting missed, and by then, a ton of trust and momentum was just gone. Silence wasn't agreement. It was failure on a time delay. And this is exactly how it happens. See, resistance isn't like a switch being flipped. It's more like a slow burn. It starts small, inside someone's head, as doubt. Then it becomes quiet whispers between colleagues. Much, much later, it finally shows up as something you can see, like workarounds or people openly challenging the plan. Most leaders only notice it at stage 4 or 5. Our goal here is to make you so good that you can step in way back at stage 1 or 2. So to get ahead of the curve, you've got to know where to look. If you're waiting for your KPIs to turn red, you're already in crisis mode. Instead, we're going to tune into 4 zones where the real vital signs of your transformation show up first. The very first signs are in the words people use. Resistance shows up in how people talk long before it shows up in how they act. At one US tech company going through an Agile transformation, engineers kept saying the new process was too risky. Now, on the surface, that sounds like a technical problem, right? But what it really was fear. Fear of losing their status as the experts. The language was the symptom. Now, the second zone is tricky because resistance here can disguise itself as just being responsible. I saw this at a European bank where managers started demanding more and more reviews for every little thing. They were slowing the change down, but they could claim they were just being prudent. Here's the tell. If decisions suddenly start taking forever and there's no good external reason why, that's a huge red flag. Workarounds are huge. They're like the physical footprints of resistance. An Indian manufacturer rolled out a branding ERP system. But guess what? The old Excel sheets just kept flying around. This wasn't just old habits. It was a clear signal of a few things. People didn't trust the new system, they were nervous about their own skills, and frankly, they were probably scared of the transparency it would bring. And finally, you have to trust your gut on this one. The energy in a room or in a team changes way before the performance metrics do. In a healthcare system overhaul in Europe, the first sign of trouble wasn't a dip in patient care. It was that the really dedicated clinicians just stopped showing up to the optional meetings. That quiet withdrawal of their energy was the canary in the coal mine for a huge wave of resistance that came later. Okay, this is absolutely critical. You can't just take these signals at face value. Culture is the lens you have to look through. The exact same root cause of resistance can look totally different depending on where you are. In Europe, you might get very formal, process-based objections. In the US, it might just look like people checking out. And in India, you're more likely to get smiles and agreement to your face, while a whole system of workarounds is being built in the background. If you don't account for culture, you'll misdiagnose the problem every time. So if all these signals are out there, buzzing in these 4 zones, why do so many smart, capable leaders completely miss them? Well, it's a mix of how our organizations are structured and, frankly, how our own brains work. It creates a massive executive blind spot. Structurally, the information that gets to you is almost always filtered. Your teams want to give you good news, so the dashboards are always green. And psychologically, we all have confirmation bias. We look for evidence that our brilliant plan is working. The bottom line is this: the higher up you are, the more you're shielded from the truth on the ground.
This is why your middle managers are your most valuable asset here. Think of them as the nerve endings of your organization. They feel the energy drops and hear the language shifts firsthand. But most companies never really empower them to be that diagnostic channel. One European company totally changed their results by training managers on how to report these patterns without blaming anyone, basically turning them into a company-wide early warning system. Okay, so let's get practical. How do you, as a busy executive, cut through all that noise and the greenwashed reports to hear what's really going on? Let's talk about 4 powerful ways to listen.
Forget the annual employee survey. That's like looking in the rearview mirror. These tools are about actively hunting for those weak signals and patterns. The goal isn't just to collect a few stories, it's to systematically get the raw, unfiltered data you need to make a good diagnosis. This story just says it all, doesn't it? This CEO didn't send a survey. He went and lived it. He saw the reality for himself. And he discovered the resistance wasn't about the idea of the change. It was about pure burnout, a fact that was completely invisible on all the official project reports. That's not micromanaging, that's brilliant diagnostic work that lets you make a smart course correction. All right, so you've spotted an early signal. Fantastic. Now what? Your next move is everything, because an overreaction can be just as bad as doing nothing at all. The key is a calibrated, thoughtful intervention. These are the classic mistakes, and they are guaranteed to make things worse. If you challenge someone's concern or just explain your logic again but louder, you send a very clear message. Don't bring me bad news. You'll basically silence your best source of information and just push all that resistance underground where it will get much, much worse. So what should you do instead? You need a response that fits the signal. This table gives you a great framework. If you're hearing skeptical language, don't argue. Acknowledge what people feel they might be losing. If you see workarounds, don't just ban them. Dig in and figure out the trust gap that's causing them. Your goal is always to correct the course, not to correct the people. As a leader, I want you to think of these questions as your real transformation dashboard. Forget the spreadsheets for a minute. These are the vital signs. They will tell you more about the health of your change initiative than any official KPI ever will. And that's the real payoff here. It all comes down to this. Mastering early detection changes your job entirely. You stop being a firefighter, constantly putting out blazes of opposition, and you become a strategist, making small, smart tweaks along the way to guarantee success. So, now that we've built our skills in listening for these early signals, the next logical step is to master how we respond. In our next chapter, number 20, we'll dive into communication strategies during change. We're going to treat communication not as just sending out emails, but as a strategic tool to build trust and craft messages that directly address the specific resistance you've now learned how to see.
Welcome back to the Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program. Today, we're going to tackle one of the most common and, frankly, one of the most frustrating challenges in any change initiative: communication. Now, just as a quick reminder, this program is a progressive journey. We've got 48 chapters in total, taking you from the core leadership mindset all the way through to executing massive enterprise-scale change. We're right in the middle of Module 3, which is all about the people dynamics of change.
And that brings us to today's deep dive. Chapter 20, Communication Strategies During Change. This isn't just about sending better emails, folks. This is about a fundamental shift, moving away from just broadcasting messages and toward a strategy of sense-making for your organization.
Okay, let's just pause on this one for a second. We've all heard this, right? I mean, maybe we've even said it ourselves. It's that classic line from the executive suite when a big project starts to stall. The belief is, hey, we did our part. The communication plan was flawless.
And yet, despite all those town halls and all that information, what's really happening on the ground? Well, resistance doesn't go away, Sometimes it gets even stronger. The rumor mill goes into overdrive, adoption rates just flatline. And the most dangerous part, that trust you've worked so hard to build, it starts to crumble. This is a huge paradox, and we need to figure out how to solve it.
So in this explainer, we're going to deconstruct that paradox. We'll look at the huge difference between just giving information versus creating meaning. I'll introduce you to a strategy called sense-making, and then we'll get really practical with a playbook, the communication pyramid, and some advanced tactics to completely transform your approach.
Okay, first up, let's tackle this paradox head-on. Here's the thing. The problem is almost never the volume of communication. In fact, sending more emails or holding more meetings can actually make things worse. The real issue is a fundamental mismatch, a misalignment between what leaders are saying and what employees desperately need to hear.
And here it is. This is the disconnect. On the left, you see the leader's focus. We're broadcasting information. The what, the when, the benefits. It's all logical stuff. But look at the right. That's what your employees are actually listening for. They're searching for personal meaning. They're asking, okay, that's great, but what does this mean for me? What am I about to lose here? And the biggest question of all, can I actually trust what you're telling me?
So, to bridge that gap, we have to make a really important strategic shift. We need to stop thinking just about crafting the perfect message. Our real job has to be enabling sense-making for our teams.
So what do I mean by sense-making? Well, it's this active process of helping people interpret all the disruption going on around them. It is not about persuading them with a list of benefits. It's about giving them the context they need to understand why this is happening now so they can navigate the ambiguity and make their own choice to move forward.
Now, to make that happen, to really make sense-making a reality, every single piece of communication you put out there has to do 3 jobs at once. Let's break down what those are.
Okay, number 1, it has to create a shared understanding of why this change is unavoidable. Number 2, it has to reduce unproductive anxiety. You do that by tackling the fear of the unknown head-on and being really honest about what's decided versus what's still up in the air. And third, it has to enable action. Does it actually give people the clarity they need to show up and do their job differently tomorrow? If your communication doesn't hit all 3 of these, it's just information. It's not transformational.
All right, let's get practical. How do you actually build this into a framework you can use? This is what we call the Executive Communication Pyramid. It's a model for structuring the flow of your communication, not just the content.
At the very top, you have the executive narrative. This is the big why, owned by the CEO, and it has to be consistent for everyone. Then comes the critical second layer, leader translation. This is where your senior and middle leaders take that big narrative and make it relevant for their specific teams. Finally, at the base, you have manager conversations, where the dialogue gets personal and practical. So many transformations fail right here, because executives try to communicate from level 1 straight to level 3, skipping the absolutely essential translation work of their leadership team. So now let's get into the advanced stuff, the tactics that really separate the good communicators from the truly exceptional change leaders. This is where the real art and nuance of this work comes into play.
And this is absolutely critical. Remember back in Chapter 18, we talked about the emotional curve of change? Well, a one-size-fits-all message is doomed to fail because people are in different places emotionally. You have to tailor your communication. When people are in shock, they need facts, the why now and what's real. When they're angry, you have to acknowledge loss. When they're anxious, they need clarity and reassurance.
This leads us right to the hard part. The stuff that leaders are often tempted to avoid. We don't like talking about loss or uncertainty or bad news, but you have to. You must communicate these things, being crystal clear about what will stop, what's still undecided, and what support is available.
That's what builds credibility. Because if you avoid it, you don't prevent panic. You create a vacuum, and that vacuum will get filled with rumors and fear. Let's double-click on that first point, because this is something leaders really struggle with. There's this fear that if you talk about what people are losing, you're just going to stir the pot and make the resistance worse. But the reality is the exact opposite. When you fail to acknowledge loss, whether it's loss of status, skills, or familiar routines, that unnamed feeling doesn't just disappear. It festers. It turns into deep-seated resentment. But when you name the loss openly, it becomes grief. And grief, unlike resentment, is something people can actually process. They can work through it. It is the first vital step toward acceptance. So, who is the best person to have these tough, honest conversations? Well, the data is clear. While executive messages set the direction, the highest level of trust is almost always with an employee's direct manager. This is why your middle managers are the absolute fulcrum of any change effort. They are your most credible messengers, and they need all the support, training, and backing you can possibly give them. Okay, let's wrap this up and summarize the crucial points from this chapter. Think of this as your personal playbook for leading through communication. These are the strategic shifts that will fundamentally change the outcome of your efforts. Number 1, shift from broadcasting to sense-making. 2, answer the "what does this mean for me?" question. 3, have the courage to name loss. 4, use the communication pyramid to make sure your message is relevant. And 5, above all else, equip and empower your managers. And look, if you only take one thing away from this entire chapter, please let it be this. You can have the most polished slides, the most perfectly crafted talking points. It doesn't matter. People don't follow messages, they follow leaders. And your credibility, built on a foundation of telling the truth, is the single most valuable asset you have.
So now that we have a powerful strategy for how to communicate, we're ready for what comes next. In our next chapter, we'll get into the practical, hands-on tactics for handling the inevitable pushback, resistance, and negativity that always surface when change gets real. Welcome back to the Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program. Today, we are diving into one of the most critical and, honestly, one of the most frequently mishandled moments in leadership: how you act when your plans and decisions get challenged. Let's get right into it.
So, just to orient ourselves, we're moving right along in our 48-chapter curriculum. We're deep into Module 3, which is all about managing resistance and people dynamics. And today's chapter, number 21, Handling Pushback and Negativity, is, well, it's a real cornerstone for mastering the human side of any transformation.
You know, this quote just hits the nail on the head, doesn't it? I mean, anybody can look like a great leader when everyone's clapping and things are going smoothly. But the real test, the moment your team is truly deciding whether or not they trust you, is how you handle it when they disagree. Pushback isn't some annoying interruption to your leadership. It is the work of leadership.
So here's our game plan for this explainer. We're going to start by completely reframing how you think about pushback. Then, I'm going to give you a really powerful diagnostic framework and a super practical response model. And we'll wrap it all up by turning these ideas into a moment for your own personal leadership reflection.
Okay, first things first. We absolutely have to correct a common and frankly costly executive mistake. We tend to use the words pushback and resistance like they're the same thing, but they are worlds apart. Think of it this way. Pushback is an expression. It's out in the open, it's often emotional, and here's the key, it's actually a request for you to engage with them. Resistance, on the other hand, is a behavior. It's often hidden, it's sustained, and if you shut down pushback, you are literally creating resistance.
So why is this so hard for us as leaders? Well, because it's personal. Pushback triggers our own psychological tripwires. It feels like a direct threat to our ego, our authority, our sense of control, especially when it happens in front of other people. And under that pressure, what's our gut reaction? We get defensive, we try to shut the conversation down, or we pull rank, all of which just pours gasoline on the fire.
All right, now we're getting to the core framework of this chapter. The biggest mistake leaders make is treating all pushback like it's the same thing. It's not. In reality, you're facing one of 5 completely distinct types of pushback. And learning to tell them apart, well, that's the whole ballgame. That's the key to responding effectively.
The first one, and probably the most common, is emotional pushback. This has nothing to do with logic or data. This is a raw, human expression of feeling. It could be fear of what's coming, frustration with the process, or just plain anger about something that feels unfair.
Second, you've got intellectual pushback. Now, this is about the logic. This person is challenging your thinking. They're poking holes in your data, questioning your assumptions, or scrutinizing the business case itself. This is all about the what and the why of your plan.
Third, and you really have to pay attention to this one, is moral pushback. This is when an employee feels that the change violates your company's own stated values, or a basic sense of fairness, or their ethical code. They're essentially asking, is this the right thing for us to be doing?
Fourth is political pushback. And let's be clear, this one is rarely about how good the idea is. It's about power dynamics. It's about someone trying to protect their influence, their budget, their turf. So when you hear something like, that's a great idea, but it just won't work in our department, that's often a political signal.
And finally, number 5 is fatigue-based pushback. This isn't an objection, it's a cry for help. It's a distress signal. It means your team has hit a wall. They're not necessarily against your idea, they just feel like they have absolutely zero capacity to take on one more thing. Okay, so now that we know how to diagnose the type of pushback we're facing, let's get the universal tool for our initial response. It's called the CALM model, and you can think of it as a discipline, a set of steps to keep yourself in control and turn a potentially explosive conversation into a productive one.
The CALM model gives you a 4-step discipline, and the sequence here is absolutely critical. You cannot skip steps. You must first contain your own emotional reaction before you can genuinely acknowledge theirs. Only after you've acknowledged their point can you really learn more. And you have to learn before you even think about trying to move the conversation forward. That sequence is your secret weapon for de-escalation.
So let's zoom in on that second step. Acknowledge. This is so important. You are not agreeing with their conclusion. You are simply validating their experience. Saying something as simple as, I can see why you're concerned about that, or I hear the frustration in your voice, instantly lowers the temperature in the room because the other person finally feels heard. This step is non-negotiable.
All right, now it's time to put it all together. This is where the rubber meets the road. We're going to take our CALM model and apply it to create a specific, tailored, and effective response for each of those 5 types of pushback we just diagnosed.
Okay, for emotional pushback, the classic mistake is trying to fight emotion with logic. That's like throwing water on a grease fire. It just makes things explode. The effective CALM response is to name and acknowledge the emotion you're hearing. Create a safe space for them to express it. See, an emotion that gets acknowledged tends to dissolve. An emotion that gets dismissed just turns into deep-seated resentment. When you're hit with an intellectual challenge, your gut instinct is to double down, defend your plan, and maybe bury them with a mountain of data. A much, much more powerful move is to actually invite the critique. Say something like, that's a fair challenge. Let's walk through the assumptions I made. Admitting you might not have all the answers actually builds your credibility. It doesn't weaken it.
With moral pushback, you simply cannot hide behind the excuse, it's just business. That is a trust killer. You have to meet them on the level of values. Acknowledge the ethical tension they're pointing out. Be honest about the difficult trade-offs you had to make and why you made them. This is all about preserving the integrity of your leadership.
Political pushback has to be understood for what it is, a strategic move for power, not a simple debate over facts.
So your response has to be just as strategic. Don't treat it like simple defiance. The right move is to take the conversation offline, acknowledge their sphere of influence, and then work to address their underlying interests and concerns in private.
And finally, if your diagnosis is fatigue, the absolute worst thing you can do is pile on more pressure or question their commitment. The only effective response here is to provide relief. Acknowledge the overload they're feeling and ask, what can we take off your plate to make room for this? This shows them you see them as human beings, not just as resources.
So, let's just quickly recap the big ideas here. First, remember, pushback is a signal to engage, not an act of defiance. Second, always diagnose the type of pushback before you respond. Third, your ability to regulate your own emotions, to stay calm, is your most critical leadership skill in these moments. Fourth, you must acknowledge before you ever try to persuade. And finally, never forget this. Your calm, steady presence during a difficult conversation builds more trust than any PowerPoint deck ever will.
Okay, we've covered the concepts and the models. Now, let's make this personal. Because the whole point of this program isn't just to learn new ideas, it's to actually change your own behavior as a leader. So I'm going to leave you with one powerful question to reflect on. And I want you to be brutally honest with yourself. As a leader, do people in your organization truly feel safe pushing back on you and your decisions? When you walk into a room, does your presence invite challenge or does it command silence? The answer to that question reveals everything about the level of psychological safety on your team. This conversation actually sets us up perfectly for our next chapter. Now that we have the tools to react effectively in these tough moments, we're going to build on that. We'll learn how to proactively coach our teams, building their skills and their commitment to really see change through to the finish line. I'll see you in the next session.
Welcome, leaders, and thanks for joining this deep dive from Durga Analytics. Let's be honest, in any major transformation, your strategy is only as good as your people's ability to adapt. Today, we are going to zero in on the one skill that really makes or breaks that adaptation: coaching. We're going to explore how you can guide your employees through all that uncertainty, not as some soft skill, but as a core strategic capability for driving real success.
All right, just to get our bearings, we are currently in Module 3 of our Corporate Transformation Master Program. This one is all about managing resistance and people dynamics. You know, this is where the theory of change really meets the reality of human emotion. We're tackling the psychology, the resistance, and those critical leadership behaviors that, at the end of the day, determine if you succeed or fail.
And that brings us right to Chapter 22. Think of this chapter as a practical, high-impact playbook. It's designed to give you a solid way to structure and deliver coaching that builds confidence and speeds up adoption, right when your teams are feeling the most pressure.
I love this quote because it just perfectly captures the mindset shift we're talking about. It's about moving from being a director who asks, "Hey, why isn't this happening?" to becoming an enabler who asks, "How can I help you succeed?" You know, that simple reframe is absolutely fundamental when you're navigating a new and unfamiliar world.
Okay, so here's our roadmap for today. We'll start with why coaching is an absolute must. Then we'll get really clear on what it is and what it isn't. We'll lay out 3 clear objectives, introduce a super practical framework called GROW, look at how to use it in the real world, and finally, talk about your role in building a culture where all this can thrive. So why is this a strategic imperative? Well, it's simple. You can have the best strategy and the most amazing systems in the world, but they will fail. They will absolutely fail if your employees don't believe they can personally succeed in the new reality. Sustained change isn't driven by plans on a slide. It's driven by people's confidence. And the difference it makes? Well, it's night and day. If you don't coach, you get compliance that's born from fear, and that is always fragile. People just go through the motions. But when you coach effectively, you build confidence, and that leads to genuine adoption and a much more resilient, capable organization for the future. Now, to be really effective at this, we need absolute clarity on what we need by coaching, especially in the context of change. The term gets thrown around a lot and it's often misunderstood, so let's get really precise about it. Let's be super clear. Coaching during a change is not therapy, and it's not being a cheerleader. It's a disciplined practice that's focused on one thing: closing the gap between intellectually understanding a change and being able to actually perform effectively within it. This table breaks it down really well. Managing, that works great in stable environments. Mentoring, that's perfect for career growth. But coaching is purpose-built for uncertainty. See, it doesn't provide answers, it helps people develop their own. And that's why during a transformation, your primary stance really has to shift from being a manager to being a coach. Okay, so when you coach, what are you actually trying to achieve? An effective coaching conversation isn't just a friendly chat. It has 3 specific strategic goals that are designed to directly counteract the negative side effects of change. First, you absolutely must help your people regain a sense of agency. Change often makes people feel powerless, like things are just happening to them. A great coaching conversation can re-anchor them by focusing on what they can control: their actions, their priorities, their decisions, even when the bigger picture feels chaotic. Second, coaching is the mechanism that turns theoretical training into real-world capability. I mean, a workshop can teach knowledge, sure, but only coaching provides that safe, supportive space for an employee to practice new skills, make mistakes, and build the confidence they need to perform when the pressure is on. And this third objective, honestly, it might be the most important. You have to create psychological safety. If your team is afraid of being punished for failure or for asking questions, guess what? They'll stop trying. Your coaching has to send a powerful signal that learning through experimentation isn't just allowed, it's expected. So how do you actually structure these conversations to hit those objectives? Well, we can use the GROW model. It's a simple, memorable, and incredibly powerful tool for leading a productive coaching discussion. The beauty of GROW is its logic. You start by defining a positive future state. That's the goal. Then you get really honest about the present, the reality. From there, you brainstorm potential paths forward, the options. And finally, you commit to a specific action, the way forward. It guides the conversation from ambiguity to action, and it empowers the employee to find their own path. Now, a framework is only as good as its application, right? So let's look at how to adapt this model for different people and different cultures, because a one-size-fits-all approach to coaching just does not work. Your coaching has to be nuanced. A high performer, for instance, often fears losing their expert status, so your coaching should focus on reframing what mastery looks like now. A struggling employee needs confidence from small wins. And middle managers, oh man, they're often caught in the middle. They need absolute clarity on their new role and authority. And cultural intelligence is completely non-negotiable. While the goal of coaching, to enable people, is universal, how you deliver it must adapt. A direct style that works wonders in the US might feel abrasive in a European context that values dialogue, or it might feel insufficient in an Indian context where leader-initiated reassurance is often expected. And here's the tangible impact of all this. At one firm, managers who coached their teams through a transition saw a 30% reduction in errors, and this was after formal training was complete. That didn't come from another manual. It came from conversations that addressed the confidence gap. That, right there, is the ROI of effective coaching. All right, let's zoom out for a second. Your personal ability to coach is critical, but it doesn't scale. As a leader, your ultimate role is to move from being a coach to being the champion of a coaching culture, a system where it thrives across the entire organization. You have to build the architecture for a coaching culture.
This means you model the behavior yourself, you protect time in people's calendars for it, you invest in your managers, and you reward the development of people, not just the delivery of results. And that crucial point at the bottom says it all. If senior leaders are always telling and directing, no one else is going to feel safe asking and coaching. So I want to leave you with a few questions for some personal reflection. And be honest with your answers. How often are you really asking questions versus just giving answers? What are those uncomfortable conversations about fear and uncertainty that your team is avoiding? And critically, do your people feel safe enough to tell you the truth? The answers to these will reveal the true state of your organization's coaching culture. Building on this foundation, our next chapter will get even more specific. We're going to explore how to manage high performers versus resistors. We'll tackle that nuanced challenge of applying these coaching skills differently to your biggest advocates and your most vocal critics, making sure you drive change without wrecking team morale.
Welcome! In this part of our leadership and change management program, we're going to tackle one of the trickiest, most nuanced challenges you will ever face during a transformation. How to manage your people when their performance and their attitude towards change just don't line up.
All right, let's get our bearings. We are in Chapter 23, deep into Module 3, which is all about managing resistance and the dynamics of your people. This brings us to a really pivotal topic, one that separates truly effective change leaders from everyone else, moving beyond that one-size-fits-all approach to leading your team.
So I want to kick things off with a question that really gets to the heart of what we're talking about today. You know, in the middle of some massive change, leaders often default to treating everybody exactly the same because they think, hey, that's the fairest way to do it. But is it really? Or could that very approach be fatal to your transformation's success?
Okay, let's dive in. Here's our game plan. We're going to start by taking apart what I call the equality trap. Then, I'll introduce you to a really powerful tool, the Performance Adoption Matrix. From there, we'll profile the 4 key employee groups you're going to run into, give you a specific playbook for each, and then we'll wrap it all up with how to execute this whole strategy with true fairness.
First up, let's dismantle this really common but pretty dangerous leadership default. The trap of treating everyone equally. It feels safe, right? But it's a huge strategic mistake that can derail your entire initiative before you even get off the ground.
So why does it fail so badly? Well, a one-size-fits-all strategy. The same message, same expectations, same support for everyone. It might seem fair on the surface, but it's totally flawed. It ignores the context, it ignores contribution, and it leads you straight to losing your best people, completely misunderstanding why others are pushing back, and in the end, it just damages your own credibility as a leader.
And this assumption is probably the single most dangerous one that leaders make. We tell ourselves that our star players, our A-team, they're so good they'll just adapt. We think they need less of our time, less support. But the reality, as you're about to see, is often the complete opposite. So here's the crucial point. Your top talent often resists not because they're being difficult, but because they have the most to lose. Think about it. Change can threaten the very foundation of their success. Their status as the go-to expert, their professional identity, the credibility they've spent years building. Their resistance is often perfectly rational, and if you ignore it, you're on the fast track to losing them for good.
So, if a uniform approach is the wrong way to go, what's the right way? Well, the answer isn't about playing favorites. It's about having a framework for what I call disciplined differentiation. This lets you be strategic, targeted, and truly fair in how you lead.
First things first, we have to get crystal clear on this distinction. Equality is about sameness. Fairness, on the other hand, is about clarity, transparency, and consistency. During a huge transformation, your people don't actually need to be treated the same. What they need is to know that the rules of the game are clear and that they're applied consistently to everyone. That is fairness.
And this is the tool that helps us achieve that fairness. This is the Performance Adoption Matrix. It's simple, but incredibly powerful. We segment our people across 2 axes: their performance contribution, that's the vertical axis, and their behavior around adopting the change on the horizontal axis. This gives us 4 very distinct groups. And guess what? Each one requires a completely different leadership strategy.
Okay, so let's break this down. We're going to dive into the profile and the specific leadership strategy needed for each of these 4 groups. I'm telling you, getting this right is absolutely fundamental to driving your change forward.
First up, your champions. These are your stars. They deliver fantastic results, and they actively embrace the new way of doing things. They are just invaluable because their positive attitude and their high performance create this powerful, positive influence on everyone around them.
Now, the key insight here is the risk. The biggest danger with your champions isn't that they'll leave. It's that you'll burn them out by leaning on them way too much to carry the weight of the change. Your number one job here is to protect their capacity. Recognize them, absolutely. Use their influence strategically, for sure. But remember, they are accelerators, not shock absorbers for the organization's resistance.
Next, we have what is arguably the most pivotal group in any transformation, your high-performing resistors. These are the people who are brilliant at their jobs, but they're actively questioning, doubting, or even resisting the change. This group right here, they hold the keys to your success or failure seriously. If you mismanage them, they can quietly sabotage your efforts, or they'll just leave, creating a massive talent and cultural vacuum. The strategy has to be direct but empathetic. You engage them one-on-one, you work to understand what they feel they're losing, and you paint a crystal clear picture of their valuable role in the future.
All right, now for the willing learners, this group has the right attitude. They're motivated, they're open to the change, but their performance just isn't where it needs to be. They want to come along for the ride, but they might not have the skills to do it just yet.
The key here is all about pairing your investment with accountability. The big risk is that you pour a ton of resources into someone who just can't or won't improve, and that drags down the whole team's performance. So you provide targeted coaching and you set really clear timelines for improvement. Willingness is fantastic, but it absolutely has to translate into capability.
And finally, we have the chronic blockers. This is the group in that bottom left quadrant. Low performance and low adoption. They are actively resistant, and frankly, their poor performance is a constant drain on the organization.
The leadership risk here is just immense. Their negativity is toxic, and they suck up a ridiculous amount of your time and your manager's energy. The strategy has to be decisive. You set firm boundaries, and if their behavior and performance don't change, and change quickly, you have to be prepared to help them exit the organization. The cost of delaying this action is just way too high for everyone else.
Okay, let's zoom in on that really high-stakes scenario we talked about, engaging your high-performing resistors. Getting this right can turn your most powerful potential adversary into a key advocate. So here it is, a clear, actionable playbook.
Look, this isn't rocket science, but it absolutely requires courage. First, you engage them personally to show them respect. Second, you diagnose their sense of loss. You ask questions, you try to understand their fears. Third, you clarify their future, show them where they fit and how they can win in this new world. And finally, you set boundaries. Acknowledge their concerns, but be absolutely firm that undermining the change is not acceptable behavior.
Knowing the strategy is one thing. Actually executing it, that's another beast altogether. This requires real leadership, courage, and total clarity, especially when it comes down to making those hard calls that protect the momentum of your transformation.
This slide, it just lays out the hard math of an action. A single, unresolved chronic blocker can consume 10 times the management energy and completely neutralize the positive momentum of 10 willing learners. Tolerating this kind of behavior is not fair to the rest of your team who are actually trying to move forward.
And this right here, this is the ultimate executive insight from this entire chapter.
If you protect a high-performing resistor who is behaving poorly, you send a toxic signal to the entire organization that results excuse bad behavior. This one mistake can stall your change initiative, it breeds cynicism, and it will cause your best people, your champions, to just give up.
So, what are the crucial points to take away from our session today? First, fairness beats equality. You have to differentiate your approach. Second, understand that your best people often resist for good rational reasons. Your job is to diagnose and address their sense of loss. Third, empower and protect your middle managers to make these tough calls. And finally, you have to act decisively on blockers to protect your culture and keep your momentum going. Now that you have the framework, Chapter 24 is where we're going to put these concepts directly into practice. We'll wrap up Module 3 with a really hands-on resistance management role-playing exercise where you'll get to apply these strategies in some real-world scenarios. I'm looking forward to seeing you there.
Welcome, leaders, to the Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program. You know, we've all been there. You walk into a meeting armed with a perfectly logical, data-driven plan for change, and you're met with a solid wall of resistance. It's a moment every single leader faces. Today, we are going to dive deep into a powerful method for navigating those incredibly tough conversations. We're moving beyond the theory and into the very real and, let's be honest, often uncomfortable world of leading people through change.
So, let's get our bearings. It's really important to see where this fits in the grand scheme of things. We're in Module 3, which is all about people. We've already covered why people resist and the theories behind communication. But now we're at Chapter 24, which is all about practical application. What do you actually do when you are face-to-face with that pushback? This chapter is really the capstone of this entire module. It's the point where leadership is truly put to the test.
And that brings us right to the core question, doesn't it? You've done all the work. You have the strategy, the data, the beautiful plan. But in that moment of challenge, why do so many brilliant leaders just freeze? What is it about that direct confrontation that can shut us down?
Well, here's the hard truth. Leadership isn't really a knowledge problem, it's a behavior problem. Your real capability as a leader isn't measured by how good your PowerPoint deck is, it's measured by your presence, your effectiveness when you are under pressure, in a room with people who are feeling scared or angry or just plain skeptical. This right here is the gap we're here to close. When we're challenged, our executive instincts often betray us. We fall back on what feels safe. We either pull rank and use our authority, we try to overwhelm them with data and logic, or we just try to rush past the discomfort as fast as possible. The problem? None of these behaviors actually builds trust or commitment. In fact, they usually make the resistance even deeper.
So how do we bridge this gap? We can't just wait for a real crisis to happen to get some practice in. Instead, we use a tool that's been trusted for decades in high-stakes professions, a simulator. I want you to think of this as a flight simulator for leadership, specifically designed to build the muscle memory you need to navigate turbulence. Now let's be crystal clear about the rules of engagement here. This is not acting practice, and it's definitely not a debate that you can win or lose. What it is a behavior-focused stress test inside a safe environment. We're not evaluating your performance. We're helping you observe your own instincts so you can start to consciously choose more effective behaviors. It is designed to be uncomfortable because that's where real growth always happens.
And this brings us to the most crucial point of all. We have to completely reframe the objective. If you walk into that room with the goal of winning the conversation, you've already lost. The real victory is preserving the organization's most valuable asset, which is trust, while still holding the line on the necessary change. It's a fundamental shift from persuasion to preservation. So, what skills does this approach actually help you build? Well, here are the 5 critical competencies we're really focusing on. We're going to move you beyond just knowing these concepts to truly understanding what it feels like to execute them under pressure, from diagnosing the real issue beneath the surface all the way to holding your ground with grace.
Okay, let's get into the simulation itself. You won't be dealing with some generic, vague resistance. Oh no, you will be engaging with 4 very specific, very realistic, and very challenging stakeholder archetypes that I guarantee you will recognize from your own organization.
First up, you'll meet the high performer. This person is brilliant, they're respected, and they use logic like a weapon. They'll argue that the change ignores operational reality, but what's really going on underneath all that logic is a deep feeling of being ignored and devalued. Trust me, they are incredibly difficult to counter with data alone.
Next, you'll face the fatigued manager. Now, this person isn't necessarily against the change itself, but they are emotionally and operationally at their absolute limit. Their resistance is really a cry for help that comes from genuine burnout. Their plea of, "It's too much, too fast," can be seriously disruptive to your timeline.
Then, you've got the moral challenger. This is the person who raises those really uncomfortable questions about fairness, ethics, and company values. They'll frame the change as if it's a violation of the company's principles, which makes it incredibly difficult to defend without you appearing cold or completely out of touch. And finally, we have what might be the most dangerous archetype of all, the silent blocker. In the meeting, they'll nod, they'll agree with you, but the moment they're outside that room, they use their informal influence to sow doubt and quietly sabotage progress. Their silence in the meeting, it's a trap.
So, you've got these characters in the room. The pressure is on. This brings us to the moment of truth. Let's look at the typical failure patterns we see in so many executives and contrast them with what highly effective leadership actually looks and sounds like in the moment.
Okay, the single most common mistake is to default to defense. When that high performer challenges your logic, your instinct is to double down, to re-explain the data. But the effective response is to pivot, to curiosity. The phrase, "help me understand," is one of the most powerful tools in a change leader's entire arsenal. It completely de-escalates the situation and helps you uncover the real issue.
The second major failure pattern is dismissing emotion. When the fatigued manager expresses their burnout, a vague promise like, "we'll look into it," feels like an insult. A strong leader, however, directly acknowledges the feeling. This demonstrates a critical skill. You can validate someone's emotional reality without having to agree to change your decision.
Now, this sentence right here, this is the gold standard. It perfectly balances 2 critical components, boundary clarity and flexibility. The first part, we are not reversing this decision, is a non-negotiable anchor. It's firm. The second part, but we can adjust how we implement it, opens the door for collaboration. It empowers people without undermining the entire strategy.
Now, as intense as the simulation is, that's really just the raw material. The real, lasting learning doesn't happen during the role play itself. It's forged in the structured debrief that comes after. This is where we take that raw experience and convert it into concrete leadership insight.
And we use a really disciplined 4-step framework for this. We start with the emotion in the room. Then, we diagnose the type of resistance we just saw. Only then do we analyze the leader's specific behaviors. And finally, we brainstorm concrete alternatives. This structure prevents some vague, "that went well" kind of discussion and forces a deep analysis of cause and effect.
And this is why this method is so powerful. It doesn't just teach you a concept, it actually changes your behavior. It makes an abstract idea like emotional intelligence a tangible skill you can actually practice. It exposes those autopilot reactions you didn't even know you had and lets you replace them with intentional, effective responses. It strengthens your entire executive presence.
So let this be the key principle you take away from our time together today. Your value as a change leader is not found in having a perfect, unassailable plan. Your value is defined by your stability, your empathy, and your clarity in the exact moments when that plan is being challenged the most.
So, once a leader has started to hone these critical skills for managing the human side of transformation, what's the logical next step?
It's bridging from people to process. How do you take this newfound stability and trust and translate it into a concrete plan that actually works? And that's the very next piece of the puzzle. We're going to show you how to take that leadership intent and channel it into structured, resilient, and realistic execution plans. Because mastering the conversation is the first step. Building the roadmap that follows is how change truly happens. Thank you for your attention.
Welcome. Today, we are diving into something that is a real make or break for leaders: how to build change plans and roadmaps that people will actually follow. This is so often the one thing that separates the transformations that succeed from the ones that just fizzle out. Let's get right into it. All right, so to get our bearings, we are now deep into Module 4 of our Corporate Transformation Program, which is all about execution. We've talked about the psychology and the human dynamics of resistance, and now we're moving into Chapter 25 to build the actual architectural blueprint for making change happen. And we're going to start by tackling something I call the planning fallacy. It's a massive leadership blind spot that can literally kill a change initiative before it even gets off the ground. How many times have you been in a meeting after a project has gone completely off the rails, and a senior leader says this: "The strategy was sound. It's the execution that's the issue. You know, it's the go-to excuse, but honestly, it completely misses the real problem." Here's what's really going on. The plan wasn't solid to begin with. See, most companies are fantastic at creating implementation plans. They're full of timelines, Gantt charts, and technical rollouts. But they completely fail at building adoption plans, roadmaps for how human beings are actually going to absorb, internalize, and use the new thing. And that, right there, is the critical difference. So this is a really important distinction we have to make. We've got to separate planning from scheduling. Scheduling? That's a project management task. It's about getting things delivered on time and on budget. You can and should delegate that. But planning for change? That is a leadership discipline. It's about sequencing human behavior, managing the organization's capacity for change, and orchestrating adoption. You cannot delegate that. That rests with you. And that really gets to the heart of what we're talking about in this chapter. We have to make a fundamental shift in our thinking, away from just technical implementation and towards genuine human adoption. Because let's be honest, the most brilliant system in the world is completely worthless if nobody uses it, or if they use it wrong. Okay, so before we even think about building a plan, we need a way to pressure test it. You know, a great change plan isn't some 100-page document nobody reads. It's really a clear, concise set of answers to 4 brutally honest questions. And here they are. What has to change first, and what's the reason? Who are the key people that have to change their behavior to give everyone else permission to follow? How much change can our teams realistically handle right now? And what, specifically, are we as leaders going to model at every single step? If you can't answer these 4 questions with absolute clarity, your plan just isn't ready. So, the big question is, how do we build a plan that can actually answer those questions? Well, we use what I call the 4-layer executive blueprint. Think of this as the architectural framework for your entire change program. Now, these 4 layers are completely interdependent, and you have to build them in this exact order. It all starts with strategic clarity. Then you build the people and behavior plan on top of that. Then you make sure they have the tools and skills. And finally, you lock it all in with governance. You can't skip a layer, and you can't do them out of order. Layer 1 is all about strategic intent. This is where you, as leaders, make the hard decisions right at the start. What are our non-negotiables? What are we willing to trade off to get there? This EU bank example is just perfect. They decided upfront that a great customer experience was more important than hitting some short-term cost-cutting goal. You know what that decision did? It prevented literally hundreds of arguments and delays later on. That's the power of strategic clarity. Okay, now for what I think is the most interesting part. Layer 2, the people and behavior roadmap. This is where almost every single plan fails. It's not enough to have a technology timeline. You need a behavioral timeline. When do managers need to start having different conversations? Where in the organization do we predict resistance will be at its peak? In that India ERP example, the technology was ready to go, but the people weren't. The project was actually failing until the leaders had the courage to hit pause and completely resequence the rollout to match where the people were. That decision saved the entire initiative.
So if you really want to master this people layer, it all boils down to 3 critical levers of execution: how you sequence the work, the pace you set, and how you deal with people. This right here is probably one of the most important principles in all of change leadership. I want you to really let this sink in. The right sequence of actions creates this amazing virtuous cycle of small wins, growing belief, and real momentum. The wrong sequence, trying to boil the ocean and do everything at once, just creates exhaustion, cynicism, and ultimately failure. So how do we sequence things the right way? Well, we follow these simple principles. Start where you and your leadership team have the most credibility. Run a pilot somewhere that everyone can see it so you can create a success story. And this one is so important. Do not try to change the core identity of your sales, finance, and operations teams all in the same quarter. It's just too much. And finally, create those early proof points, but don't declare victory too soon. This leads us right to the next critical distinction: pace versus speed. Look, speed is about how fast we can check boxes and complete tasks. Pace is about the sustainable rate at which our people can absorb and adapt to change. As leaders, we get so obsessed with speed, but it's pace that actually determines whether we succeed or not. Change that's too fast and then collapses is way, way slower than paced change that actually sticks. And this is just a fantastic illustration of that point. This EU healthcare company, they were under immense pressure from the board to move faster. But the leadership team made this incredibly courageous call to actually slow down the rollout by 3 months. And they used that time to focus entirely on coaching and supporting their managers. And the results? A 40% jump in sustained adoption. Think about that. They got to the business value they wanted faster by moving slow. Now, of course, you have to be smart about this. The core logic of planning stays the same, but the emphasis shifts depending on where you are in the world. In many parts of Europe, for instance, success might depend on deep early consultation. In the US, it might be more about speed of decision-making and crystal clear accountability. And in a context like India, visible leadership and constant reassurance can be the absolute deciding factors. So let's just put it all together. The difference couldn't be more stark. A poor plan isn't a plan with no detail. It's a plan that ignores these principles. It goes for the big bang rollout, has no map for behavior, and just assumes people will adopt it. And the outcome is always, always the same: failure, rework, and a huge loss of leadership credibility. The disciplined plan, it's sequenced, it puts behavior first, and it actually works. Okay, so to wrap all this up, how can you, as a leader, immediately tell if a change plan that lands on your desk is any good? I want to give you a simple, really powerful tool you can use right away. This is your litmus test. Before you sign off on any roadmap, just ask these 5 questions. What are we stopping to make room for this? If the answer is nothing, you know the plan is a fantasy. Where do you think resistance will be the highest? If they don't have an answer, they haven't thought about the people. How will we know adoption is real? If they say, well, the training is complete, that's a huge red flag. Vague answers to these questions are your signal that the plan is not ready. So, to summarize the big ideas from Chapter 25. First, change planning isn't just project management. It's a core leadership discipline. You have to actively plan for adoption. You can't just assume it'll happen. Remember that smart sequencing will always be raw speed. You have to make the plan for behavior change explicit. And when you do all this, a disciplined plan is what turns a big ambition into a real result. And I'll leave you with this final thought. It's the ultimate test for any leader. Look at the plan that's in front of you and really put yourself in the shoes of your frontline teams.
Then ask yourself one simple, honest question. Would I personally follow this roadmap? If the answer is no, or even if you hesitate, it's time to go back to the drawing board. Thank you. So now that we have the architecture, the blueprint of our plan, the next step is to bring it to life. In Chapter 26, we're going to take this roadmap and figure out how to build the communication and engagement plans that will turn it into a compelling story that actually mobilizes the entire organization. I'll see you there.
Welcome to the Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program. You know, it's a critical question. Why do so many change initiatives fail, even when leaders feel like they are constantly communicating? It's a puzzle, right? Well, that's exactly what we're going to crack open today.
Before we really dive in, let's just do a quick refresh of where we are on our journey together. This program has 6 core modules, and right now we're deep into Module 4. This is where the rubber really meets the road. It's all about executing and sustaining change.
And specifically, we're hitting Chapter 26. And this chapter, this one is a game changer. This is where we uncover a fundamental truth. Success isn't about just broadcasting your message louder. It's about creating shared meaning and genuine commitment. That is a massive shift, and it's what we're going to break down right now.
So here's our game plan. First, we're going to define the real problem with what most people call communication. Then, I'll walk you through a powerful 5-part model to fix it. We'll zone in on the absolutely vital role of managers, tackle tricky issues like fatigue, and then wrap up with a checklist you can literally use tomorrow. All right, let's get into it. Okay, so let's start by throwing a challenge at a piece of advice we've all heard a million times. Communicate, communicate, communicate. What if that advice is actually incomplete? Or worse, what if it's been accidentally leading us down completely the wrong path? It's time for a pretty fundamental shift in our thinking. This single idea right here, this is the foundation of everything we're about to discuss. Change isn't something you do to your people, it's something you have to do with them. The very moment we start treating our teams like a passive audience for our big announcements, we've already lost the battle for their commitment. And the difference? Well, it's night and day. Communication is a broadcast. It's about pushing information out. We measure its success by asking, how many inboxes did we hit? Engagement, that's a dialogue. It's about creating understanding and empowering people to act. And we measure its success by seeing if people's behavior actually changes. One is about volume, the other is all about impact.
And here's exactly why that one-size-fits-all message just falls flat. Different people have fundamentally different questions. Your executives are asking, are we winning? Your managers are thinking, how on earth do I lead my team through this? Your employees are worried, asking, can I actually succeed here? A single generic email can't possibly answer all of those deep personal questions in a meaningful way.
Okay, so we've diagnosed the problem. Now, how do we fix it? Let's get practical and move to the framework for designing a plan that actually works. This is what takes us beyond just making a list of town halls and into the world of strategic, intentional engagement.
You see, a truly robust engagement plan isn't just a communications calendar. It's a living system where these 5 elements are working together in harmony. Who we talk to, what we tell them, who delivers the message, when they deliver it, and, so critically, how we listen and prove we're listening.
First things first, we have got to stop treating our organization like one big monolith. We need to segment our audience, not by their department, but by how the change really affects them. Who's most impacted? Who holds that informal power? Who's facing the biggest emotional risk? This is how we stop talking to everyone and start talking to someone.
Next, for each one of those segments, we craft messages that answer their unspoken question. What does this mean for me? And this isn't marketing. It's about providing clarity and reducing fear. The European case study here is a perfect example. A company I worked with, simply by being crystal clear about what was already decided versus what was still open for input, drained a huge amount of anxiety and speculation right out of the system.
Third, someone has to own the engagement at every single level. The CEO sets the why, for sure, but it's the direct manager who makes it feel real on a Tuesday morning. And fourth is all about cadence and timing. Your engagement has to be empathetic. You need more frequent, high-touch conversations when uncertainty is high, and then you can shift to reinforcement later on.
And finally, and this part is absolutely non-negotiable, engagement has to be a two-way street. Listening is not enough. People must see that their feedback actually leads to action. The U.S. example of a "You Ask, We Decided" publication is just brilliant. It closes the loop, proves leadership is paying attention, and builds incredible trust, even if the answer isn't what everyone wanted to hear. So with that model in place, let's focus on the single most important lever for making it work at scale. And it's not your email system, and it's not your internet. It's your people.
If you only take one single thing away from our time together today, please let it be this. Your managers are the bridge between your grand strategy and the daily reality of your employees. If they are not equipped, convinced, and supported, your entire engagement plan will absolutely fail. They are your engagement engine.
And this slide just brilliantly illustrates the mindset shift we have to give our managers. Their job is not to persuade or sell the change. That approach creates compliance, at best. Their real job is to engage, to explore concerns, to acknowledge that change can feel like a loss, and to build that shared meaning. That is what creates genuine, lasting commitment.
Okay, so the model is clear, but we all know the real world is messy, right? So now let's talk about two advanced challenges that can derail even the best laid plans: engagement fatigue and the complexities of global culture.
Yes, it is totally possible to overcommunicate. When people get bombarded with messages, they just start to tune out. The solution isn't to talk louder, it's to talk smarter. You've got to shift from high volume to high relevance. Cut the noise, focus on what really matters to each group, and prioritize real dialogue over another broadcast.
Now, this is so important for global companies. While the core principles of engagement are universal, how you emphasize them has to adapt to the cultural context. In parts of the EU, there's a strong expectation of a formal consultation process. In the US, people often value directness and a clear line to business performance. In India, the personal visibility of senior leaders can be absolutely paramount. Same principles, just a different emphasis.
So let's bring all these ideas together. We're going to wrap this up with a practical tool you can use tomorrow to diagnose your own engagement efforts and figure out where to focus your energy for the biggest impact.
I mean, when you look at it side by side, the contrast couldn't be more stark, could it? The path on the left, relying on broadcasts, ignoring managers, no feedback loop, that's a recipe for resistance. The path on the right, engaging by role, enabling your managers, and fostering real dialogue, that is how you build the trust that leads to real adoption and momentum.
So, before you leave this session, I want you to ask yourself these 5 questions. And I mean, be brutally honest. Your answers are going to reveal exactly where your biggest risks and most immediate opportunities are hiding. That last question, that's the real gut check, isn't it?
Now that we have a clear framework for building the will to change through engagement, our next logical step is to build the skill. In Chapter 27, we're going to explore how to make sure your teams are not just committed, but also confident and totally capable of succeeding in the new world. I look forward to seeing you there.
Welcome. We're diving deep into a really critical part of Durga Analytics' Master Program on Leading Corporate Transformation. Today, we're going to get into why simply training your people is almost never enough to make real change stick.
So just to ground us, we are in Chapter 27 of our 48-part journey. We're moving out of the big picture planning and getting right into the thick of execution. This is where the rubber meets the road, and where so many initiatives stall.
You've sent the emails, you've held the town halls, but how do you get people to actually work differently? Let's get into it. I want you to burn this sentence into your brain. This is the core idea for everything we're about to cover. You can communicate a change perfectly, you can have the best slide decks in the world, but if your people don't feel competent in the new way of working, they will never feel competent. And that lack of confidence, that's what quietly kills adoption. So let's talk about why change really fails. Most leaders, they'll blame resistance. But the hard truth? Change usually fails because leadership creates what we call a capability gap. We ask people to do something new without ever truly systematically equipping them to succeed. And when that gap exists, this is what you'll see bubbling up from the ground floor. You'll feel a rising tide of anxiety. You'll see a sudden spike in errors in the new process or system. You'll find these brilliant but totally counterproductive workarounds as people cling to what they know. And you'll see this quiet resistance, which isn't really about defiance. It's about fear, a deep-seated fear of failing in this new environment. So, what's the fix? Well, it starts with a fundamental shift in your mindset as a leader. You have to stop thinking about just funding training events and start thinking about how you personally are going to design a system of capability. It's a whole different level of thinking. And this slide really nails the distinction. Look at the left side. Training. It's an event, a one-time knowledge dump. It's one size fits all, and it's focused on getting people to complete the module. Now look at the right. Capability enablement. It's continuous. It's not about knowledge, it's about performance. It's tailored, and its only goal, its only measure of success, is building confidence. See the difference? It's night and day. And this right here is the takeaway for every leader listening. Delegating training to HR or L&D and then washing your hands of it, that's an abdication of your role in the change. You, the executive, have to own the design of the capability system. That's the real strategic work here. Okay, so theory is great, but how do you actually design that system? We use a super practical model for this. It's called the 5-layer enablement stack. Let's break down what that actually means. Now, the key here, and please don't miss this, is to think of these 5 layers as totally integrated. Like a tech stack, you can't just pick 1 or 2 that you like. The entire stack has to be in place, working together for competence to actually grow and for the change to stick. It all starts at layer 1, absolute ruthless clarity. You have to map out role by role exactly what skills, what behaviors, and even what specific decisions are changing. We saw a European bank do this. They mapped old versus new decision rights. And, like magic, the specific capability gaps they needed to close became crystal clear almost overnight. Next up, layer 2, just-in-time learning. A training class delivered weeks before a go-live is almost entirely forgotten by the time people need it. The real key is to embed learning directly into the new workflow. An Indian firm did this brilliantly. They put these little micro-learning modules right at the point of need. And guess what? They cut their critical errors by a staggering 40%. Now for layer 3. And folks, this is where most companies completely drop the ball. Your managers, your frontline supervisors, they are your primary reinforcement engine. But they are almost always the most neglected group in a change. An unenabled manager isn't just neutral, they're your single biggest adoption risk. You have to arm them, equip them, and incentivize them to coach and reinforce these new behaviors every single day. Layer 4 gets right at a core human emotion, fear. Nobody wants to look stupid in front of their peers. People need a safe place to practice, to make mistakes without consequence. We've seen U.S. firms invest in realistic simulations and sandbox environments, and the results are incredible. It dramatically reduces fear, and because of that, it massively accelerates the time it takes for people to actually become competent. And that brings us to the final crucial layer, the feedback loop. Enablement is not done when the workshop is over. It's done when performance actually stabilizes at the new desired level. That means you have to be tracking real indicators, like error rates, rework loops, and cycle times, not vanity metrics like who showed up for training. The job is finished when the new behaviors become the new normal. Okay, so knowing the stack is one thing, but applying it is what really separates success from failure. So let's look at how to tailor this to your different groups of people and, just as importantly, how to measure what really matters. Look, a one-size-fits-all enablement plan is a recipe for disaster. It just doesn't work. Your high performers, they need a path to mastery and innovation. Your solid, average performers, they need structured guidance to build confidence and consistency. And your struggling employees, they need psychological safety, a slower pace, and intensive coaching on the absolute fundamentals. You have to meet people where they are. As a leader, your dashboard has to change. It's time to stop tracking the vanity metrics, things like attendance and completion rates. Who cares? You need to start tracking what actually signals success. How long does it take for an employee to become truly competent? Are error rates actually going down? Are people finally stopping their old, inefficient workarounds? These are the true signals of adoption. So let's make this really personal. Let's turn this entire framework into a set of direct challenges, a mirror for you and your own organization. Here are the tough questions you need to start asking right now. First, be honest with yourself. Look at your change plan. Where have you just scheduled a training and then checked the box, calling it a day, without building that continuous system of enablement around it? Where is that gap in your own plan? Second, take a hard look at your frontline leaders. Have you just told them to lead the change, or have you actually given them the tools, the time, and the right incentives to be effective coaches? Right now, are they an asset, or are they actually your biggest risk? Third, I want you to pinpoint the moment of maximum fear. Where is it? Is it the first time a salesperson has to use the new CRM in front of a major client? Is it the first time an analyst has to run a critical report in the new system? Find that point of fear, and then ask the tough question. What have we actually built to make it safe for them to try and possibly fail? And finally, here's the ultimate gut check. This is the empathy test. Forget the executive view for just a moment. If you were the one being asked to change your entire workflow, what would you truly need to not just perform the task, but to feel genuinely confident and successful doing it? So let's end right here on this powerful insight. Your job as a change leader is not finished when people are informed. In fact, it's only just beginning. Your true goal, your real mandate, is to build a system that makes them, and by extension, your entire organization, truly capable of winning in the new reality. And this idea of tracking what truly matters is the perfect bridge to where we're going next. In Chapter 28, we're going to dive deep into building the right dashboard of metrics and change KPIs. We'll show you exactly how to measure real adoption so you can course correct long before it's too late. I'll see you there. Welcome back to the Corporate Transformation Master Program. Today, we are diving into a topic that honestly can make or break your entire change initiative: how you measure it. Get this part wrong, and you could be steering your project straight towards a cliff, all while your dashboard is telling you everything is perfectly fine. Just as a quick reminder of where we are in our journey, we are deep inside Module 4. This is all about executing and sustaining change. You could say this is where the beautifully crafted strategy meets the messy reality of getting things done. And that brings us to Chapter 28, Metrics and Change KPIs. Look, our entire goal here is to flip your perspective on measurement. We want to stop using metrics as a rearview mirror to figure out what went wrong after the crash. Instead, we're going to turn them into a forward-looking radar system, one that lets you predict problems, course correct on the fly, and ultimately guarantee your success. Let's kick things off with this statement. It's brutally honest, isn't it? But it really gets to the heart of the problem. I'm sure you've all seen it. A project that looks fantastic on paper, all the status reports are green, yet under the surface, it's a total failure that delivers zero lasting change. Today, we're going to figure out how to stop that from ever happening again. So here's our game plan. First, we'll expose why your current metrics might be lying to you. Then we'll make a crucial shift in focus. We'll build a simple hierarchy for your metrics, zero in on what really needs to be measured, design a dashboard that actually works, and then tie it all together with culture and accountability. All right, let's get right into it. We need to talk about a huge blind spot for so many leaders. It's this illusion of control that our very own dashboards create. We build them for clarity, but you know what? A lot of the time, they just end up hiding the truth. Look at this comparison. On the left, that's the dashboard we all know and love. A sea of comforting green check marks. Training's done, emails are sent, we're on time, on budget, success. But then look at the right. That's what's actually happening. People went to training, sure, but they haven't changed a single thing about how they work. Resistance is bubbling just under the surface, and workarounds are popping up everywhere. That gap between the two columns, that's the dashboard illusion. And here's the most important takeaway from this section. Bad metrics aren't just inaccurate, they're actively dangerous. They don't just report reality wrong, they actually drive terrible leadership decisions. They give you a false sense of confidence that delays your intervention until it's way too late. And ultimately, they can absolutely destroy your credibility as a leader. Okay, so how do we get out of this trap? Well, it all starts with a fundamental shift in our thinking. We have to stop measuring effort and start measuring the one thing that truly matters: adoption. This slide nails the distinction perfectly. Delivery KPIs, your timelines, your budget, they answer one question. Did we build the thing? And look, that's important for project management, but it says nothing about transformation. The real question, the one that predicts success, is answered by adoption KPIs. Are people using the thing we built, and are they using it the right way all the time? That gap between building it and using it is where almost every change initiative goes to die. Now, let's put some structure around this with a really practical model. The goal here isn't to create some massive, overwhelming list of 50 different things to track. No, it's about understanding that there's a hierarchy so you can focus your precious attention on the metrics that give you the most leverage. And here it is. At the bottom, level 1 is activity. Did people show up? It's the least valuable data you can get. Level 2, capability, is a bit better. Can they do the new thing? But the real pivot point, the absolute center of gravity for your entire transformation, is level 3, behavior. This is your number one leading indicator. Let me be crystal clear. If your level 3 metrics are weak, you will never achieve those level 4 business outcomes you promised the board. Okay, so with that framework in our back pocket, let's get really practical. What are the specific, predictive, level 3 indicators that you as a leader should be demanding to see on your dashboard? First and foremost, you have to track actual behavior. I'm talking about things like the elimination of shadow systems, those secret spreadsheets and databases that people create to avoid using the new official process. Take a look at the example from Europe. A finance team rolled out a new system. Instead of just tracking logins, they track something brilliant: the percentage of decisions that bypass the new system. That single metric immediately lit up which departments were resisting, allowing for laser-focused intervention. Next up, your managers. They are the absolute linchpins of your change effort. They're the ones who multiply your message and drive adoption on the ground, so you have to measure their behavior. How often are they coaching their teams? Is their messaging consistent? Are they actually holding people accountable? The data from this US example is undeniable. Companies that track these manager behaviors see dramatically higher and faster adoption rates. It's that simple. And finally, please do not forget the human element. You need to be tracking the signals of resistance that show up in the system. A sudden spike in exception requests or a pattern of decisions getting escalated up the chain. That isn't noise. That's priceless data. Look at the incredible example from India. A tech company noticed a tiny drop in discretionary effort, things like people logging off right at 5 instead of sticking around to solve a tough problem. That subtle signal was a leading indicator that predicted a massive adoption failure a full 2 months before it blew up.
Okay, so let's pull all these ideas together into what an actionable dashboard should actually look like. Remember, the goal is not a passive reporting tool that makes everyone feel good. It's a tool to spark urgent, intelligent conversations. A really powerful dashboard rolls up multiple data points into a few composite indexes, like an adoption index or a resistance index. All that means is you take 3 to 5 of your most critical metrics like process adherence and a reduction in workarounds, and you blend them into a single, easy-to-understand score. The whole point of a dashboard like this isn't to give you a simple red, yellow, or green light. It's to force you to ask the right questions and to guide your leadership team's actions. Of course, measuring is only half the battle. The true art of leadership is using these measurements to build a culture of accountability without creating a culture of fear. This is a delicate balance, so let's talk about how to get it right. Never forget this. Your questions are infinitely more powerful than your speeches. Why? Because your team is watching. They see what you consistently ask about in your review meetings, and that tells them what you truly value. If you only ask about the budget, they'll only focus on the budget. But if you constantly ask about behavior change and manager coaching, well, that's what they'll manage. Now, to build trust, you have to introduce this in phases. You can't just flip a switch. In phase 1, for the first couple of months, you use the data for learning only. Look for patterns, find insights, but don't blame anyone. Then, in phase 2, you start using the metrics as a tool for coaching and support. And only then, once that trust is rock solid, do you move to phase 3 and link these metrics to performance reviews and incentives. And naturally, as global leaders, you have to tailor your approach. This isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. In Europe, for example, fairness and transparency are paramount, so you need to be very clear about what you're measuring and why. In the US, there's often a stronger performance orientation, so a direct link to accountability can be a powerful motivator. And in a context like India, with its hierarchical sensitivity, the focus really needs to be on group learning and avoiding any kind of public shaming. If you remember one thing from this entire chapter, make it this. If you cannot see tangible behavior change reflected in your metrics, you are not managing change. You are simply reporting on it. You've become a spectator. And the question you have to ask yourself is, are you a manager or are you a spectator? So I will leave you with one final challenging question to take back to your own teams. I want you to be brutally honest with yourselves. What are you measuring today that is just giving you a comfortable but completely false sense of progress? In our next chapter, we're going to build directly on this idea. Because once you start measuring the right things, you start to see the true immense effort that transformation requires. And you have to make sure your people have the energy to sustain it. We'll tackle that head on in Chapter 29, Managing Change Fatigue. Welcome back, leaders. I'm your trainer from Durga Analytics, and today we are tackling one of the silent killers of transformation. It's that invisible force that makes even the most brilliant strategies just run out of steam. So let's get right into the Corporate Transformation Master Program and learn how to fight it. All right, we are deep in Module 4, Executing and Sustaining Change. You've done the hard work. You've built the roadmaps. You've crafted the communication plans. But now we hit a wall that's critical and, frankly, often overlooked. This is Chapter 29, Managing Change Fatigue. This is the point where even the absolute best plans can quietly fall apart.
So let's just start with a question that I know keeps a lot of you up at night. You've done everything by the book, right? The strategy is sound, the plan is meticulously detailed, the vision is crystal clear. So why? Why do so many well-planned transformations still seem to stall, lose all their momentum, and in the end, fail to deliver? Okay, here's our game plan for today. First, we're going to uncover the transformation's hidden enemy. Then we'll dig into why leaders so often miss the warning signs and how this fatigue becomes a huge cumulative problem. And then we pivot to action. I'll walk you through some real executive strategies for recovery, how to communicate when you're in that fog of change, and we'll wrap up with a practical checklist you can use right away.
So let's start by identifying the real culprit here. When a transformation starts to slow down, leaders tend to blame the usual suspects: resistance, poor planning. But what if that diagnosis is just wrong? What if we're treating the symptoms instead of the actual disease? Now, this slide is absolutely critical. It shows the massive gap between perception and reality. As leaders, you might see what looks like resistance, but on the ground, it's often just sheer exhaustion. You diagnose it as poor execution, but your people are actually facing crippling cognitive overload. You see capability gaps, but the root cause is emotional withdrawal. This is the reframe you have to make. Fatigue is not opposition. It is depression.
So let's get really precise with our definition here. Change fatigue is organizational exhaustion. It happens when the rate and the sheer volume of change fundamentally exceed the human capacity to absorb it all. It's a systemic capacity issue, and it's made so much worse by a constant nagging lack of recovery time. An organization that's fatigued doesn't fight you. It just quietly disengages. So if this is so incredibly damaging, why is it so often invisible to the very leaders who are driving the change? Well, the reasons are actually rooted in both the structure of our organizations and, frankly, the psychology of leadership itself.
Structurally, we actually create this problem ourselves. You've got initiatives planned in separate silos. IT has their project, HR has theirs, finance has another one, and there's no one looking at the combined change load that's hitting a single manager or a single team. And then there's the psychological piece. Leaders are insulated. For an executive, launching a change is an act of strategy and control. But for a frontline employee, it's just another disruption. And that psychological distance creates a massive blind spot.
And this slide right here shows the dangerous progression. The early signals, they're subtle, they're so easy to dismiss. A decline in discretionary effort. People just stop going that extra mile. They ask fewer questions. You start to hear language like, let's just get through this. But if you ignore these signs, you get to the late signals: massive burnout, attrition of your best people, and even serious quality and safety incidents. The EU healthcare case study we looked at is a perfect example of this. Those early warnings were missed, and the entire transformation had to be paused, but only after significant damage was already done. Now let's explore how this problem builds, because this is the central idea you absolutely must grasp. An individual project might be perfectly managed and completely reasonable on its own, but that's irrelevant. Fatigue isn't a project-specific problem. It's a portfolio-level, cumulative problem. I want you to just let this quote sink in for a moment. People do not reset to zero after each transformation. The stress, the learning curve, the emotional toll, it all carries over. There is a residue from every single change initiative that has come before. So here's how it happens. You launch Initiative A. Before it's even stable, Initiative B overlaps with it. Meanwhile, all those unresolved issues from last year's reorg, they're still lingering. And all of this together creates a state of continuous uncertainty. As we saw in that India IT services case, 3 individually reasonable projects, when they were overlapped, created a system-wide collapse in both performance and morale. The system simply ran out of capacity. So here is the crucial takeaway. Stop asking your people to be more resilient. Change fatigue is a leadership design problem. It's a failure of portfolio management, of sequencing, and of strategic prioritization at the executive level. It is not an employee resilience problem.
So how do we fix this? Well, the answer isn't more motivational speeches or just adding more pressure. The real solutions are strategic levers that only senior leadership can pull. This requires a shift from project-level pressure to true enterprise-level portfolio management.
The very first strategy is to make the invisible visible. An enterprise change heat map is a diagnostic tool that visualizes your entire change portfolio. It shows you exactly which roles and departments are being hit by which changes, how often, and how severely. And suddenly, you can actually see the overloaded clusters and the hidden risks that were completely invisible when you were only looking at projects in their own little silos.
Now, the second strategy is incredibly powerful in its simplicity, yet it's often the hardest thing for leaders to do. The single most effective way to reduce fatigue is to stop doing things. This is not about admitting failure, it is about strategic prioritization. Pausing or stopping lower value work is a sign of strong, confident leadership. Okay, third, you have to proactively build recovery into your plans. And recovery isn't just downtime, it's a planned period for stabilization, for new skills to become habit, for an emotional reset. And fourth, you absolutely must protect your middle managers. They are the shock absorbers of the organization. They need air cover, they need clear priorities, and they need protection from the conflicting demands that cause so much burnout.
Now, let's talk about communication. In a fatigued environment, your words matter immensely. The wrong kind of communication can pour gasoline on the fire, while the right kind of communication can be a powerful antidote.
And for all of you global leaders out there, it's so critical to understand that fatigue looks different around the world. In parts of Europe, you might see it as formal process resistance. In the US, you might see it first in your attrition numbers. In a context like India, it could show up as silence and people creating informal workarounds. Your response has to be culturally attuned to be effective. Okay, we've covered the theory and the strategy. Now let's make this actionable. Here's a set of practical tools you can apply as soon as we're done here. This is how we move from insight to real impact. I want you to take this checklist back to your very next leadership meeting and ask these questions honestly. Can you actually quantify the change load on your people? When was the last time you strategically stopped doing something? Is recovery just an afterthought, or is it actually part of the plan? And that last question is the ultimate gut check. Looking at the environment you've created, would you feel energized working in it? And beyond the team discussion, please take a moment for some personal reflection. Where is fatigue likely hiding in your organization right now? Look back at those early signals we talked about. Which ones might you be unconsciously ignoring? And most importantly, how does your own behavior, your own demand for more and for faster, contribute to the problem? Let's end on this final crucial insight. This really is the paradigm shift. Success is not about speed. Sustainable transformation is about rhythm. It's about how deliberately and how strategically you build in the space for your organization to recover, to absorb, and to stabilize. Now, managing fatigue is half the battle. The other half is building a system that prevents it in the first place. And that is the perfect bridge to our next session. In Chapter 30, we're going to explore governance and decision structures, how to design the very systems and forums that allow you to manage your change portfolio effectively, sustain momentum, and make smart trade-offs without causing burnout. I'll see you there. Welcome back, leaders, to the Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program. Today, we are tackling a really critical piece of any major change: governance. Now, this is a topic that can either be the rocket fuel for your transformation, or it can bring everything to a grinding halt.
we're deep into Module 4 now, which is all about executing and sustaining change, and this is Chapter 30. You can think of governance as the architectural plan for your transformation. If you get it right, you create incredible speed and momentum. But if you get it wrong, you just create confusion and sludge that can stop progress dead in its tracks. So let's dive in.
Does this sound familiar? I mean, these are the exact phrases we hear constantly from executives who are deep in the trenches of change. It's the sound of a transformation stalling out. And it's not because the strategy is bad, but because the very system that's supposed to guide it is actually failing. This frustration, this feeling of being stuck, it's a direct symptom of broken governance.
So how do we fix it? Well, our path today is pretty clear. First, we're going to identify what we call the governance trap. Then we'll redefine governance entirely, focusing on clarity over control. After that, we'll break down the 3 pillars that actually create speed, look at how to design for decisiveness, and we'll wrap up with a really practical checklist you can start using immediately. Okay, let's start with the problem. Because most organizations fall into a trap when it comes to managing change, and honestly, it's a very instinctive one. We call this the governance paradox. See, when we're faced with the uncertainty of a big transformation, our gut instinct is to add more layers of control, right? We spin up new steering committees, we add more approval stages, and we demand that every little decision gets escalated up the chain. But what's the reality? It actually makes everything worse. Instead of creating order, it creates massive confusion, it fuels resistance from the very people trying to get work done, and it completely exhausts the leadership team. Bad governance doesn't just slow things down, it actively works against the change you're trying to make. So, to escape this trap, we have to fundamentally redefine what governance is even for. It's not about control, it's about something way more powerful. Now, this is a huge shift in thinking. Real governance isn't about the committees, the reports, or the bureaucracy. That's just noise. True governance is the underlying operating system for your transformation. It's the system that defines who gets to decide what, who's accountable, how we escalate things, and how we reinforce the right behaviors. Think of it as the invisible architecture of decisiveness. So here's the bottom line, the most crucial point. As a leader of change, your primary job isn't to control every single action. It's to provide extreme clarity. And why is that? Because people thrive on autonomy and a clear sense of purpose. Control just creates friction. Clarity unleashes potential. This is the fundamental mindset shift you have to make. So, how do we actually build this system of clarity? Well, it all rests on 3 absolutely essential pillars. Let's break them down one by one. Pillar number 1 is all about defining decision rates. And you have to be explicit about this. Don't just leave it to chance. A really powerful way to do this is to categorize your decisions. Think of type 1 decisions as the big, irreversible, one-way doors. The kind you can't easily go back on. Those might stay centralized. But type 2 decisions, they're reversible, they're two-way doors. These should be delegated as far down into the organization as possible to empower your teams and really accelerate progress. The second pillar builds right on top of this. You have to clarify your escalation paths. Look, escalation should not be your primary decision-making process. It's supposed to be a safety valve for the true exceptions. And for it to work, it has to be 3 things: clear, rare, and fast. If everyone is escalating everything, that's just a symptom that your decision rights from pillar 1 aren't clear enough. And the final pillar is what makes the whole system meaningful. You have to link accountability and reinforcement. A decision right is totally useless if it's not connected to the outcome of that decision. And that outcome has to have consequences, positive ones for good results, and maybe developmental ones for poor results. Without this crucial feedback loop, your whole governance structure is just a symbolic chart on a wall. It has no teeth.
Okay, so now that we have the theory of the 3 pillars, let's look at what this actually means in practice. How do we design a system that is literally built for speed?
And this table just illustrates the difference so perfectly. On the left, you've got governance done wrong, a confusing maze of committees, unclear authority, constant escalations. The outcome is totally predictable: delay, frustration, and workarounds. But on the right, you have a system designed for clarity, explicit decision rights, a few highly focused forums, and visible accountability. And the result? Speed, confidence, and ultimately, real adoption of the change. It's also absolutely critical to remember that this design is not one size fits all. In a European context, for example, you have to engage with works councils early to get buy-in. In the US, the focus might be more on empowering individual decision makers and just valuing raw speed. And in a more hierarchical culture, like in India, you have to be incredibly explicit when you delegate authority to give people the permission they need to act. Your cultural context really, really matters. So, to bring this all together, we've created a simple but I think really powerful tool for you to use as you either design or just diagnose your own governance system. Just ask yourself these 5 questions. 1. Who really decides what? Get specific. 2. Which decisions are the true bottlenecks holding things up? Focus on those first. 3. Where can we safely grant more autonomy to our teams? 4. How are decisions, both good and bad, actually reinforced in our system today? And 5, if things do go wrong, where specifically does an escalation go for a fast resolution? I promise you, answering these questions honestly is the first giant step to building great governance. If you take only one thing away from our session today, let it be this: speed doesn't come from a lack of governance. It comes from an abundance of clarity. The fastest, most agile organizations out there have invested the time to make their decision-making architecture simple, explicit, and understood by absolutely everyone. And I'll leave you with this one final thought. As a leader, it's pretty easy to design a system that works for you in the executive suite. But the ultimate test is this: if you were a project manager or a team lead on the front line, would you trust this system to help you get your job done? Or would you secretly try to work around it? The answer to that question tells you everything you need to know. A well-designed governance system is the skeleton of your transformation, but the very next step is embedding that skeleton into your organization's DNA, making clear decision rights and accountability just the way we do things around here. And that's exactly what we're going to cover in our next chapter: Embedding Change into Culture. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, leaders! So, have you ever seen a brilliant change initiative? One that you poured your heart and soul into, just wither away? Well, in this session from Durga Analytics, we're tackling one of the most critical challenges in any transformation. Today, we're going to dissect exactly why that happens, and more importantly, give you the tools to make your changes stick for good. All right, as a quick reminder, our program is a journey across 6 key modules. We're building your change leadership capabilities step by step, from mindset and foundations all the way up to large-scale execution. We are now right in the middle of Module 4, which is all about execution and making change last. And today, we dive deep into Chapter 31, Embedding Change into Culture. Honestly, this is where the magic happens. This is where we make change permanent. Okay, so here's our agenda for today. We're going to look at why changes often fade, redefine what we're actually trying to change when we talk about culture, then get into 5 specific levers you can pull. After that, we'll talk about your role as a leader, and we'll wrap up with a practical test you can use right away. So let's start with a scenario I'm sure many of you have experienced: the big, successful launch that over time just slowly fades away. It's a really common story, and a frustrating one at that. I mean, look at this curve. It's probably painfully familiar, right? We celebrate the go live, declare victory. For the first few months, the metrics look great. But then, somewhere between 6 and 12 months out, the old behaviors start creeping back in. People find the old workarounds. It's like the organization has this gravitational pull back to the way things were.
So why does this happen?
And here's the crucial point. We focused on implementing a project, but we failed to embed the new way of working into the very fabric of the organization. And you have to remember, culture always wins in the long run.
So, to embed change, we've got to get really honest about what culture actually is. We need to redefine our target. Now, what's really interesting here is the shift from these nice, aspirational ideas to observable actions. You see, culture isn't the values you put on the wall. It's not the mission statement. Culture is what you actually do. It's the collection of behaviors that get rewarded, the ones that get tolerated, and the ones that get punished, especially when the pressure is on. So, if culture is just behavior, how do we shape it? Well, we use 5 specific reinforcing levers. Think of this as your executive blueprint for making change stick.
And it all starts with you, your behavior. Think about an EU bank going through an Agile transformation. The change only truly worked when the executives stopped demanding those old-school detailed plans and actually started modeling iterative behavior themselves in their own meetings. People watch what you do, not just what you say.
Next, you've got to look at your decision-making. I heard about a case in the US where leaders were preaching empowerment, but then they went and publicly reversed a decision made by one of their teams. Instantly, that old culture of dependency just snapped right back. The message was clear: we don't really trust you.
Now let's talk about the real accelerator here, incentives. There's an example from a company in India where siloed behavior was a huge problem. It only changed when they rewrote the promotion criteria. To move up, you had to prove you could collaborate across teams. Suddenly, collaboration wasn't just a nice idea, it was a career necessity.
This one is all about making the change tangible and memorable. There's a great story about a manufacturer that held a public ceremony to get rid of their old, bureaucratic approval process. It was a powerful, symbolic message that things were truly, fundamentally different now. And finally, we have the silent enforcers. Look, if your IT systems, your governance, your reporting, if they all still allow for the old workarounds, people will use them. You have to re-architect the workflow to make the new way the easy way. Now, when you look at all 5 of these levers together, it demonstrates a really clear truth. Culture change is not something you can delegate to HR or a project team. This is a core leadership function.
And this so brilliantly illustrates the absolutely critical role of your middle managers. They're your cultural translators. They're the daily enforcers. If they aren't fully convinced, if they don't feel supported, your new culture is going to fragment and die right there on the front lines. And of course, your leadership role has to be context aware. The levers you decide to emphasize might be different depending on where you are in the world. As you can see here, you might focus more on formal structures and process in Europe, while in the US, you might lean more heavily on performance metrics. It's about calibrating your approach. At the end of the day, the outcome is pretty binary, isn't it? When leaders revert to old behaviors under pressure, the culture snaps right back with them. But when leaders hold the line, when they align the whole system around the new way of working, the change actually sustains itself, sometimes even after those leaders are gone. So let's move on and see how we can build this into a practical tool you can use immediately. This is your chance to really assess your own organization. First, you've got to get a clear-eyed view of your current reality. And I mean a brutally honest view. What behaviors actually lead to success on your teams today?
This right here, this is the ultimate test. Because pressure reveals the true, unwritten rules of your culture. When the deadlines are tight, which behavior wins out? The old way or the new way?
And now it's time for a moment of personal reflection. Your consistency is the bedrock of cultural change. So ask yourself, where might I be sending mixed signals? Where does my own behavior maybe contradict the change I'm asking for?
And this is the ultimate goal, isn't it?
Have you truly embedded the change into a system that runs on its own, or is it still completely dependent on your personal effort and oversight? So here's the crucial point. Your job as a leader is to re-architect the work environment so that the behaviors you want become the path of least resistance. When that happens, you've successfully embedded the change. Now, in our next chapter, we're going to build on this by exploring how to sustain this long-term adoption over multiple years.
Welcome back to our deep dive from Durga Analytics. We are well into our 48-chapter journey through the Corporate Transformation Master Program, and today we're hitting a really critical topic: how to make change actually stick. So we're currently in Module 4, which is all about executing and sustaining change. And this is Chapter 32. The big challenge we're tackling today is something every single leader runs into. How do you make sure all the hard work you put into a transformation doesn't just, evaporate over time? You hear this question all the time, right? When is the change complete? And honestly, it sounds like a perfectly reasonable question. But here's the thing. It's a trap. It assumes change has some kind of finish line you can cross. The tough truth is, it doesn't. True transformation is a continuous effort. So let's unpack what that really means. Here's how we're going to break it down. First, we'll talk about why those early wins can be so misleading. Then we'll get into the 4 major forces that are constantly trying to pull your organization backward. From there, we'll introduce a really powerful model called the adoption flywheel, dig into the leadership discipline that makes it work, and finally, talk about how to truly embed change for the long haul. All right, let's start with a story that's probably going to sound painfully familiar. You kick off a huge change initiative. The first 6, maybe 12 months, things look amazing. Your KPIs are trending up, people seem to be getting with the program. But fast forward a year, and somehow everyone's quietly slipped back into the old ways of doing things. How does this keep happening? This slide right here, this gets to the absolute heart of it. That initial burst of success, it's often just an illusion, and it's driven by one thing: temporary, high-level attention. The spotlight's on, everybody's watching, so of course people are going to comply. But real, lasting change has nothing to do with a temporary spotlight. It's about what happens after the lights go down. It's about hardwiring new behaviors into your permanent systems, your daily habits, and your leadership routines. And that leads us to a really critical idea. Change is never a set it and forget it kind of deal. Every single day, your new way of working is either being actively reinforced or it's being silently eroded. Let's look at the 4 powerful forces that are always at work, trying to drag your organization right back to where it started. Think of these as the invisible currents that can sink your entire transformation. A crisis hits, and what do people do? They immediately revert to what's familiar and comfortable. The source material talks about a U.S. company where leaders just bypassed all the new governance rules the second a downturn hit. Or a new leader comes in with their own agenda. We saw an EU case where a new country head just ignored the new norms, and boom, local adoption completely collapsed. And then there's the slow, sneaky stuff, like incentives drifting back to rewarding old behaviors. Or maybe the most subtle of all, people just forget how bad things used to be and that burning platform just disappears. So how in the world do you fight these powerful natural forces? Well, you can't just keep pushing. That's exhausting, and it doesn't work long term. Instead, you need to build a self-reinforcing engine, something that generates its own momentum. We called this the adoption flywheel. Now this is our core framework. I want you to picture a massive, heavy flywheel. Getting it to move at first takes a ton of effort, but each of these 6 elements gives it another push. You start with crystal clear expectations. Your leaders consistently model and reinforce the right behaviors. Your incentives and rewards are perfectly aligned. Your actual systems and tools make the new way the easy way. There are visible consequences, good and bad. And you never stop telling the story of why we're doing this. The moment any one of these starts to weaken, that flywheel begins to wobble and lose all its momentum.
Now, while all 6 of those parts are absolutely critical, one of them provides pretty much all of the energy. The single biggest factor that determines whether that flywheel keeps spinning is the relentless discipline of the leadership team.
This is it. This is the main takeaway. Your fancy tools, your detailed programs, your slick communication plans, they all matter, but they are not the deciding factor. Long-term adoption comes down to what you, as a leader, consistently do day in and day out. What you talk about, what you measure, what you celebrate, and, maybe most importantly, what you are willing to tolerate. That sends the loudest signal of all.
So, what does this discipline actually look like on a random Tuesday morning? Honestly, it's not glamorous. It's about being relentlessly, even boringly consistent. It means asking the same questions about adoption in your business reviews month after month. It's looking at the same metrics relentlessly. It's fighting that constant temptation to declare victory and jump to the next shiny new thing. Our source material has this fantastic example of a CEO in India who kept adoption metrics on the agenda for 3 straight years. And the result? 0 regression. That's the level of focus we're talking about. All right, let's get super tactical. How do you take this personal leadership discipline and actually hardwire it into the DNA of the organization? Look, if your change initiative only ever gets discussed in special project meetings, it is doomed. It has to be woven into the core operating rhythm of the entire business. Is it a standard line item in your quarterly reviews? Is it a key competency in performance evaluations? Is it a real factor when it comes to promotions and handing out budgets? When the change becomes how you run the business, that's when it starts to become permanent. Okay, let's talk about one of the sneakiest killers of long-term change, the unchecked exception. There's always someone with a special case or a unique situation, right? The danger is, if you let those slide without any process, they don't just stay exceptions, they become precedents. Then they become loopholes, and before you know it, they become a cultural poison that tells everyone the new way is actually optional. Now, the goal isn't to be so rigid that the business breaks. That's just unrealistic. The goal is to manage exceptions with discipline, just like you see here. You allow them, but you make them rare. You make them visible to everyone, no backroom deals. You require a solid business justification, and you make it crystal clear that this is a temporary workaround, not a new policy. There's a great example of a European manufacturer who put this exact process in place, and guess what? The number of requests for exceptions plummeted. And finally, you have to future-proof the change so it can survive even after you're gone. That means codifying the new rules and decision rights. When you hire a new leader, you make the non-negotiables of this new way of working a formal part of their onboarding. And this is so important, you have to empower your middle managers. They are the true anchors of adoption. Our research shows that if your middle managers start to slip, frontline behavior will completely collapse in a matter of weeks. This table just lays it all out in stark contrast, doesn't it? The difference between success and failure here isn't about how good the initial idea was. It's all about what happens in the years after the big launch. On one side, you've got leaders who moved on, metrics that got forgotten, and exceptions that ran wild. On the other, you have consistent leadership, relentless metric reviews, and tightly managed exceptions. The outcome is night and day. So here's a super practical tool you can take and use immediately. Every single quarter, get your team together and run through this health check for your transformation. And really pay attention to that last question. It is the ultimate litmus test. If a brand new person walked in the door today, would they learn the new way of working just by default? Or would the company's unwritten rules and old habits slowly teach them the old way? The answer to that question tells you everything. Okay, so as we wrap this up, if there's one single idea that you take away from this entire chapter, what should it be? This is it. This is the real definition of success.
It's not about a great launch party. It's about endurance. You've only truly achieved transformation when the new way of working is so deeply baked into your culture that it survives when you stop paying attention to it, it survives when a new leader takes over, and it survives the intense pressure of a market crisis. So, I'll leave you with this question to really think about. Based on everything we've just discussed, what is the one behavior, the one exception, or the one misaligned signal in your organization that you are going to stop tolerating starting today? Because that decision, that discipline, that is the bedrock of real lasting change. In our next explainer, we're going to build directly on this with Chapter 33, Benefits Realization Tracking. Now that we know how to make change stick, we're going to get laser focused on how to rigorously measure and communicate the actual value it delivers. This is all about proving the long-term worth of all this hard work to your stakeholders. We'll see you then. Welcome back. In this session from Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program, we are getting into one of the toughest but most important skills for any leader, proving that change was actually worth it. This is all about making sure the massive effort and investment of a transformation truly delivers on its promise. All right, so here we are in Module 4, which is all about executing and sustaining change. We're zeroing in on Chapter 33, Benefits Realization Tracking. Now, I know that sounds a little dry, maybe a bit like corporate jargon, but I promise you, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is the discipline that really separates the successful transformations from the incredibly expensive failures. So, let's start with a phrase I'm sure we've all heard before. You know the scene, a multi-million-dollar project is finally over, the big boss asks, so, what did we actually get for all that money and effort? And this is the answer that comes back. It sounds kind of reasonable on the surface, doesn't it? But really, it's a massive red flag. It's the first step down a very predictable and frustrating path. Because when we let that excuse slide, this is almost always what happens a year or so later. The initiative is declared done. The talented team that worked on it, they're scattered to the winds on new projects. And that ambitious business case that got the whole thing approved, it's gathering dust in a folder somewhere, completely forgotten. But the real damage, the thing that sticks around, is the skepticism. It just poisons the well for every single change you try to launch after that. And this right here is the real cost. We're not just talking about a poor return on investment for one project. We're talking about a fundamental erosion of leadership credibility. Because if you can't prove the value of your decisions, how can you expect anyone to trust you enough to lead the next big critical transformation? You can't. So how do we fix this? Well, it all starts with a critical mindset shift. We have to correct a very common and, frankly, very dangerous piece of confusion that happens right at the executive level. Okay, let's really dive into this. Here it is, the core insight. Just doing stuff is not the same as getting an outcome. Let me say that again. Activity is not value. Finishing a project on time and on budget, that's great project management. Getting people to log in and use a new system, also great, that's adoption. But neither of those things by themselves automatically creates $1 of business value. They just create the potential for it. And that brings us to the formal discipline we're talking about today. See, benefits realization isn't just another task for the project management office or something you toss over to the finance team. It is a structured, leadership-owned process. Think of it as the executive discipline required to deliberately go out and harvest the value that all that hard work has now made possible. So, how do we actually do this? Well, the good news is, it's not some mysterious art. There's a straightforward 5-stage life cycle you can follow. Think of it like a series of gates that make sure the value you were promised in that business case actually makes it all the way to the bottom line, instead of just leaking out along the way. Let's walk through it. It starts by defining the benefits with absolute precision. Then you assign a clear owner to each and every one of them. After that, you link those benefits to real operational metrics. You track them relentlessly over time, not just once. And finally, you lock those gains into the way the business runs every single day.
Now, stage 1 has to happen before you even kick off the project. A vague, fuzzy goal like improved efficiency is totally useless because you can't measure it. You need something sharp, something concrete, like a 15% reduction in manual processing effort within 12 months. Now, that is a target you can track. That's a target you can hold someone accountable for. In one major European company, getting this level of clarity up front saved them from endless arguments with finance and their works councils down the road.
Stage 2 is all about solving that classic accountability problem. Who's on the hook for this? The rule is simple and it is non-negotiable. Every single benefit you defined in stage 1 must be assigned to a single executive owner, not a committee, not a department, and definitely not the project team. It has to be a business leader who has the authority and the skin in the game to actually make it happen.
Okay, this is the causal chain of value, and it's so important to get this right. You have to be able to connect the dots. You have to show how the new behaviors you're asking people to do lead to a measurable improvement in an operational metric, like faster cycle time, which then, in turn, leads directly to a financial outcome, like cost savings. If you can't draw that clear, straight line, you might just be measuring busy work, not real business impact.
Stage 4 really requires a big shift in how we think about this stuff. See, realizing benefits isn't a one-and-done milestone you check off at the end of a project. No way. It's an ongoing management process. Value doesn't just appear. It ramps up over time. It can hit a plateau. And here's the scary part. If you take your eye off the ball, it can actually go backwards. This means you have to be reviewing it, at least quarterly, ready to make adjustments.
And finally, stage 5. This is how you make the wins permanent. The value you fought so hard to create has to be formally written into the DNA of the company. A cost saving is just a number on a spreadsheet until you actually take it out of next year's budget. A revenue uplift is just a nice idea until it's baked into the official sales forecast. This is the final, crucial step that stops all that hard-won value from just evaporating.
So, having a great process is essential. But as leaders, we all know the old saying, we manage what we measure. To make this work, we need a simple, powerful tool that keeps everyone focused and drives that accountability we've been talking about.
And this is what it can look like in practice. Just a simple dashboard, something leadership reviews every single quarter. Look, you've got the benefit, who owns it, the target, and what's actually been realized. But for me, the most powerful column is that last one, the trend arrow. In a single glance, you can see if you're moving in the right direction, if you're stalling out, or, like that revenue uplift, if you're actually going backwards. This one view tells you exactly where you need to focus your leadership attention. Okay, let's wrap this up. We're going to focus now on the most common traps that leaders fall into, and then give you a checklist of the critical questions you absolutely must ask to make sure the value from your transformation is captured and, more importantly, sustained. So you've got to be on guard for these common mistakes. If tracking is seen as just a PMO task, it becomes administrative box ticking. If you only measure once at the very end, you've lost any chance to course correct. And the biggest one? If leaders treat benefits as soft or optional, guess what? That's exactly what they'll become, optional. So, before you ever pop the champagne and declare victory on a transformation, start with this question. Number 1. Do we know with crystal clarity what value we are chasing, and does each piece of that value have a single empowered owner? If the answer is anything other than a firm yes, you have to stop and fix it. Question number 2. Have you actually proven the link? Can you draw that straight line, connecting the dots from the change in behavior you've driven
all the way to a number on an operational dashboard, and ultimately to a line item on your P&L.
Question 3. Is this value real to the business? I mean, has it moved out of a project manager's spreadsheet and into the actual systems that run the company day to day? Is it reflected in the budgets and the forecasts that people's jobs and bonuses depend on?
And finally, here it is, the ultimate litmus test. Ask yourself this: is this value real enough? Is it defensible enough that your CFO would put their name to it? Would they stand behind these numbers and validate them? If you can answer yes to that, you have truly realized the benefits of your change. So let's bring it all home. The big takeaway here is that benefits realization is so much more than a tracking exercise. It is the very currency of leadership trust. It's how you prove your promises, and it's how you earn the right to lead the next, even more ambitious transformation down the road. In our next chapter, we're going to take all these principles and see how they come to life in a real-world case study of a major enterprise transformation. It's going to be a great one. I'll see you there.
Welcome to Chapter 34 of the Corporate Transformation Master Program. You know, over the last 9 chapters, we've been methodically building our toolkit for executing and sustaining change. Well, now we're putting it all to the test. We're about to dive into a high-stakes, real-world case study where all the frameworks we've learned meet the messy, complicated reality of an enterprise transformation.
So, here we are at the capstone of Module 4, Executing and Sustaining Change. You've already mastered the principles of planning, governance, and metrics in chapters 25 all the way through 33. This chapter? This isn't about learning new theory. Think of this as a masterclass in applying everything you now know to a really complex, high-pressure scenario.
You know, this whole case study is designed to answer one powerful executive-level question, and that is, what does disciplined end-to-end change leadership actually look like when everything is under pressure at a massive enterprise scale? So I want you to pay close attention here, because what you're about to see isn't just a story, it's a pattern, a playbook you can recognize and then apply in your own leadership roles.
All right, let's dive into the specifics. Our case study focuses on a composite organization that I'm going to call Helios Global Group. So picture this, a massive financial and business services firm, operations in Europe, the US, and India. They are at a critical inflection point, literally evolve or become irrelevant.
This slide just captures the core tension perfectly. Look at the two sides here. On the one hand, externally, you've got this relentless pressure from new digital-first competitors and just rising costs everywhere. But then internally, you have a completely broken operating model. It's fragmented, it's inefficient, and it's really driven by individual heroics instead of scalable, repeatable processes. For Helios, change wasn't some strategic choice, it was a survival imperative.
So, the board's mandate, it sounds simple enough on the surface, right? Simplify, digitize, standardize. But that little constraint at the end, without breaking the business. That was the kicker. Let's be crystal clear. This was not an IT project. This was a mandate for a fundamental power shift in how the entire organization operated, how it made decisions, and ultimately how it created value.
And right here, this is the first major lesson from this whole thing. The leadership team made one decision that was absolutely foundational to their success. They correctly diagnosed this not as just an incremental change, but as a deep, fundamental transformation. That single act of diagnosis is what prevented the catastrophic underplanning that dooms so many large-scale programs before they even get off the ground.
So, what was their blueprint for success? Well, it wasn't magic, it was pure discipline. We're going to break it down into 2 parts. First up, let's look at their planning and governance. And as we do, you'll see the direct application of the frameworks from chapters 25 and 30 of this very program. This slide illustrates a core leadership principle that we honestly often overlook. Successful change is just as much about what you stop doing as what you start. The Helios leadership team, they made some really tough calls. They didn't just add a new transformation program on top of everything else. They actively stopped non-essential work. I mean, look at that strategic move in India, pausing a parallel ERP project. That single decision immediately de-risked the whole program just by reducing change fatigue. Next, they completely rebuilt their governance model from the ground up. And this wasn't just about new meeting schedules. This was about clarifying decision rights. Who makes the call? Is this decision reversible or is it a one-way door? The most impactful change they made was cutting the number of decision-making committees from 11 down to 4. And the result? It was immediate and it was measurable. Decision cycle time in their U.S. operations dropped by a whopping 35%. Good governance isn't bureaucracy, my friends. It's a speed advantage.
But look, a perfect plan and slick governance are pretty much useless if you don't bring your people along. The real test of leadership is always the human side of change. So now let's look at the second part of their blueprint, people and engagement. And you're going to hear direct echoes of our lessons from Chapter 20 on communication and Chapter 26 on engagement.
And this is where the Helios approach was just radically different from what you normally see. Their executive communication, it wasn't a sales pitch. It was an act of brutal honesty. They were completely clear on why the change was non-negotiable, and they did not shy away from acknowledging the real losses that people were going to experience. This level of transparency built incredible trust, and it was the key to navigating really complex discussions with the EU Works Councils without things escalating.
I want you to just let that sink in for a moment. Honesty reduced resistance more effectively than any persuasion campaign ever could. In times of high-stakes change, your people don't need a marketing slogan. They need clarity and they need respect, even when the truth is difficult. That is how you build the trust required to get through a massive transformation.
This brings us to another really critical distinction in their approach, the difference between training and enablement. See, training creates awareness. It tells people what is changing. But enablement, that builds confidence to actually work in the new way. We're talking about things like manager-led coaching and safe sandbox environments where people could practice without fear. And the proof is right there in the data. A 50% drop in shadow IT systems in their India operations because people were finally confident in the new official tools.
Look, change fatigue is inevitable in a multi-year transformation. It's just going to happen. But what really matters is how leadership responds. The Helios team, they didn't blame their people for being tired. They treated fatigue as a system signal. It was data that told them they needed to adjust the pace, pause some lower value work, and maybe increase executive visibility. They managed fatigue as a portfolio issue, not a personnel problem. Now that is a sign of truly mature change leadership.
So what was the payoff for all this disciplined execution? Let's take a look at the results. But more importantly, let's extract the repeatable pattern so you can actually apply it. This section is all about measuring what truly matters and making sure the change sticks for the long haul.
As we all know, what gets measured gets managed. Helios fundamentally shifted its metrics. They moved away from those vanity metrics like number of people trained, and they focused on true leading indicators of adoption. Were people actually using the new behaviors? Were managers actively coaching them? And crucially, were those unofficial workarounds and shadow systems declining? These weren't just project-level KPIs. These were the metrics the executive committee reviewed every single month.
And the business results, they were absolutely undeniable. And these weren't soft, fuzzy benefits. These were hard numbers, validated by the finance department. They actually over-delivered on their cost reduction target, hitting 21%. And they crushed their decision speed goal, achieving a 40% improvement. This is what real benefits realization looks like, and it's how you build credibility for the next change and the one after that. But this, for me,
This is the ultimate proof of success. During the transformation, 2 of the key executive sponsors actually moved into new roles. And guess what? The program didn't miss a beat. Why? Because the change was now embedded in the system. It wasn't dependent on a few champions to keep it alive. It was built into their processes, their culture, even their promotion criteria. That is the definition of sustainable change.
This table is such a powerful summary of their entire strategy. On the left, you've got all the common failure modes we see in enterprise change. And on the right, you have the specific, disciplined decision Helios made to avoid each and every one of those pitfalls. Instead of a risky big bang launch, they sequenced. Instead of just training people, they enabled them. Instead of just assuming value, they tracked it relentlessly. Think of this as a practical checklist for de-risking your own initiatives.
So let's just distill this entire complex case study down to its core success pattern. It wasn't some magic tool or a secret framework. It was 9 repeatable leadership behaviors, from correctly diagnosing the problem all the way to tracking the value at the end. This list right here, this is the blueprint for leading enterprise transformation.
Okay, now it's time to apply this. The value of this case study isn't just to understand what Helios did. It's to use their journey as a diagnostic tool, a readiness test for your own organization's change initiatives.
I want you to take this question back to your team, and I want you to discuss it with complete honesty. Looking at the Helios blueprint, where would you have failed? Which of these disciplined, sometimes difficult steps would your team have been tempted to skip to go faster? The answers are going to give you a really clear and maybe even uncomfortable picture of your organization's true readiness for transformation.
And here it is, the final and most critical question. If the key executive sponsor for your biggest change initiative left the company tomorrow, would that initiative survive? If the honest answer is no, then your change isn't embedded. It's fragile and it's champion dependent.
The leadership lessons from Helios provide the absolute perfect foundation for our next module. We are now moving into Module 5, starting with Chapter 35, where we're going to tackle the unique challenges of digital transformation. And you're going to see how technology acts as a massive amplifier for every single one of the leadership and people issues we've covered today. I'll see you in the next chapter. Welcome, let's dive in. Today, we're going to tackle one of the most critical and frankly most expensive challenges in modern business, leading a digital transformation. You know, the failure rates are notoriously high, and in this chapter, we are going to peel back the layers and find out exactly why. We're going to move past all those surface-level excuses and get to the core leadership behaviors that really determine success or failure. All right, just to get our bearings, we are now in Module 5 of the Corporate Transformation Master Program. This is where our focus really shifts to those big, large-scale changes. So in Chapter 35, we're moving beyond the foundational principles of change and stepping right into the high-stakes world of digital leadership.
And right away, we hit this massive paradox. Companies are pouring billions, literally billions, into digital transformation. Yet, the business landscape is just littered with the wreckage of failed projects. So, what's really going on here? Well, when things go wrong, the excuses, they start to fly.
First up, a classic. The technology was immature. This is such a convenient deflection, isn't it? It lets leaders feel like their strategy was perfect while putting all the blame squarely on the tools.
Next, you hear this one a lot. The blame shifts to the vendors. This is another classic move. Pointing fingers at a partner is almost always easier than looking at the tough internal failures, in procurement and project management, or more often in leadership alignment.
And finally, if it's not the tech or the vendor, the blame gets turned inward, but it's aimed at the workforce. The story here is that the strategy was brilliant, the tech was fine, but the people just weren't digital ready. But are any of these the real reasons for failure?
The reality is actually much more simple and much more direct. Technology isn't the primary cause of failure. It's an amplifier.
It's like a giant megaphone. It takes all the existing weaknesses in your organization, poor sponsorship, weak governance, cultural problems, and it just makes them visible, faster, and louder than ever before. It removes all the places where dysfunction can hide.
This brings us to an absolutely crucial point. We have to redefine digital transformation. It is not simply migrating to the cloud or implementing a new AI platform. Those are just projects. True transformation is a fundamental redesign of organizational behavior. It's about how decisions get made, how work actually gets done, and how you create value. Technology is just the enabler. It is never the objective itself.
Now this gets right to the human core of resistance. You have to understand this. Resistance is rarely about the software. It's about deeply personal threats. Automation threatens the expertise you've built over a career. Data transparency threatens your authority. System-driven judgments threaten an identity you've built on gut feel and intuition. Digital transformation doesn't just change a workflow, it attacks the very foundation of how people define their professional value.
And this leads to a critical misdiagnosis. Leaders see resistance and they think it's a skill gap, so what do? They prescribe more training. But the root cause isn't a lack of knowledge, it's a fear of losing control, a fear of becoming irrelevant. And let me be perfectly clear. You cannot train away a fear that leadership is unwilling to acknowledge and address head-on.
So, how do we get this right? We need to approach it in 3 dimensions. The first is technology. And here's the crucial insight, and you might find this surprising. This is the easiest part. Technology just delivers potential. It doesn't deliver value. The value is only unlocked in the next 2 dimensions.
The second dimension is the operating model. And this is where it gets hard. We're talking about redesigning decision rights, core processes, governance, the whole shebang. Most digital transformations don't fail because of bad code. They fail right here in the fundamental wiring of the organization.
But the final dimension, this is the one that truly decides success or failure. It's leadership and culture. A digital transformation will always fail if leadership behavior remains analog. If leaders don't trust the data, if they don't embrace transparency, if they aren't willing to change how they wield their own authority, the entire initiative is doomed from the start.
This slide just illustrates what that analog versus digital leadership looks like in practice. On the left, you've got the transformation killers, asking for offline PowerPoint reports, silently overruling data with gut instinct. And on the right, you have the enablers, leaders using the dashboards themselves, making decisions right there in the digital forums, and publicly challenging their own intuition with data. Every single action you take sends a message about which column you're in.
This real-world example just says it all. One single decisive action from a CFO sent an undeniable message. The old way is over. You've got to remember this. Every single executive workaround legitimizes every single employee workaround. Your actions as a leader speak so much louder than any go-live announcement ever will.
This is exactly why those big bang implementations so often fail. Smart sequencing is absolutely critical. You want to start where the value is visible and success is likely. Pick a pilot on a decision-critical process. Be strategic. Don't threaten every group's identity all at once. And most importantly, do not scale the technology until you have proof of behavioral adoption. Let me say that again. Scale the behavior, then scale the technology.
Now let's talk about a hidden trigger for resistance: data transparency. Digital tools are designed to expose inefficiencies, to shine a light on problems. But in a low-trust environment, transparency doesn't produce improvement. It produces fear. Without psychological safety, people won't use data to learn. They'll use it to assign blame, and they will learn very quickly how to game the system just to protect themselves.
Of course, a leader's approach has to adapt to the regional context. In Europe, regulatory concerns mean you have to focus on fairness and privacy right from the very beginning.
In the US, the pressure for speed and ROI means you've got to show that early value. And in a high-growth market like India, leadership visibility is critical to provide reassurance and manage the fear of failure at scale. The principles are universal, but the application, that has to be local.
So at the end of the day, it all comes down to two potential stories, two endings. The transformation done wrong is technology first, with weak leadership adoption, which leads to an inevitable, sad reversion to the old ways. But the one done right, it starts with leadership behavior, it redesigns governance, and it relentlessly measures and reinforces adoption to create real, sustained business value. As we start to wrap up this chapter, I want to leave you with a personal litmus test. I really encourage you to be brutally honest with your answers. First question. Do you personally use the new digital tools, or are you the one asking your team for the offline report? Second question. Take a hard look at your daily decisions. Do they reinforce the new digital behaviors you're asking for, or do they create loopholes and exceptions that signal to absolutely everyone that the old ways are still perfectly acceptable?
And finally, and this is maybe the most important question of all, what is the emotional climate that you as a leader have created around data? In your organization, is data a tool for learning, or is it a weapon to be feared?
So, to summarize the key takeaways from this chapter, we've established that true transformation is behavioral, not technical, and that your leadership actions are the single most decisive factor. We've seen how critical smart sequencing is, and why you absolutely must build trust before you demand transparency. All of this really leads to the ultimate insight for any executive. Technology doesn't transform organizations, leaders do.
And that is the perfect foundation for our next chapter. We're going to build directly on these ideas as we explore Agile and change management, and we'll examine why doing Agile so often fails without the exact same kind of leadership transformation we've been talking about today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. In this chapter, we're going to get right to the heart of a critical failure point in so many modern organizations, and that's the clash between adopting Agile and doing real change management. So many leaders pour a ton of money into Agile hoping for speed, but what they get is resistance, friction, and, frankly, a lot of disappointment. We're here to unpack exactly why that happens, and more importantly, what you as a leader can actually do about it.
So, just as a quick reminder to ground us, we are deep into Module 5 of our Corporate Transformation Master Program. This module is all about leading large-scale digital change, and that brings us to today's topic, Chapter 36. Now, this is an absolutely pivotal piece of the puzzle, because believe me, how you manage this intersection of Agile and change, well, that is going to define the success of your entire transformation. So here's our game plan for this deep dive. First, we'll look at the gap between what Agile promises and the often frustrating reality. Then, we're going to uncover its hidden identity, what it really is. From there, we'll debunk the common myths that totally sabotage it, and I'll give you a concrete 5-step blueprint for leading the change. Then we'll get practical before we wrap up with a really powerful litmus test for your own leadership. Okay, let's start with the feeling that unfortunately many leaders are all too familiar with, that sinking feeling of disappointment after you've invested so much time and energy into an Agile transformation. This slide just nails the core conflict, doesn't it? On the left, you've got the dream. This is why we invest millions in Agile, right? Faster delivery, better responsiveness, empowered teams, more innovation. But the reality on the right, well, that's what so many organizations actually get. Agile theater, just going through the motions, friction with your existing governance, and your best people, they're just getting burned out. The million-dollar question is why? Why does this disconnect happen over and over again? Well, the answer lies in a complete, fundamental misunderstanding of what Agile actually is. And this brings us to what I think is the biggest aha moment of this entire chapter.
Read that sentence carefully. This is the key to everything. Most companies treat Agile like it's just an IT upgrade, a new process for the tech folks to follow. And that is the single biggest mistake you can make. The truth is, Agile is a massive leadership and operating model change. It's just disguised as a simple delivery model. And because it's disguised, it starts to threaten the very identity of your leadership team before they even realize what's happening.
And this slide shows you exactly why it triggers so much resistance. Look at the left. Traditional leadership is built on these comfort zones: fixed plans, predictability, top-down control. Well, Agile comes in and challenges every single one of them. It replaces your fixed plans with evolving backlogs. It swaps predictability for adaptability. And it wants to trade that top-down control for real trust in empowered teams. It is a direct threat to the foundation of traditional executive authority.
So, if we're going to overcome this built-in leadership resistance, we've got to get ahead of it. We have to proactively tear down the dangerous myths that fuel it. So let's just tackle the 3 most common ones that block any real transformation dead in its tracks.
Okay, myth number 1. This is the big one. The idea that you can just flip a switch, go Agile, and everything will magically get faster. Is that really true?
The reality check is this. At first, Agile isn't faster. It's more honest. Its first job is to act like a giant, blindingly bright floodlight exposing every single systemic problem you have. All the poor prioritization, the overloaded dependencies, the slow decision-making, it all comes to the surface. And leaders who see this stuff and panic, they're the ones who kill Agile before it even has a chance to deliver.
All right, next up, the myth of set it and forget it autonomy. You know, we tell our teams, hey, you're empowered now, go be agile. But can that really work in a vacuum? No way. Autonomy isn't some magical state teams just achieve. It is a direct outcome of specific leadership behaviors. It requires you, the leader, to provide clear priorities, stable funding, and, this is non-negotiable, psychological safety. If a team is afraid to fail, they will never innovate. Without these guardrails from leadership, autonomy isn't empowering. It's just chaos.
And finally, this myth that you have to choose. You can either be agile or you can have proper governance and control, but you can't have both.
The reality is, Agile doesn't eliminate governance, it demands a smarter, faster kind of governance. It forces you to replace those slow, monthly steering committees with truly empowered product owners. It means you stop reviewing Gantt charts and start reviewing actual working outcomes. In an Agile world, your governance has to be completely redesigned to be an enabler of speed, not a blocker.
Okay, so we've cleared away the myths. We can stop deconstructing the problem and start constructing the solution. This brings us to the blueprint. What are the specific, actionable behaviors that leaders must adopt to actually make Agile work?
This slide is your blueprint. These are the 5 core shifts you have to make. First, you have to move from demanding certainty to providing crystal clarity of vision. Second, you stop exercising direct control and start establishing enabling guardrails. Third, you shift from rigid annual planning to a model of continuous prioritization. Fourth, you move from a culture of blame to a culture of learning. And finally, and this is huge, you break down those functional silos and organize around end-to-end value streams.
Now, knowing these shifts is one thing, but actually implementing them in the messy real world with all its complexities, well, that's a whole different ballgame. Let's talk about those practical hurdles. This table makes a really critical point. Context is everything. Agile leadership is not one size fits all. In a European context, for example, you have to formally integrate with works councils to make sure everything is fair. In the US, the big challenge is often balancing that relentless drive for speed with psychological safety. And in a culture with a more traditional hierarchy, say in India, leaders have to work extra hard to explicitly empower teams and to personally role model trust.
Now, let's talk about the group that gets squeezed the most in an Agile transformation: your middle managers. All their old sources of authority and control just dissolve, and the new expectations? Often super unclear. The hard truth is that most Agile failures are actually middle management failures. But, and listen to this, they are caused by executive neglect. Senior leaders absolutely must actively redefine their roles and provide serious, robust coaching.
And this slide just crystallizes the whole thing. On the left, a typical failure. They bought the tools, but the leaders and the governance stayed the same. And the outcome? Ritual compliance, perfect Agile theater. On the right, a success story. What was different? The leaders changed their own behavior first. They redesigned governance, they integrated change management, and the outcome? Actual faster delivery of value.
This brings us to our final section, and honestly, it's the most important one. It's time to turn the lens inward. I've got a few questions for you, as a leader, and I want you to be really honest with yourself. Just take a moment and read these questions, and ask yourself with complete honesty, do I truly accept an evolving outcome? Or am I just looking for a faster way to get my original, fixed plan? Do I jump in too early and disempower my teams? Do my company's incentives still reward all the old behaviors we say we want to change? And maybe most importantly, do my teams feel genuinely safe to fail and to learn? Be brutally honest. Your answers here reveal more about your Agile readiness than any formal assessment ever could. So let's wrap this up with the crucial takeaways. Number one, Agile is a leadership transformation, not an IT project. Its success hinges on leadership behavior, not team ceremonies. Change management is a vital partner, not an afterthought. Your middle managers are the critical linchpin and need your support. And finally, governance has to evolve. Remember this, Agile doesn't fail at the team level, it fails at the leadership level. And that's a wrap on Chapter 36. In our next chapter, we're going to put all these principles to the ultimate test. We'll dive into change and mergers and restructuring, where all these ideals of agility and empowerment collide head-on with the intense pressure and power dynamics of integration. It's a high-stakes world, and I can't wait to explore it with you in Chapter 37.
Welcome, everyone. Today, we are diving into one of the most high-stakes, high-pressure challenges any leader will ever face: navigating the human side of mergers and restructuring. You know, it's a place where if you get it wrong, you're not just failing to create value, you're literally setting it on fire. This isn't just another change project. This is the ultimate test of leadership. Let's get started.
Now, for everyone following along with our full 48-chapter program, just a quick reminder of where we are. We're deep into Module 5, all about leading large-scale and digital change. And today, in Chapter 37, we're putting everything we've learned into what I call the leadership crucible: mergers and acquisitions. So here's our game plan for today. First, we're going to diagnose the real problem, what I call the human crisis, at the center of every M&A. Then, we'll pinpoint 4 specific hidden killers that absolutely destroy value. After that, we get to the solution: a 5-phase leadership model, some real-world tactics for leading through the chaos, and finally, we'll talk about what this whole process really reveals about you as a leader.
All right, let's cut right to the chase. Why do so many mergers, the vast majority of them, fail to deliver on their promise? Well, it's actually pretty simple. It's because leaders are busy solving the wrong problem. They're laser-focused on the financial transaction while their people are experiencing a profound, and I mean profound, human crisis.
This slide right here, this is it. This is the core of why so many mergers go sideways. While the C-suite is living in spreadsheets, legal documents, and operating models, the rest of the organization, your employees, are asking themselves these huge questions. Who are we now? Do I still belong here? Am I about to become irrelevant? For them, this isn't a reorg. It's an identity crisis on an epic scale. And when leadership fails to bridge that gap, the entire deal is at risk.
And look, this is exactly why your standard change management playbook just gets thrown out the window here. Mergers have this unique, toxic cocktail of insane speed, necessary secrecy, and a huge power imbalance. And what that does is create a vacuum. And you know what fills a vacuum, right? Rumors, fear. And that's when your best people start quietly updating their resumes and heading for the door. So if you're going to lead through this, you have to become an expert diagnostician. You've got to spot the threats before they take over. So let's look at the 4 specific pathogens that quietly destroy M&A value from the inside out. Think of these as the silent killers you have to neutralize.
So, the first one is identity threat. And this one is deeply personal. It's that gut feeling that everything your organization stood for, its history, its values, its unique way of doing things, is suddenly being judged as less than and is about to be wiped off the map. When people feel their identity is being attacked, they don't cooperate. They put up walls.
Killer number 2, the power vacuum. You know what happens when nobody knows who's calling the shots, right? The whole formal organization just seizes up. Work grinds to a halt. And in that void, you get ugly politics, total paralysis, and the rise of these informal shadow leaders who can actively undermine the entire integration.
This third one, this might be the most common and the most destructive. It's leadership silence. So often leaders think, I'll wait until I have all the answers. That is a catastrophic mistake. In this environment, your silence isn't neutral, it's a message. And the message your people hear is danger. It's confirmation that all their worst fears are true. And finally, we have killer number 4, premature process integration. This is that classic mistake of trying to jam the IT systems, the HR platforms, and the reporting structures together before you've even started building a shred of human trust. People resist the new process because they don't trust the new leadership. But of course, it gets blamed on technical difficulties, not a failure of leadership.
Okay, so that's the diagnosis. That's what we're up against. Now let's talk about the prescription. To fight these killers, you need a deliberate, carefully sequenced leadership approach. This 5-phase model is your playbook for stabilizing the organization and actually leading people through the chaos, not just managing a checklist. The 5 phases are: first, acknowledge loss. Second, establish stability. Third, clarify power. Fourth, co-create the future. And fifth, reinforce the new identity. Now, let me be absolutely clear. The sequence here is everything. It's critical. You can't just jump to phase 4 without nailing phase 1. So let's break them down.
Phases 1 and 2 are all about creating psychological safety. First, you have to stand up and publicly acknowledge what people are losing. Maybe it's a brand they loved, a team they cherished, or just a familiar way of working. This isn't weakness. It's how you build credibility. Only then can you move to phase 2 and establish stability by freezing all other non-essential changes. And here's the golden rule. Stability must come before synergy. I'll say that again. Stability must come before synergy. You can't optimize an organization that's in a state of trauma.
Once you have that stable foundation, you move to phase 3, clarify power. You kill the vacuum. You appoint interim leaders, and you define who makes what decisions, and you do it fast. Then, and only then, in phase 4, can you start to co-create the future. You bring joint teams together to design the new way forward. This builds real ownership and kills that toxic winner versus loser feeling. And finally, in phase 5, you reinforce the new identity by retiring old symbols and loudly celebrating new, shared victories.
Of course, a model is only as good as its execution. So now, let's get really tactical. We're going to focus on the 2 areas where your actions as a leader have the absolute highest leverage: communication and talent retention.
When you're in a crisis, your currency as a leader is trust, not certainty. You have to be radically transparent, be crystal clear about what is known, what is still unknown, and what you're actively working to figure out. And you must commit to a regular communication cadence
every Friday at 4 p.m., for example, even if the update is, "Folks, there is no new update." And please avoid false reassurances. Just remember this: your people can handle uncertainty. What they will not tolerate is being deceived.
All right, let's talk about your talent. Be very clear about this. Your high performers have the most options, and they're the first ones who will walk out the door. You cannot keep them with a generic all-staff email. It won't work. You have to identify your critical people early, engage them personally, and I'm talking CEO-led conversations here, and give them real, specific visibility into what their future role looks like in the new company.
And remember, this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. Your actions have to be culturally intelligent. For example, in many parts of Europe, you have to show deep respect for works councils and avoid any hint of cultural colonization. In the US, the intense focus on speed has to be balanced with visible empathy. And in a context like India, where job security and loyalty to leaders are huge, leadership visibility and constant communication are absolutely essential to fight the rumor mill.
Okay, so let's bring this all home. At the end of the day, a merger or acquisition is not a test of your financial modeling skills. It is a fundamental test of your leadership character and your ability to forge coherence out of chaos.
It really boils down to a choice, and the paths are incredibly clear. The recipe for failure is paved with leadership silence, one culture dominating the other, and a rush to integrate the finances before the people. The path to success? That requires a human-centered sequence, establishing clear authority quickly, and approaching the entire integration with genuine respect.
So I want to leave you with a diagnostic tool for your own leadership. Take these 5 questions back to your team, and I want you to answer them with brutal honesty. 1. Have we actually acknowledged what people are losing? 2. Is authority clear? Not next week, but today. 3. Are our leaders truly visible and engaged? 4. Are we integrating processes faster than we're integrating people? And finally, the ultimate gut check. Would I, personally, trust my own leadership in this situation?
Because that, right there, is the core lesson of this entire chapter. Your success or failure won't be determined in a financial model. It's going to be determined in the hearts and minds of your people. You cannot spreadsheet your way through a merger. You absolutely must lead people through it.
In our next chapter, we're going to take these powerful principles of leading through high-stakes uncertainty and apply them to an entirely new dimension. We'll be diving into Chapter 38, Leading Remote and Global Change, and exploring how you build trust and maintain alignment when your teams are spread all over the world. I can't wait to see you there.
Welcome back to the Corporate Transformation Master Program. We are well on our way through our 48-chapter journey to equip you to lead transformation with total confidence. We're deep in Module 5 now, which is all about large-scale and digital change. And today, in Chapter 38, we are tackling a challenge that's become the default for so many of us, yet it is still one of the biggest reasons global initiatives fail. We're talking about leading remote and global change. Let's dive in. You know, so many leaders I work with, this is exactly where they start. It sounds right, doesn't it? We've got the strategy, we've got the people. All we need to do is just bridge the distance with Zoom. It's a simple, logical, and completely wrong assumption that I've seen sink more transformations than you can imagine. And look, this belief, it isn't just a small mistake, it is the #1 reason global transformations fall apart. So today, we're going to completely dismantle that assumption, and I'm going to give you a framework that actually gets results when your teams are distributed. So let's get right to the heart of the real problem. Leading change remotely isn't about the logistics of time zones. That's just scheduling. The real strategic failure points, they're so much deeper, and it always comes down to the same 3 things. Trust starts to erode, your message loses its coherence, and your leadership visibility just disappears. Think for a second what this feels like on the ground for your teams.
All those informal signals, the body language you read in a room, that quick chat in the hallway to clear something up, poof, they're gone. And without them, context just shatters into a million pieces. Misalignment doesn't raise its hand and announce itself. It grows silently in dozens of private chats and regional calls. And your original powerful vision, it gets weaker and more distorted with every single kilometer it has to travel. This brings us to a really critical truth for any executive leading change today. A remote environment doesn't just create new problems. What it really does is act like a giant amplifier for any weakness that already exists in your leadership, in your strategy, or in your communication. Okay, so here's the core dynamic. When you're all in an office, your physical presence can make up for a slightly unclear email. You can correct misunderstandings on the fly. Culture just kind of happens organically. But when you're remote, every little bit of ambiguity sticks around and multiplies. Any inconsistent behavior from your leadership team isn't just noticed, it's captured, screenshotted, and discussed. And the most important part? Trust, which is the absolute currency of change, it just disappears at a terrifying speed. So, how do the best leaders fight this amplification effect? Well, they don't just communicate more. That's the trap. They stop thinking in single channels and they start managing the change across 3 distinct, connected layers all at the same time. This is the central framework we teach at Durga Analytics for nailing remote and global change. And the model is beautifully simple. First, you create what we call enterprise coherence, what has to be the same for everybody, everywhere, no exceptions. Second, you enable local translation, making the change real and meaningful in each unique context. And third, you obsess over leadership visibility, making sure your commitment is seen and felt, not just read about in an email. Let's break that down, starting with Layer 1, enterprise coherence. This is your job as a senior leader. This is not about micromanaging. It's about setting the strategic guardrails, the absolute non-negotiables, and the principles people should use to make decisions. The EU example you see here is a classic case. Without that central clarity, you don't get creative local solutions. You get 12 different competing transformations, which is just a recipe for chaos. Now, Layer 2, this is where you hand the baton to your local leaders. Their job is not to just read a global script word for word. That is a huge mistake. Their job is to translate the enterprise-level goal into local meaning. This is a very sophisticated skill. It means talking directly to local fears, like the job security concerns in our India example, and changing the pace to fit cultural norms. This is where your big global idea becomes a local reality. And finally, Layer 3, visibility. And here's the brutal truth about leading from a distance. Your people will judge your commitment not by your well-written emails, but by your actions. Are you showing up in their time zones? Is your message ruthlessly consistent across your entire leadership team? Are you personally there for the tough conversations? In a remote world, what they see you do is the only thing they'll ever truly believe. Okay, so let's make this even more practical. Knowing the model is great, but putting it into practice, that requires some very specific disciplines that honestly often go against our first instincts as leaders. Let's talk about the biggest trap I see leaders fall into time and time again. The second they feel things are getting misaligned remotely, their gut tells them to just turn up the volume. More emails, more town halls, more newsletters. They try to solve a precision problem by just flooding everyone with more noise. And of course, it always backfires. Instead of creating clarity, it just creates information overload and total engagement fatigue. Your teams don't feel informed, they feel spammed. Their attention span shrinks, and here's the paradox, their trust in you actually goes down because they can't find the real message in all the noise. They just start tuning you out. This brings us to one of the most important ideas in this entire chapter. Your problem is almost never the absence of a signal. The real problem is signal dilution.
Your most critical messages are being drowned out. So your job isn't to increase the volume. It's to increase the clarity and the consistency of the signal itself. This leads to another really important distinction that separates the leaders who succeed globally from those who don't. See, managing geographic distance, the time zones, that's a logistics problem. It's easy. But managing cultural distance, the different ways people hear information, interpret authority, and build trust, that is a complex leadership challenge. And if you ignore it, I promise you it will silently kill your initiative. This table shows you exactly why a one-size-fits-all communication plan is doomed to fail. The very same leadership signal is interpreted in completely different ways. You talk about process integrity, and your team in the EU hears fairness. Your team in the US might hear decisiveness. But that same message might not land at all in India, where the team is looking for visible reassurance from leadership. You're saying the same words, but they are hearing fundamentally different things.
So who on earth manages all this complexity on the ground? Well, it's your middle managers. In a remote or global setup, they are the absolute linchpins of your change effort. If you fail to enable them, they are forced to absorb all the confusion, carry all the emotional weight, until everything just collapses. But when you equip them to be translators and coaches, they become the engine that keeps the momentum going long after the global town hall has ended.
All right, to bring this all home, let's turn these ideas into a direct personal litmus test. These are the hard questions I want you to take back to your own leadership team this week. First question, is your core message strong enough to survive on its own? I mean, really, does it live in the minds of your people, or does it only exist in a PowerPoint deck somewhere? If you took away all the slides tomorrow, would your top 3 priorities still be crystal clear in every single region? Second, are you truly a unified front, or are small differences in how your leaders talk about the change creating massive confusion? And more importantly, ask yourself, do our local leaders feel supported and empowered by us? Or do they feel completely exposed, like we've sent them out to take all the heat for a global decision? And finally, here's the empathy test. You have to actively hunt for where trust might be silently eroding, because nobody's going to send you an email about it. Seriously, put yourself in the shoes of an employee 5 time zones away, looking at how decisions get made and how information flows from headquarters. Would you honestly feel included? Would you feel valued? Or would you feel like you're just a name at a remote outpost? And really, it all comes down to this. This is the whole thing in a nutshell. Success at a distance has very little to do with technology. It is about 3 pillars: leadership intent that is crystal clear, trust that is made visible through your actions, and a deep, genuine respect for making that intent meaningful in every local context. Building right on this foundation of leading distributed teams, our next chapter goes even deeper. We're going to get to the absolute heart of transformation. We will explore how leaders can move beyond just changing processes and strategies to deliberately reshaping the core beliefs and the very identity of an organization at scale. This is really the highest level of change leadership. I look forward to seeing you in Chapter 39.
Welcome to the Corporate Transformation Master Program. In this session, we are tackling one of the biggest and honestly most misunderstood challenges in all of leadership: culture change and that tricky thing we call a mindset shift. So just to ground us, we are well into Module 5, which is all about leading large-scale and digital change. This is Chapter 39, and it builds perfectly on what we just discussed about leading remote and global teams. All right, let's jump right in.
I mean, how many times have we all said this or heard it from a senior executive? We need a culture change. People just have to start thinking differently. It's like the unofficial motto of almost every transformation effort out there.
But let's be real for a second. For all that talk, these initiatives, they usually don't work. They tend to create more eye-rolling and cynicism than actual change. So the big question we're going to unpack today is simple. Why? And more importantly, what's the right way to actually get it done?
Here's how we're going to break it down. First, we'll nail down exactly why these things fail. Then, we'll redefine culture in a much more useful way, as an invisible OS. From there, we'll walk through the sequence that actually works, the mindsets and systems you need, the critical role you play as a leader, and we'll wrap up with a practical blueprint you can use.
Okay, part 1, why culture change fails. Let's get right to the heart of the problem, the core mistake that pretty much every struggling organization makes.
And here it is. This is the fundamental error. We try to change what people think and believe with posters, with workshops, with inspirational emails. But here's the thing. Beliefs aren't changed by memos. Beliefs are the product of experience. Culture doesn't change because we tell people to think differently. It changes when the conditions change. What actually works, what gets people ahead, and what's considered safe.
And you know, the result of getting this wrong is so predictable, and it's so toxic. Your best people, they get cynical. The whole organization just gets exhausted by the constant churn. That's change fatigue. And your big and important initiative, it gets written off as just another flavor of the month. This happens because people don't adjust their mindset to match the new posters on the wall. They adjust their behavior to survive the system they actually live and work in every single day.
So that brings us to section 2. We need a better way to think about culture. Let's reframe it as the invisible OS.
This is a way more powerful definition for us as leaders. I want you to forget the fluffy stuff about values for a minute. Just think of your culture as the invisible operating system running your entire company. When the official process is vague or when the pressure is on, this is the code that quietly dictates what really happens.
You see, this operating system, your culture, it answers the questions that really matter every single day, often without a single word being spoken. The answers aren't in the employee handbook, no. They're found by watching who gets that big promotion, what really happens when someone challenges a senior leader's idea, and what behaviors get quietly punished even though they're officially encouraged. If the answers to these questions don't change, then trust me, nothing has changed.
Okay, section 3. The real change sequence. So if we can't start with mindset, where do we start? We have to follow the sequence that actually works, which is all about behavior before beliefs.
Pay close attention here, because this is probably the most crucial takeaway of the entire chapter. Mindset is the last thing to change, not the first. It is an outcome. It starts with leaders, that's you, visibly changing your own day-to-day behavior. Then you have to re-engineer the formal systems to reward and reinforce that new behavior. As people see that new behavior producing real tangible results, their beliefs start to shift. And only then, as the final step, does the collective mindset of the organization begin to follow. Any leader who tries to start at step 5 is frankly guaranteed to fail.
All right, section 4. Let's get really specific about the how. We're going to look at 5 key mindset shifts and the 4 systems you absolutely must change to make them stick.
First step, we've got to move from a culture of control to one of trust. The old way of thinking says that more layers, more approvals, more oversight, that reduces risk. But the high-performance belief is that true risk reduction comes from absolute clarity on ownership and ruthless accountability.
Second, we need to shift from valuing certainty to valuing learning. You know, the traditional view is that the leader is the expert who's supposed to have all the answers. The modern reality? Good leaders create the psychological safety for their teams to experiment, to learn, and to innovate. And that especially means destigmatizing small, early failures.
Number 3, shifting from optimizing our own silo to creating enterprise value. This is a classic problem, right? My department hit its numbers, even if it caused a huge problem for your department. The new belief is simple. We only win when the whole enterprise wins. And that means we need shared, cross-functional goals.
Fourth, we have to move away from celebrating heroics and towards sustainable performance. Look, we all love to celebrate the firefighter who swoops in to save the day at the last minute. But a culture that constantly relies on heroics is just a sign of broken processes.
The real shift is towards building, rewarding, and celebrating strong, repeatable systems that prevent the fires from starting in the first place.
And finally, this is a big one: the critical shift from activity to impact. Being busy, having a packed calendar, sending emails late into the night, those are not proxies for value. The new belief is simple, it's direct, and it's relentless. Outcomes are the only thing that truly define value. Period.
Now, those 5 mindsets are just nice ideas on a slide unless you actually embed them in the organization. This is how you make them real. You have to hardwire these changes into 4 core systems: your governance, your performance management, your daily operating rhythm, and your talent signals. Mindsets only shift when the systems stop rewarding the old way of thinking and start rewarding the new one.
And this brings us to what might be the most personal and honestly, the most difficult part of culture change. It requires every single one of us as leaders to take a hard look in the mirror.
Just let that one sink in for a second. The uncomfortable, unavoidable truth is that the bottleneck for change in any organization is almost always at the top. The entire team is watching you.
See, the culture follows who you are, not what you say. So you have to be willing to ask yourself these tough questions. What behavior am I modeling right now that's actually reinforcing the old culture? Where do my actions contradict my words, especially when I'm under pressure? And if my team copied my behavior exactly, would we be moving towards the new culture, or would we be stuck right where we are?
Okay, Section 6. Let's pull all of this together into a really clear, actionable blueprint, comparing what a failed initiative looks like versus a successful one.
This slide really says it all, doesn't it? The failed path is so common. Invest in a bunch of workshops, but leadership behavior and the incentive system stay exactly the same. The result is always cynicism. The successful path? It starts with leaders changing their own behavior. Then they align the systems to reinforce those new norms, and they amplify every small win. And what's the outcome? Beliefs genuinely start to shift.
So let's recap the core ideas here. 1. Culture is an operating system that you need to engineer, not a slogan you market. 2. Mindset is a lagging indicator. It follows behavior and it follows results. 3. The real test of your culture is how leaders behave when the pressure is on. And 4. Systems are the tools you use to make those new beliefs permanent.
This leaves us with one final and I think very powerful question. I want you to forget the grand 5-year strategy for just a moment, and I want you to think about tomorrow morning. What specific behavior is your team going to see from you? What will they copy? Because that is where your culture is really being built.
Okay, now that we have a solid framework for how to engineer culture change, the next logical step is all about communication. In Chapter 40, we're going to dive into leadership communication at scale, how you ensure your message cuts through the noise and is received with credibility and consistency across a large, complex organization. I'll see you there.
Welcome to Chapter 40. Today, we're jumping into one of the absolute toughest challenges in any large-scale change: leadership communication at scale. We're going to explore exactly why your most carefully crafted messages just seem to get lost in the noise, and more importantly, how to build a really robust system to make sure they don't.
Just to ground us for a second, remember, we are deep into Module 5, which is all about leading large-scale and digital change. This chapter is a huge piece of that puzzle, and it builds directly on everything we've talked about with culture, remote leadership, and transformation. So let's get right to it.
So here's our game plan for this chapter. First, we're going to diagnose the fundamental problem, what we call the scale and fragmentation problem. From there, we'll completely reframe communication, not as an event, but as a system. Then we'll get practical with the 5-element model to actually build that system, and we'll even pressure test it. We'll also touch on some key global nuances, and we'll wrap up with an executive assessment you can use immediately.
All right, let's kick things off with the core challenge. This is something every leader in a complex organization feels in their gut. Why your message, no matter how clear you think it is, inevitably gets lost in translation.
This right here, this is the question that probably keeps a lot of you up at night, right? You're doing the town halls, you're sending the detailed emails, you're crafting these polished slide decks. I mean, the sheer volume of communication is off the charts. And yet, what do you see? Confusion. Or even worse, cynicism starts creeping into the ranks. So what is going on?
This slide hits on such a critical mistake. So often we get fixated on the artifacts of communication. We need better slides, or let's do more town halls, thinking that's the fix. But the real problem, it's systemic. As your message cascades down through the organization, its meaning doesn't just get diluted. It actually fractures. The context gets stripped away, and your original intent gets reinterpreted at every single layer.
And this is the core diagnosis right here. It's not about how fast your message travels. It's about how fast the meaning falls apart. In any big organization, you're basically fighting against a natural law of physics. Meaning decays exponentially as it moves down the chain. And that is the paradigm we absolutely have to break.
So, how do we break it? Well, the solution requires a pretty fundamental shift in how we think. We have to stop treating communication like it's a series of disconnected events and start engineering it as an integrated leadership system.
Let's really break down this mindset shift. The event mindset is reactive. It's tactical. It's all about the announcement, the big launch, the checked box. But a system mindset, that's proactive and strategic. It's about building an engine that consistently creates shared meaning, reinforces the right behaviors, and builds trust as its default output, day in and day out.
And this quote, this gets right to the heart of why that traditional top-down cascade always fails. We assume meaning will just flow downhill perfectly. It never does. Your managers, they aren't just messengers, they're human filters. They reinterpret your message to protect their teams, maybe to soften some hard news, or just to make it fit their local reality. That's why you can't just broadcast meaning. You have to build the system that empowers every single leader to recreate it authentically for their own people.
Okay, so what does this system actually look like in practice? We can build it using a proven 5-element model. Think of this as the architectural blueprint for doing communication right, at scale.
Here they are, the 5 integrated components of the system. It all starts with a core narrative. That story is then translated for different audiences. But before it gets amplified, you have to get leader alignment. That is then coupled with a really robust listening loop, and the entire system is anchored by executive presence at those make-or-break moments. And the key is, each element depends on all the others.
The first element is the absolute bedrock. A simple, stable enterprise narrative. And listen, this is not your 100-page strategy deck, okay? This is the core story that answers the why. Why this change? What's the real problem we're solving? What does winning actually look like? The key word here is stability. If that core story keeps changing every week, you're just creating chaos. Consistency is what builds certainty.
Second, translation. This is so important. A single, generic, one-size-fits-all message is basically useless. As you can see here, different audiences have completely different needs. A frontline employee is asking, what does this mean for my job today? How do I win? A manager is asking, how do I explain this to my team and get them through the ambiguity? And of course, an employee in an at-risk role has a much different, much more urgent question. What's the plan for me? Your system has to provide tailored answers. This is where you intentionally let that meaning be recreated locally.
Elements 3 and 4, think of these as the engine of trust. Number 3 is alignment. Your leadership team needs to debate, they need to argue, they need to disagree, but they must do it privately. The second they step out of that room, they have to speak with one unified voice. Any crack in that alignment will be spotted a mile away, and it will shatter credibility. Then number 4 is listening. And I don't mean some annual survey. I mean a real-time, two-way loop. You have to ask for concerns, and this is the critical part. You have to visibly act on them. Because listening without a visible response, that's actually worse than not listening at all. It just breeds cynicism.
And the final piece of the puzzle is presence. This is all about showing up when it really counts. You see, executive visibility just cannot be delegated. During the tough moments, delivering bad news, navigating that period of peak change fatigue, personally shutting down rumors, these are the moments that demand your personal, direct, and authentic presence.
Okay, now let's talk about how this system actually holds up under pressure. Because let's be honest, a communication plan is only as good as its performance when things get really tough.
This is such a profound insight for any leader. We love charisma, don't we? But at scale, it can actually be a liability. That inspiring, off-the-cuff town hall might feel great in one room, but it creates inconsistencies and confusion across a global company. It's actually the disciplined, patient repetition of a consistent narrative, even when you are so tired of hearing it yourself, that builds real trust and alignment.
This slide just lays out the two paths so clearly. On the left, you've got the breakdown. Inconsistent messages, leaders going off script. The outcome is always confusion and cynicism. On the right, you've got excellence, a stable narrative, a totally aligned team, and a real listening loop. And the outcome there? Trust and genuine momentum. The choice of which path to take is entirely systemic.
Now, of course, this system doesn't operate in a vacuum. It absolutely has to be adapted for different cultural contexts, especially if you're leading a global enterprise.
So the core system, the 5 elements, they stay the same, but the delivery has to adapt. As you can see here, in many European contexts, trust is built on process integrity and a sense of fairness. In the US, audiences often value directness and a clear line straight to the business outcome. In a context like India, that personal leadership visibility and reassurance can be absolutely paramount. The principle is this: your system must be globally consistent in its narrative, but locally flexible in its execution.
All right, let's bring all this home. To make this immediately practical for you, we're going to end with a self-assessment. It's designed to help you diagnose the health of your own communication system right now.
I want you to take a moment and just ask yourself these 5 questions, and be really honest. First, consistency. If you stopped a frontline employee in the hallway tomorrow, could they explain the change in a way you would even recognize? Second, alignment. Do all of your leaders tell the exact same story with the same conviction? Third, manager readiness. Are your managers actually equipped to be translators of meaning, or are they just glorified messengers? Fourth, that listening loop. Is your feedback process genuine and responsive, or is it just theater? And finally, the acid test. Trust. Do people truly, deep down, believe what you tell them? Your honest answers are going to point you to exactly where your system needs work.
And this brings us to the final, crucial takeaway. Success at this scale really boils down to this simple formula. Your clarity has to be relentlessly consistent. The meaning has to be translated and made real at the local level. And trust? Well, trust can't just be an abstract concept. It has to be made visible through your actions and your presence.
Thank you so much for digging into this with me. Now that we have a system for clear communication, our next challenge in Chapter 41 is to apply it to a reality I know you all face: managing multiple, overlapping change initiatives without creating total burnout. I look forward to seeing you there.
Welcome to the Durga Analytics Corporate Transformation Master Program. You know, in today's explainer, we are going to tackle one of the most pressing and, let's be honest, frustrating challenges for any leader today. That feeling of being stuck in a transformation that just never ends. So does this question feel familiar? Why are we always mid-transformation? It's that exhausting sense, right, of being in this constant state of change, just lurching from one big initiative to the next, but never really feeling like you've landed. Well, I'm here to tell you that's not just a feeling. It's a symptom of a much deeper problem. And today, we're going to diagnose exactly why it happens, and more importantly, how to fix it. Okay, just as a quick reminder of where we are in our journey together, we're deep into Module 5, all about leading large-scale and digital change. And today, we're hitting a really critical piece of that puzzle, Chapter 41, which is all about managing multiple change initiatives at the same time. All right, Chapter 41, Managing Multiple Change Initiatives. Our goal here is pretty simple, but it's powerful. We're going to learn how to move from that state of constant change overload, which, let's face it, is just draining and totally ineffective, to a much more disciplined portfolio-based approach. Getting this right is absolutely critical. I mean it. This is often the hidden reason that even the most well-intentioned transformations completely fall apart. So here's our game plan for today. We'll look at the constant state of change, the difference between a project and a portfolio view, the hidden costs of overload, and then we'll dive into a framework to fix it. We'll talk about making it real and finish up with the leader's most powerful move. Let's get started. Okay, first up, the universal problem, which we're going to call strategic overload. Look, the reality for any large company is that change is never just one clean thing, is it? It's this constant stream of overlapping, competing initiatives. You know the drill. You've got a massive digital program running. At the same time, there's a cost optimization push. Oh, and regulatory remediation that has to get done. Plus, an M&A integration, a new operating model redesign, and a big talent and culture initiative. Now, any one of these might be a fantastic idea on its own, but when you throw them all together, they just completely overwhelm the organization's ability to actually get anything done well. So this brings us to the real heart of the issue, a core misperception. It's this fundamental disconnect between how leadership sees all this change and how everyone else in the organization actually experiences it. And this slide just lays it out perfectly. From the executive viewpoint, you see a set of independent programs. Each has its own PMO, its own isolated business case. It all looks neat and tidy on a spreadsheet. But for your employees, it's a totally different story. They don't see separate projects. What they feel is one single cumulative burden. It's just continuous disruption and a mess of conflicting priorities. They're experiencing the sum of all of it, all at once. Okay, so what? Why does this disconnect matter so much? Well, because it comes with some very real and very damaging hidden costs. The strategic overload isn't just some academic concept. It has predictable consequences that can absolutely derail your most important goals. When you overload the system, these are the symptoms you're going to see. Guaranteed. Change fatigue. That's a big one. Prioritization paralysis, where no one knows what's really important. You get superficial compliance, people just ticking boxes to make the problem go away. You get quiet resistance. Quality starts to decline. But honestly, the most dangerous one of all is that last one, a deep, corrosive erosion of trust in leadership. This is probably the single most important mindset shift you can make as a leader. The system is overloaded, not the people. It is so easy to see all those symptoms we just talked about and blame your people, right? To say they're resistant to change. But they aren't the problem. The system is the problem. You've simply asked the organization to absorb more change than it has the capacity for. Period. Okay, so enough about the problem. Let's talk about the solution. If we've diagnosed this as a portfolio problem, then it stands to reason the solution has to be a portfolio solution. So let's walk through the framework you need to get this right. And here it is, the 5 disciplines of portfolio management. This is how you take back control. First, inventory. You have to get total visibility of everything that's going on.
Second, capacity. You have to be brutally honest about your organization's limits, from the front line all the way up to the leadership team. Third, sequencing. Based on that data, you decide what runs now, what can wait, and what needs to stop. Fourth, trade-offs. This is where you make priorities crystal clear for everyone. And finally, governance. You start reviewing the cumulative impact of all change, not just looking at single projects in a vacuum. So, let's talk about the power of that very first step, inventory. There's a great story about a European firm that did this exercise. They put everything on a whiteboard and discovered this shocking number. They had 42 concurrent initiatives, and every single one was labeled a top priority. I mean, just think about that for a second. There is no organization on this planet that can actually execute 42 top priorities at once. It's impossible. This is exactly why getting visibility is the first step back to sanity. And now for the capacity piece. This insight from a company in India is just brilliant. They found that by strategically pausing just 2 of their major initiatives, they freed up so much leadership attention and manager bandwidth that all the other priorities actually started to accelerate and succeed. It sounds counterintuitive, right? But the goal isn't to do less work. The goal is to get more done by focusing your limited resources on what truly matters. All right, a framework on a slide is great, but how do we make this real? Let's talk about roles and responsibilities, because this is where the rubber really meets the road. So let's clear up a huge and very common mistake. People often think, oh, this is a job for the PMO. It's not. Look at the table. The project management office is absolutely vital for tracking milestones and dependencies, but they can't do the hard part. They can't make strategic trade-offs. A PMO leader can't walk into a powerful executive's office and say, sorry, your pet project has to wait. The only group that can resolve those conflicts and make those tough calls is the executive committee. This ownership has to sit at the absolute top of the house. No exceptions. And while the ExCo is making those big decisions, there's a group we absolutely have to protect, our middle managers. Think of them as the shock absorbers of the organization. They are the ones who bear the full brunt of this overload. They're trying to translate a dozen conflicting priorities for their teams, all while trying to keep the day-to-day business running. They are the true bottleneck for execution. And here's the bottom line. If your middle managers are drowning, your transformation is going down with them. Okay, let's wrap this up and bring it all together. What is the leader's most powerful act in all of this? Let's distill this down to the key takeaways for you. I want you to think of these 5 questions as your personal leadership toolkit for managing the change portfolio. If you and your leadership team start asking these questions every single week, you will be on the right path. Questions like, how many changes are people really absorbing right now? And my personal favorite, what have we stopped recently? And that last one, that's the ultimate empathy test. Seriously, put yourself in your team's shoes, look at everything on their plate. Would you feel confident and set up for success in that environment? Be honest with yourself. And that really brings us to the final, most crucial point. We are all conditioned to think that leadership is about launching the next big thing, right? The new initiative. But in an overloaded system, that's not true. The most powerful, most impactful act of leadership is not starting something new. It's having the discipline and the courage to decide which one will wait. That is what creates focus. And focus is what allows everything else to actually succeed. So in our next session, we're going to take all these principles and see how they play out in the messy real world. Chapter 42 is a fantastic, in-depth executive case study. We'll break down exactly how one leadership team used this portfolio discipline to navigate a really complex global transformation. It's going to be great. I can't wait to see you there. Welcome back, leaders. Thank you for joining this session from Durga Analytics. As you know, our Corporate Transformation Master Program is a full 48-chapter journey, and we're deep into Module 5, which is all about leading large-scale change. Today, we're heading Chapter 42. But I want you to forget the theory for a minute. we're about to dissect the real-world, high-stakes decisions a leadership team made to pull their company back from the absolute brink. This is all about what leaders do when the pressure is truly on. So let's be crystal clear about our focus here. We are not going to be analyzing abstract frameworks or process maps today. This isn't about the charts, it's about the heart. We are zeroing in on the raw, unfiltered human element of leadership, the tough and, frankly, counterintuitive calls an executive team had to make when their entire organization was about to snap. This single quote, it came from a senior leader at the company we're going to call Orion Integrated Services. And wow, it just cuts right to the core of the problem, doesn't it? It captures that sheer exhaustion and confusion that happens when there's just too much change, all at once. This wasn't just feedback, it was a flare sent up from a sinking ship, and it forced a real moment of truth in the executive boardroom. All right, so let's zoom in on Orion. I want you to picture this, a massive $35 billion global tech and services firm. They were getting hit from all sides with challenges many of you probably know all too well: shrinking margins, new digital competitors, and just the chaos of trying to manage explosive growth. It was, well, a classic perfect storm. And here is where the pressure just went through the roof. In just 18 short months, leadership launched all 6 of these massive initiatives: a full digital transformation, an agile rollout, a major cost-cutting program, a new global operating model, 2 big acquisitions, and trying to normalize a remote workforce. Now look, individually, any one of these makes perfect strategic sense, but launching them all at once, it created a tidal wave of complexity and fatigue that almost drowned the entire company. So, in those early stages, as the pressure started mounting, the executive team saw the warning signs, but, and this is so crucial, they completely misinterpreted them. And that led to this really critical and dangerous disconnect between their perception up in the boardroom and the reality for teams on the ground. And this slide, it shows that dangerous disconnect perfectly. On the left, you can see what the executives were thinking. Oh, our people are resisting change, or maybe we have capability issues. But on the right, you see the grim reality. The system wasn't resisting, it was collapsing. It was overloaded, it was incoherent, and it was just running on fumes. The problem wasn't the people, it was the pressure we were putting on the system. Then came the wake-up call they just couldn't ignore: a global employee pulse survey. And the data? It was brutal. People believed in what leadership was trying to do, but they had absolutely zero faith in how it was being done. This led to what we call commitment paralysis. You know that feeling where you just don't know which new priority to commit to, so you just stop. You freeze. And that organizational paralysis forced the executive team to face a really hard truth. Their whole approach was broken. Okay, so what did they actually do? Well, the leadership team made 5 counterintuitive but incredibly powerful decisions to pull the organization back from the brink. And this, right here, is where the real learning begins. As you can see, these 5 pivots weren't about adding even more change. No way. They were about subtracting noise and adding discipline. This was about leadership fundamentally changing their own behavior first. Let's break down each one. First, and I think most courageously, they stopped work. They actually paused a major automation rollout and a non-critical org redesign. Now, think about the psychology here. This wasn't just about reducing the workload. It was an incredibly powerful signal that the leaders prioritized the health of the system over their own project milestones. That single act bought them more credibility than 1,000 town halls ever could have. Next, they tackled the chaos of all those competing messages. Instead of 5 initiatives, each with its own story, they forged one single unified narrative for the entire company. This provided coherence and clarity, and it empowered local leaders to translate a consistent message, not waste precious energy inventing a new one for their teams every single week. And this just brilliantly illustrates a super practical, high-impact change. They simplified how decisions got made. They slashed the overlap in committees and made it crystal clear who owned which call. The impact was immediate and it was global. Teams in the US got their speed back, teams in the EU regained their confidence, and teams in India finally had clear direction. So here's the crucial point. Leadership behavior changed before they asked anyone else's behavior to change. The executives started using the new digital tools themselves in public. They made big decisions out in the open, not in back-channel conversations, and they talked openly about the fatigue. This wasn't just talk, it was authentic, visible commitment. And finally, they recognized that their middle managers were the system's shock absorbers, and they were cracking under the strain. By cutting back on reporting and empowering them to say no to non-critical requests, they gave managers the breathing room to stop fighting firing and start leading their teams again. It was an absolute game changer for morale. So the big question is, did all these courageous pivots actually work? Well, let's look at the results, because these changes weren't just about improving how people felt, they delivered real, measurable business outcomes. And, I think more importantly, a fundamental shift in the company's entire culture. First, let's talk money. The finance team confirmed a 22% drop in operating costs. That is the direct, tangible result of the focus and the clarity that these leadership decisions created. Next, what about speed? Remember that redesigned governance we just looked at? It wasn't just a prettier chart on a slide. It led to a measured 35% increase in how fast decisions were being made across the whole company. And finally, adoption. Those new digital tools they had been struggling with, well, once the executives started using them visibly every single day, adoption skyrocketed past 80%, a goal they had never, ever been able to hit before. But beyond all the metrics, the entire organizational mindset shifted. And this slide, I think, illustrates the real transformation. The culture moved from a passive, exhausted state of just trying to survive the change to an active, engaged one of shaping the change. And that right there is the ultimate prize. You know, the core lesson from Orion is that their success came from leadership discipline, not some magic new framework. So now, let's turn these lessons into a personal challenge for you and your own leadership practice. So I want you to ask yourself, honestly, right now, faced with immense pressure from the board, from the market, to deliver more, could you have made the call to stop important, visible work in order to save the system? And what about your own habits? Would you truly commit to visibly modeling the change yourself every single day before you ask it of anyone on your team? This is all about authenticity. And this is the critical trade-off. It's really the ultimate test of leadership patience. Would you have the discipline to deliberately slow down in the short term in order to speed up successfully and sustainably for the long term? Your honest answers to those questions reveal a great deal about your readiness to lead transformation. The lesson from Orion is that sometimes the most powerful leadership move is to slow down, listen, and lead with discipline. In our very next chapter, we're going to move from learning to doing as we kick off our Capstone project. I'll see you there. All right, leaders, welcome back. Our Corporate Transformation Master Program has been an incredible journey, hasn't it? We've worked through 48 chapters across 6 modules, building from the core leadership mindset all the way up to executing change at a massive scale. Well, today we step into the final arena, Module 6, the Capstone. We're kicking off Chapter 43, and let me tell you, this is where every single theory, every framework we've talked about gets slammed right into reality. So you're here. This is it. The culmination of everything. For 42 chapters, you've been absorbing the models, studying the case studies, and loading the software, so to speak. That phase is over. Now you're moving from just knowing things to actually employing them as a leader. think of this less as a test and more as your flight simulator. It's time to get in the cockpit. I want you to really let this quote sink in because it is the absolute heart of why this capstone exists. It's specifically designed to create that high-stakes collision. We're not here to see if you can recite a framework from memory. We're here to see how you lead when that perfect, clean framework starts to buckle under the messy, intense, and very human pressures of a real organization. So here's our mission briefing for today. First, we'll nail down the purpose. Then we'll define the non-negotiable rules of the game. After that, we'll walk through choosing your challenge. And finally, we'll lay out exactly how your leadership is going to be measured. Let's get right into it. Okay, first things first. Let's really define the purpose and the stakes of this final module. Truly getting the why behind this is absolutely fundamental to your success here. Pay very close attention here because this distinction is critical. This is a leadership simulator. It is not an academic paper or some theoretical consulting pitch. We are evaluating your choices, the trade-offs you make, your judgment when the pressure is on, not how polished your PowerPoint deck looks. And these are the 6 executive outcomes you're here to demonstrate. As you can see, they map directly back to everything we've covered in the program. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to prove you can navigate the entire change lifecycle, from that initial sharp diagnosis all the way through to delivering real, tangible business value. Okay, now for the rules of engagement. These are the non-negotiables, the parameters, and the scope you absolutely have to operate within for your capstone. Your strategy has to tackle all 6 of these dimensions. Think of them as an interconnected system. You can't just have a brilliant plan and ignore the human resistance, right? And you can't drive adoption if there's no believable benefit at the end. Let me be crystal clear. Omitting any one of these is an automatic failure condition. And before you even start looking at a scenario, it has to pass these 5 gatekeeper tests. Is the change significant? Is your personal credibility actually on the line? Does it genuinely disrupt how people work, their roles, their power structures? And does it have to operate under real-world constraints? If the answer is no to any of these, the scenario just doesn't have the gravity we need. You have to choose another one. This brings us to your very first, and you could argue, most important leadership act in this whole capstone: choosing your battlefield. I want you to internalize this rule. The value you're going to get out of this experience is directly proportional to the level of challenge you embrace. Playing it safe is the enemy here. You need to pick the scenario that makes you a little uneasy. Trust me, that's the one that's going to teach you the most. Okay, option 1 is the classic high-stakes digital transformation. We're talking a new ERP, an enterprise-wide AI platform, that kind of thing. The core tension you'll be managing here is the clash between seasoned human experts who trust their gut and the new data-driven algorithms. You'll have to navigate that paradox of giving up control to actually gain transparency. Scenario B is a deeply, deeply human challenge. When you redesign an organization, you're not just moving boxes on a chart. You are fundamentally redrawing the map of power. For a lot of people, you're threatening the very core of their professional identity. Your job is to lead people through that incredibly emotional and political turmoil. Or you can choose to step right into the pressure cooker of a merger or a major restructuring. The tensions here are primal. Employees are thinking about survival, plain and simple. Trust between the old guard and the new guard, it's non-existent. And cultural clashes aren't just a risk, they are a certainty. In that environment, your leadership is the only thing providing stability. In this scenario, you're not just putting a new process in place. You are attempting to rewire the organization's DNA. This is a profound cultural battle. It forces a massive shift from top-down control to genuine empowerment. And it means trading that comfortable illusion of certainty for a messy but necessary continuous learning mindset.
And finally, we have what might be the most realistic situation for many of you today. The organization is already drowning in multiple competing changes. Your challenge isn't just to lead one more initiative, it's to create clarity in the middle of chaos, to force ruthless prioritization, and to manage a workforce that is teetering on the edge of complete burnout. So, once you've picked your challenge, how will you be judged? Let's be absolutely crystal clear about the evaluation criteria and the traps that will instantly sink your mission if you're not careful. Your performance is going to be measured against these 6 criteria. Now, I want you to notice that the word perfection is nowhere on this list. We are not looking for perfect answers. We're looking for an accurate diagnosis, sound judgment in your trade-offs, a healthy dose of realism, and a coherent strategy that actually holds together from start to finish. Now, this slide is critical. These aren't just mistakes. These are automatic failure modes. For example, ignoring resistance. That's the story of the multi-million-dollar system that fails because leaders wrote off frontline feedback as just noise, or delegating core leadership tasks. That's when you send a project manager to have a conversation that your team desperately needs to hear from you, their leader. Avoid these traps at all costs. So, before you lock in your choice, a final 3-part self-check. First, ask yourself honestly, is this scenario personally uncomfortable for me to lead? If the answer is an easy no, it's probably not challenging enough. Real leadership growth happens right at the edge of your comfort zone. Second check, would failure here genuinely damage your credibility as a leader? If you can fail without any real consequence, then the stakes aren't real. You haven't chosen a scenario that truly simulates executive pressure. And finally, would you be willing to attach your name to this publicly? This question confirms your personal conviction. If you answer no to any of these 3 questions, you have to go back and choose a different scenario, period. And that really brings us to the whole point. We've spent 42 chapters building your knowledge base. This capstone is different. It's not about proving what you know. It is about revealing how you lead when the pressure is on and the stakes are real. With your scenario now selected, your next mission begins immediately. You've got to dive deep into the human dynamics of your chosen challenge. In our next briefing, Chapter 44, we're going to equip you to conduct a rigorous stakeholder and impact analysis. We'll map the political landscape, diagnose the true sources of resistance, and anticipate exactly where the organization is most likely to break. Your challenge has begun.
All right, welcome. Today we're tackling something that is absolutely critical and, honestly, something most leaders get wrong: stakeholder and impact analysis. You know, this is the thing that, if you mess it up, can silently sink your entire project, no matter how brilliant your plan is.
Okay, before we jump in, let's just quickly get our bearings. For those of you who've been with us for the full 48-chapter journey, you know exactly where we are. We're deep in Module 6, the Capstone. This is Chapter 44, where all the theory hits the road and we start applying it to a real change initiative. And hey, if you're just joining us for this topic, no problem at all. Everything we cover today is designed to be a powerful standalone guide.
Let's start with the absolute heart of the matter, the thing that so many people miss. Look at this quote. If you walk away with just one idea today, let it be this. This exercise, it is not a PR task. It's not about making a list of who gets the weekly email update. It is a raw, strategic analysis of power. It's about figuring out who has the ability to kill your project, and more importantly, why they might want to.
So here's how we're going to break it down. We'll look at the big blind spot where leaders fail. Then we'll get into the real analysis of power and loss. I'll give you a practical toolkit you can use right away. We'll map everything out, and then we'll talk about why this is your job as a leader. Sound good? Let's get into it.
All right, first things first. Let's talk about the standard way this is done and pinpoint exactly why it's a recipe for disaster. This is all about avoiding those nasty, expensive surprises that pop up late in the game and just completely derail your plans.
Okay, this slide really gets to the core of it. The whole game is about shifting your perspective. On the one hand, you've got the checklist mindset. This is where most organizations live. They see stakeholder analysis as, an input for the comms plan or just another deliverable a consultant hands over. It's passive. But where you need to be is over here, in the power dynamics mindset. This isn't a checklist, it's a political map. It's a deep, sober audit of what and who can actually kill your initiative.
So, to really dig into those power dynamics, we have to start with the basics. We need to completely redefine what we even mean by the word stakeholder. The typical definition just won't cut it for a major change.
Here it is, and I want you to pay close attention to the last 3 words, regardless of title. This definition rips up the org chart. It doesn't give a damn about who has the corner office. The only question that matters is, can this person or this group actually change the outcome? Can they speed you up, slow you down, or, stop you dead in your tracks? That's the real test.
And once you start thinking that way, a whole different set of people come into view, right? We're talking about the middle managers who have to make this real for their teams. We're talking about those informal influencers, the person everyone goes to for the real story. The technical expert who knows where all the bodies are buried in the legacy system. These people might not have fancy titles, but their informal power can be immense, often way more than a VP. To ignore them, well, that's a classic mistake.
This right here is probably the most important psychological principle in all of change management. Just let that sink in. People don't resist change just for the sake of it. They're not being difficult. They're resisting loss. And that resistance is almost always perfectly rational from their point of view. They might be losing status, control, or maybe the very expertise that made them valuable. So your job isn't to bulldoze the resistance. It's to figure out what they feel like they're losing.
Okay, so we've reset our mindset. Now let's get practical. I'm going to walk you through a simple but really powerful framework you can use to analyze all of this. This is your toolkit.
For every key group, every key person, we need to look at them through 5 different lenses. First, what's their actual power and influence? Second, what's the impact on them? What do they stand to gain or, more importantly, lose? Third, where do they really stand on this change? Not just what they say in meetings. Fourth, and this is a big one, what's the risk to their identity, to who they are at work? And finally, let's be realistic. What's their capacity for more change? Are they already burned out?
Now, we can start bucketing our stakeholders into segments like these. This helps you get ahead of the risks. And I want you to zoom in on 2 of these in particular. First, your middle managers. They're the transmission layer. If they're not on board, your strategy dies right there. And second, the silent blockers. Oh, these are the most dangerous ones. They'll nod and smile in the meeting, and then nothing happens. They kill your project with 1,000 tiny paper cuts of inaction.
Okay, you've done the analysis. Now what? The next step is to get it all onto one page. We're going to map it. And let me be clear, this isn't just to make a pretty chart for a presentation. This is all about one thing: deciding where you are going to spend your most precious resource, your own time and attention.
And this is the map, the classic impact influence matrix. It is your absolute best friend for strategy. It forces you to be ruthless. See that top quadrant? High impact, high influence? That's your territory. That's where you, the leader, need to be personally involved, building relationships, making the case. Everything else, you either delegate it to your managers, monitor it, or just keep people informed. Your job is to live in that top box and not get distracted.
Now this is a game changer. Think of it as a translator for resistance. It helps you hear what people really mean, not just what they're saying. So when you hear, "This won't work," or "We need more data," don't argue with the statement. Ask yourself what's underneath that. Is it a fear of losing their expert status? Are they afraid this change will show their team isn't performing? When you address the real fear, the surface-level argument
just melts away. It's incredibly powerful.
And a really important piece of advice. This stuff isn't one size fits all. You have to tune your radar to the local culture. For example, in a lot of European countries, resistance shows up formally through works councils and procedures. It's all very structured. In the US, it's often more subtle. Your top talent just starts quietly heading for the door. In other places, like India, resistance can be very silent. People will agree publicly but disagree privately. You have to learn to read the air, to adapt your approach.
Okay, let's bring this all home and talk about your role in all this. Because this isn't something you can just hand off to the PMO. This is a core part of your job as a leader. It's non-negotiable.
Look, these are the classic ways projects die. They're the self-inflicted wounds. Thinking that silence means agreement, that's a huge one. Ignoring that one person who doesn't have a title but has all the influence, another classic. But the biggest one is thinking you can delegate this whole thing. You can't. This analysis, done right, is your #1 insurance policy against failure. So, I'm going to leave you with a personal challenge. Before you greenlight your next big initiative, I want you to lock yourself in a room and answer these 4 questions. And you have to be brutally honest with yourself, especially on question number 2. Why would they be right from their perspective? If you can truly answer that, you're shifting from managing a project to actually leading people through change.
And it all boils down to this one single question you have to ask yourself. When you look at that whole stakeholder map, which relationship is so important, so pivotal, that you have to own it personally? Not your deputy, not a project manager, you. If you don't have a clear answer to that question, I'd argue you're not quite ready to launch.
So let's end right back where we started. This says it all, doesn't it? This whole analysis isn't just some side task. It's not an appendix to your strategy. It is the work. It's the foundation for everything else.
And all this hard work, this really honest analysis we've just walked through, well, it's the launch pad for everything that comes next. In our next session, Chapter 45, we're going to take all these insights and build them into a smart, targeted change strategy and a communication plan that actually connects with people. The quality of the work you do here makes all the difference there. I'll see you then.
All right, leaders, welcome back. We are deep in Module 6 now, the final capstone of the Corporate Transformation Master Program. And today, we're tackling one of the most critical pieces of that capstone, Chapter 45, which is all about your change strategy and communication plan. This is really where the deep analysis stops and true leadership begins. So let's get right into it. So you've done all that hard work. You went deep in Chapter 44, and now you have this incredibly clear picture of your organization. You know who the key players are, you've got your stakeholder map, and you can practically see the risks and pockets of resistance on the horizon. But here's the thing. You lay out this brilliant analysis, you present the compelling data, and you get polite nods, maybe that's interesting, but there's no real movement. It is such a frustrating and common stalling point for so many leaders. We need to unpack exactly why that happens right now. And here it is. This is the core reason. Insight on its own is like a map without a destination. It shows you exactly where you are, but it gives you absolutely no guidance on where to go or how to get there. It creates awareness, sure, but awareness doesn't get things done. Today, we're building that crucial bridge from insight to decisive, meaningful action. Okay, let's get to the very heart of this. The word strategy gets thrown around all the time, but what does it really, truly mean when we're talking about leading change? We have to redefine it, because getting this right, well, it changes the entire game. This slide just cuts right to the chase. A change strategy is not a to-do list. It's not a project roadmap from the PMO. It is a leadership decision framework. It's all about making the tough calls up front. Where are we going to focus our energy? How fast are we really going to move? And this one is critical. How are we going to handle resistance when it shows up? Because you know it will. This right here, this is the gold standard we're aiming for. If you can't explain your strategy clearly and concisely in 3 minutes, you don't actually have one. It's really that simple. We're not trying to create a 50-page deck here. We're aiming for radical clarity. And that clarity only comes from making those hard decisions before you start. So, if strategy is all about making decisions, what exactly are those decisions? Let's break down the 7 core choices that will form the absolute backbone of your change strategy. Yep, 7 of them. A strong, robust change strategy is built on clear, and I mean non-negotiable answers to these fundamental questions. These aren't just suggestions. These are the essential choices your leadership team has to align on and commit to before any action is taken. Okay, the first 3 decisions are all about getting your bearings. 1, what kind of change are we really dealing with here? Is it a simple tech fix, or is this an adaptive challenge that requires a whole new way of working? 2, you have to prioritize. You can't do it all at once. So what comes first, what has to wait, and what do we need to protect from all this disruption? And 3, who are the key influencers? We need to identify those signal roles whose behavior is going to set the tone for everybody else. And this quote just highlights a classic leadership mistake, trying to move everything all at once, usually because it feels fair, always backfires. People get burned out, resistance spikes, and you lose all your credibility. Sequencing isn't just project management. It is a strategic leadership act designed to protect your people and your focus. Now this is where things get really interesting. Decisions 4 and 5 are where you set the ground rules. Number 4, how will you engage with resistance? You have to decide your approach up front, because hoping it won't happen is not a strategy. And just as important, number 5, what are the new rules of the game for your own leadership team? What behaviors are now non-negotiable? And finally, the last 2 pieces of the puzzle. What's your story? You need a clear, consistent narrative that guides everything. And how will you measure progress? Because waiting for the final financial results is like trying to steer a ship by watching its wake. You need early signals to know if you're actually on course. Okay, let's double-click on communication, because this is where your entire strategy really comes to life. This isn't about sending out more emails. It's about crafting a message that people can connect with, understand, and actually act on. A one-size-fits-all message is just a recipe for failure. As you can see on this slide, different groups have fundamentally different needs. Executives are listening for alignment. Your managers need clarity and protection. And your frontline employees, they need to feel safe. Your job is to tailor the message to answer the unspoken question each and every audience is asking. And here is a golden rule. Communication is a two-way street. If you ask for feedback, you have to do something with it. If you don't, you are actively destroying trust. Honestly, it's better not to ask at all than to ask and then completely ignore what you hear. So how do you prove you're listening? Simple tools like leadership AMAs or publishing "You Asked, We Decided" summaries are incredibly powerful. But don't you dare forget your managers. They are on the front lines translating your strategy every single day. So equip them, empower them, and protect them. Okay, so we've built our strategy and our communication plan, but is it any good? I mean, will it survive first contact with reality? It's time to put it to the test. These right here, these are the classic traps. Trying to please everyone, avoiding the tough conversations about who might lose out, and delegating these core leadership decisions. These are the things that will absolutely sink your change effort, not the technical details. So it's time for a gut check, and you need to answer these next 3 questions with brutal honesty. First up, the big one. What are you deliberately not doing? If you can't answer that with specifics, you don't have a strategy. You have a wish list. Next, where will you as a leader personally focus your energy? And which resistance will you tolerate? And which will you confront? Your answers here reveal what you're truly committed to and where your priorities really lie. And finally, the ultimate gut check. What's the behavioral red line that a leader in this change cannot cross? And now, put yourself in their shoes. Would you trust this plan if you were on the receiving end? If the answer is no, it's time to go back to the drawing board. So, what's the bottom line here? A great strategy isn't about having a plan that covers every single possibility. It's about having the courage to make the hardest choices early on. That is what creates real clarity, focus, and momentum. And that brings us to our next challenge. In Chapter 46, we're going to take these hard-won strategic choices and turn them into a concrete plan to manage risk and mitigate resistance before it even starts. The real question is, are you ready to pressure test your strategy against the real world? I'll see you in the next session. Welcome, leaders. We're now diving into what I believe is the single biggest factor that separates successful transformations from the ones that fail. We're building an ironclad plan for the pressure, the risk, and the resistance that is absolutely going to show up. This isn't just about management, folks. This is about leadership foresight. So let's get one thing straight right from the top. When resistance catches you by surprise and knocks your project sideways, it is never, ever bad luck. Here at Durga Analytics, we see that as a failure in leadership planning. This whole chapter is about shifting your mindset, right? It's about moving from just hoping for a smooth ride to strategically preparing for the very real, very human turbulence that always comes with change. And just as a quick reminder of where we are on the map, you're in Module 6, the capstone of our 48-chapter master program. We're here in Chapter 46, and this is where we really pivot from theory to practice. The goal here is for you to build your own personal executive playbook for navigating the crazy pressures of change. So here's our game plan for this session. First, we're going to diagnose a really common planning gap I see in leaders. Then we'll learn how to decode the real signals of resistance, not the obvious stuff. From there, we'll build what we call the response playbook, design some specific interventions, and then we're going to stress test it with some high-stakes scenarios. And we'll wrap up with a personal readiness test just to make sure you are truly ready to act. All right, Section 1. Let's talk about a dangerous imbalance I've seen in pretty much every executive planning cycle out there. We are fantastic at planning for success, but we're often just dangerously naive when it comes to planning for pressure. And this slide really nails it. It's a huge leadership blind spot. We pour all this energy into the vision, the strategy, the beautiful roadmaps, what I call the happy path. But we spend almost no time planning for the messy human reality of it all. What happens when things go wrong? When does resistance boil over? When does our team hit a wall of fatigue? And what about the very real risk to our own credibility if we handle the pressure badly? So, if that's the planning gap, what's the first step to closing it? Well, we have to completely reframe how we look at resistance. It's time to stop treating it like some awful surprise and start treating it like a predictable, strategic piece of data that should be guiding our next move. And this distinction is so important. We imagine resistance is going to be this big open rebellion, right? Someone standing up in a meeting and shouting no. But the reality of corporate resistance, it's almost always quiet friction. It's the, could we just get a bit more analysis on this? It's the valid concerns that just happen to stall everything. It's the quiet workarounds that pop up to bypass the new process. If this stuff is surprising you, it's a huge red flag that your stakeholder analysis wasn't deep enough. Okay, so if that's the reality we're dealing with, how do we actually prepare for it? We need a different kind of tool. One that's designed for leaders, not just project managers. And that tool is what we call a leadership response playbook. Look, this is not another risk register that the PMO files away in a folder somewhere. This is an active, living guide that defines exactly how you, as a leader,
will personally step in when the plan starts to wobble.
And let's be crystal clear on the difference here, because it's critical. A risk register just lists issues. A playbook defines actions. A register is passive. It's a check-the-box activity. But a playbook is an active leadership tool owned by you that makes sure you can respond with calm, strategic, pre-agreed actions when you're under fire. Now, for this playbook to be really effective, it has to cover all the bases. Our framework breaks risk down into these 6 specific categories, and they cover everything from the behavior of your own leadership team to the risk that the business value you promised just never shows up. If you ignore even one of these, you're leaving a massive hole in your plan.
Okay, let's roll up our sleeves and get practical. How do you actually build one of these playbooks? We use a really simple but incredibly powerful 5-element framework for every major risk you identify.
So for every big risk, you're going to define these 5 things. You start with a simple, clear description. You identify the subtle, early warning signs. You assign a single executive owner, and you can't delegate this. Then you define the specific response, and then, and this is the step everyone forgets, you articulate the signal your action sends to the rest of the organization. This framework literally turns that vague feeling of anxiety into a precise, actionable plan.
And let me tell you, clarity is everything here. A risk description like stakeholder misalignment, that's totally useless. It's a symptom, not a risk. But look at the good example. Senior experts may undermine the new decision model by demanding manual overrides. Bam! It's so specific, you can immediately picture the people involved, the behavior, and you can start thinking about a real response. All right, enough theory. Let's make this real. Let's look at how this playbook actually works in some common, high-stakes scenarios that, trust me, you are gonna face at some point. Here are just a few classic examples. I mean, look at the scenarios on the left. Sound familiar? Of course they do. But the power here is in the predefined responses on the right. And notice something? Every single one is a decisive leadership action, not just another email blast. This is about stepping in and intervening, not just informing. Now, I really want to double-click on this one. When a fellow senior leader undermines the change, maybe with a subtle eye roll in a meeting or some back-channel comments, your response sends the most powerful cultural signal possible, because your tolerance of that behavior is seen by everyone else as permission to resist. Period. And remember, this is not a one-size-fits-all game. Your playbook has to be culturally intelligent. Resistance looks different around the world. The kind of decisive, top-down intervention that might work great in the US could totally backfire in a more consensus-driven culture in Europe. Your plan has got to account for this. Okay, now it's time to turn the lens inward. We've talked about the framework, we've walked the scenarios. Before we finish up, I want you to do an honest gut check on your own readiness to lead when the pressure is on. First question, and I want you to be brutally honest with yourself. What's the one risk, that one piece of resistance from that one specific person that you are secretly just hoping and praying won't happen? That's it. That's exactly where you need to start your planning, because the risk you avoid thinking about is the one that's going to bite you. Question 2. I want you to picture your leadership team. Who is it? Say their name in your head. Who is the person most likely to snap back to the old way of doing things when the heat gets turned up? Now, this isn't about blame. This is about smart, proactive risk management. Who are you going to need to support or coach or maybe even hold accountable? And last question. What's your red line? What is the one single behavior that, if you see it, you know you have to drop what you're doing and step in personally? Is it a manager overriding the new system? Is it a peer talking down the initiative? If you can't answer this question with absolute clarity, your plan isn't finished, and you're going to hesitate when the moment to act arrives. So let's bring this all home. The key takeaways from this chapter are pretty clear. Resistance, it's not a possibility. It's a predictable stage of change. And dealing with it is a core leadership job, not some admin task. You've got to learn to read those early, subtle signals. Having pre-agreed responses is what stops you from making panicked decisions in the heat of the moment. And ultimately, your behavior when the pressure is on, that is what will make or break this change. So what's next? Well, in our next session, Chapter 47, you're going to take this playbook and you're going to get ready to defend it. We'll be focusing on that executive presentation and review, making sure you can stand up and show true leadership judgment when you're under the microscope. This concludes our deep dive on Chapter 46.
Welcome back, everyone. We're diving right back into Durga Analytics' Master Program on Leadership and Change. And in this session, we're really getting practical, equipping you to drive real transformation with confidence and clarity.
So where are we in our journey? We're in the home stretch, Module 6, the Capstone. After building our foundation across the previous chapters, this is where it all comes together. We're moving from theory to the real-world challenge of leading a change initiative.
And today, we're tackling Chapter 47, Executive Presentation and Review. Now, this one is absolutely critical. We're not just talking about how to make pretty slides. No, we're talking about mastering that high-stakes executive review, that moment where your leadership is truly put to the test.
So here's what we're going to cover. First, what the real examination is all about. Then, we'll shift into the executive mindset. We'll give you a blueprint for your leadership defense, talk about handling that inevitable pushback, and finally, break down how you are actually being judged.
All right, let's kick things off with Section 1, the real examination. To really nail this, you've got to understand what this review truly is, and maybe more importantly, what it is not.
You know, this slide really gets to the heart of a huge misconception. So many leaders think they failed because their slides weren't perfect, or their analysis was missing a framework. But the truth? The real reason they fail is because their decisions were indefensible. Nobody knew who owned what, and they presented a sugar-coated version of reality. Executives see right through that.
And that brings us to this crucial point. The executive review isn't a test of your knowledge, it's a test of your judgment, your courage, and your credibility. So you've got to shift your prep. You're not there to read a document. You're there to defend your leadership.
Okay, so if it's about judgment and courage, that leads us right into our second section, the executive mindset shift. You have to get inside their heads and understand what they're actually looking for.
And here's the absolute truth about what's happening in that room. The audience is listening, sure, but they're not just listening to what you say. They're assessing how you think, how you make decisions, how you handle a challenge. Ultimately, they're deciding one thing. Can we trust you to lead this change?
And this is the perfect way to frame it. Think about it. This is not a consulting deck or a simple PMO status update. It's not a storytelling session. This is a leadership defense. It's a justification for your decisions. It's a declaration that you own the risk.
Okay, so how do you actually build a presentation that can stand up to that kind of scrutiny? Well, that's what this next action is all about. We're going to walk you through our Durga Analytics 8-part blueprint, a framework designed to show that executive-level rigor and clarity.
So, here it is. We really recommend sticking to this disciplined 8-part structure. We'll start with context and stakes, move to diagnosis, then stakeholder reality, strategy, and so on, all the way to your personal leadership statement. It forces you to answer the tough questions right up front. Let's break down each piece. Okay, the first 2 parts are all about setting the scene in cold, hard reality. No fluff. Part 1, context and stakes. What's changing? Why now? And what happens if we fail? You answer that immediately. Then, Part 2, change diagnosis. What kind of change is this? Why is it so hard? Why did it fail last time? This shows you've done your homework and builds instant credibility.
All right, now we get to the hard choices. This is where your courage gets tested. Part 3, Stakeholder Reality. You have to name who loses in this change. You have to talk about where resistance will come from and why it's actually rational. Executives trust leaders who face the ugly truth. Then, in Part 4, Strategy and Sequencing, you show you're a real leader by not just saying what you'll start doing, but what you'll stop doing. Stopping work is a massive leadership signal. Next up, Parts 5 and 6 are all about owning the execution. So many presentations fall apart right here. You can't just delegate leadership. You have to be explicit. What behaviors must leaders change? What won't be tolerated? And then, for risk and resistance, you don't show up with hope as a strategy. You show up with a plan. Top risks, warning signs, and who by name owns the response.
And finally, you bring it home with parts 7 and 8, proving the value and your commitment. First, how will we know we're winning? We're talking real, leading indicators, not vanity metrics. Then you end with the most powerful part, your personal leadership statement. What do you personally own? How will you be visible? Because at the end of the day, executives back leaders, not documents.
Okay, so having a great plan is one thing, but defending it under pressure, that's the real test. Which brings us to Section 4, Handling Executive Pushback.
You have to be ready for these questions. What if people don't adopt? Why should we believe you? What are we giving up? These are coming for sure. And the key is to not see them as attacks. They're tests. They're testing your preparation, and they're evaluating how you think on your feet.
How you respond to that pushback says everything about your leadership maturity. A weak presenter gets defensive. They over-explain, they argue. But a strong leader, they pause. They actually acknowledge valid concerns. They defend their trade-offs calmly. And they're not afraid to adjust their position when the challenge is credible.
So whatever you do, avoid these traps. Don't avoid naming the losers. Don't just assume adoption will happen. Don't overpromise certainty or delegate responsibility. And please, don't treat resistance like it's just simple negativity. Executives want realism, not just reassurance.
So this brings us to the final and maybe most important section, how you are judged. When the presentation is over, when the Q&A is done, what are they really thinking? What's the scorecard they're using to grade you?
This table lays it out perfectly. This is the real scorecard. Notice what's not on here? Perfect slides, beautiful frameworks. No, they're looking at your judgment, the quality of your trade-offs, your credibility. Are you honest and realistic? Your leadership, courage, and maturity. That is the real exam. And this is such an important mindset shift. Your goal isn't just to get a yes. The goal is to get to clarity. That whole review process, all that pressure, it's designed to make the plan stronger. And, more importantly, to make you a stronger leader.
So, if you take one thing away from this chapter, let it be this. When you stand up there in front of executives, you are not defending a plan. You are presenting yourself as a leader worth trusting.
So what's next? In our final chapter, Chapter 48, we're going to take all that amazing feedback and insight you got from this review and turn it into a rock-solid action plan. This is the last step to finishing your capstone and earning that Dorga Analytics certification. I can't wait to see you there.
All right, welcome. We've made it. This is the final chapter of our Corporate Transformation Master Program. Think about it. 6 modules, 47 chapters, and it all comes down to this. Chapter 48. This is where we take everything you've learned and forge it into a real, concrete action plan. You've done the hard yards, right? All that intellectual heavy lifting, diagnosing complex change, designing strategies, defending your decisions in the capstone. But this final session, it's about one thing and one thing only, turning all that knowledge into sustained, real-world leadership action. Because let's be honest, what you do after this program is the only thing that really truly matters. So let's be crystal clear about something. This isn't the finish line, not even close. This is the starting line. That capstone presentation, that was the dress rehearsal. The real performance, the real test, begins the second you're back in your day-to-day role, when nobody's watching. So to make sure all this learning sticks and actually translates into tangible results, we're going to tackle 5 critical missions today. First, we'll define where the real test actually begins. Then, we'll talk about how to turn feedback, even the tough stuff, into fuel for growth. After that, we'll get tactical and craft your non-negotiable action plan. We'll also cover how to build a defense against what I call leadership regression, slipping back into old habits. And finally, we'll focus on cementing your lasting leadership legacy. Okay, let's get into it. Okay, let's start with a fundamental truth for any executive. Insight without action, it's just intellectual comfort. It feels good to know things, sure, but it doesn't actually accomplish anything. The goal of this entire program was never just for you to know more, it was for you to do things differently. And this is so crucial to understand. Transformation doesn't fail in the big, splashy moments. It fails quietly in the background during the day-to-day grind, weeks after the big presentation is over. It happens when stress starts to pile up and that powerful gravity of your old habits just pulls you right back in. That specific moment is what we're preparing you to conquer. All right, so the very first trial of your new leadership standard is happening right now. It's all about how you process the feedback you just got from your capstone review. This isn't some academic exercise, you know? It's a live diagnostic of your leadership maturity. Think about it like this. Average leaders, when they get feedback, they immediately put up their shields. They explain the context, they justify their choices, they try to minimize the critique. But exceptional leaders, they do the exact opposite. They go on a hunt for the signal that's hidden inside all that noise, especially in the feedback that makes them the most uncomfortable. They're looking for growth, not just validation. So here's your mandate. I want you to actively seek out the points of feedback where you felt that twinge of defensiveness, or where your confidence took a little dip, or maybe where you just felt misunderstood. That discomfort, it's not a threat. It's a bright, flashing signal pointing you directly to your biggest opportunity for growth. You have to go there first. Okay, now let's get practical. How do we translate this mindset into action? From all that rich feedback you've received, you've got to distill your focus. You're not going to create some long laundry list of things to improve. That's just a recipe for failure. Instead, you're going to identify exactly 3, just 3, core leadership shifts to put all your energy into. Look, leadership growth stalls when it's diluted across too many things. That's why your job is to isolate just 3 behavioral shifts that will have a massive, cascading impact. For instance, like you see here, are you shifting from being the hero who swoops in at the last minute to someone who builds disciplined systems? Or maybe you're shifting from controlling every single decision to empowering your team with really clear guardrails. Your choices have to be this precise. All right, now let's formalize these 3 shifts into something we call the leadership contract. And let me be really clear about this. This is not a list of suggestions or nice-to-haves. This is a personal contract you are making with yourself. It's a commitment to enforceable, tangible change. For each of your 3 shifts, you're going to use this 5-part framework to build out your contract. First, what's the specific behavior change? What will you actually do differently? Second, anticipate the trigger. When is this new behavior going to matter the most? When will it be tested? Third, write down your commitment. What are you going to do when it gets uncomfortable? Fourth, what's the signal this new action sends to your team and the organization? And finally, the measure. How will you know, without a doubt, that you've done it? This is how you make change real. So this is your template. Simple, right? But the key is to keep it short, personal, and brutally specific. Remember, vague commitments produce exactly 0 change. An enforceable contract demands absolute clarity. Now here's a fantastic executive-grade example of what this looks like. Notice the precision here. The behavior isn't some vague goal like be more digital. No, it's a specific, measurable action. Stop accepting offline reports. The trigger is identified when timelines are under pressure. The commitment is clear, the signal is intentional, and the measure is completely unambiguous and time-bound. This is the standard of clarity we're all aiming for.
So, you've got a powerful, specific plan. That's excellent. But now we have to anticipate the ambush, and your most powerful opponent is reality. Trust me, your old habits are just sitting there waiting for a moment of weakness.
So let me ask you, straight up, what is the single biggest threat to this action plan you just created? It's not a competitor, it's not some market shift, it's that powerful internal pull of your old habits the moment real pressure starts to build.
And these are the moments of truth. When a crisis escalates, or the board is demanding answers yesterday, the pressure builds. And this is when your leadership muscle memory will be screaming at you to revert to your old ways, to take back control, to stop delegating, to do it yourself. These are the predictable triggers that will try to sabotage your new commitments. You have to see them coming.
So the crucial point here is this: you can't just rely on willpower when the pressure is on. It's not enough. You have to pre-commit to actual mechanisms and controls that will protect you from your own well-practiced instincts. And these are your anti-regression controls. Think of them as your behavioral guardrails. I want you to define them right now, before the pressure ever hits. Name one peer who has your explicit permission to call you out. Define one behavior that is just never excused, no matter what. Choose one forum, a meeting, a review, where this new discipline will always be enforced. A proactive defense is the only way you're going to win this battle. Okay, finally, let's talk about legacy. Because your responsibility here extends way beyond your own behavior. True transformation dies if it just stays with you. Your final mandate is to institutionalize this capability and build something that lasts. Take a close look at this distinction. In failed transformations, all that learning is personal. And you know what? It walks right out the door when a leader leaves. But in sustained transformations, that capability gets embedded into the organization's DNA. Leaders are developed systemically. So your final challenge is to make this shift, to build an organization that knows how to lead change with or without you. And that brings us to your certification. Let's be really, really clear about what this represents. This is a validation of your credibility. It is not a certificate of participation. It's an endorsement of your judgment, your readiness, and the behavioral maturity you now have to lead complex, enterprise-level change. You know, completing this program, it comes with a consequence. You have a new lens now. You can't unknow what you now know. You can't unsee what poor change leadership looks like anymore. You simply cannot lead casually anymore. This program has permanently raised your leadership floor, and that is the new standard you must hold, not just for yourself, but for others too.
Ultimately, everything we've covered in these 48 chapters comes down to this one single principle. Leadership isn't defined when things are calm and easy. It is forged in the fire. It is proven when the pressure is immense, when resistance is rational, and you still choose discipline over comfort. That is your moment of truth. Congratulations on completing this program. Your real work begins now.